Welcome, welcome. You're here at Magic Bloodline. Today we present to you, What If Harry Found the Time Turner at age 2 and trained under every great wizard in history. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Chose Time. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive smelled like dust, old rubber, and the faint chemical ghost of Vernon Dursley's shoe polish. It was not a place designed for wonder. It was a place designed to be forgotten. Harry Potter crawled into it on a Tuesday in November 1983, because he was 2 years old and the world was endlessly interesting and no one was watching him. Petunia was in the kitchen, radio on, her attention divided between a pan of soup and the catastrophic drama of her neighbor's rosebushes dying in the cold. Vernon was at work. Dudley was asleep upstairs, having exhausted himself with a spectacular tantrum that had lasted the better part of the afternoon and ended in victory: 3 biscuits, a new toy, and the television remote. The house was, for one rare moment, not aggressively pointed at Harry. So Harry crawled. He had discovered the cupboard 3 days ago, which was, in the subjective geography of his 2-year-old mind, a geological age. He'd found it open, some oversight, some momentary lapse in the Dursley's instinct to keep things closed against him, and had pushed his way inside before anyone noticed. He'd only made it halfway before Petunia pulled him out by the ankle, her voice sharp enough to sting. But he'd seen things in there. Shapes in the dark. Interesting shapes. He was not afraid of the dark. He'd never been afraid of the dark. Even at 2, this was not something he thought about consciously. It was simply a fact about himself, as elemental as his green eyes or the strange lightning bolt scar that Petunia sometimes stared at when she thought he wasn't looking. The door swung open easily. The hinges were loose, something Vernon planned to fix and never would, and the whole frame tilted slightly, letting in a wedge of hallway light that cut across old coats, broken umbrellas, and a tower of cardboard boxes pushed to the back. Harry went in on his hands and knees, navigating by instinct and curiosity, patting the floor ahead of him with small, deliberate hands. He found it under a fold of old canvas. It was small, smaller than his palm, and gold, or something that had once been gold, now oxidized at the edges to the color of old leaves. A chain, impossibly fine, looped around an hourglass no larger than his thumbnail. Inside the hourglass, sand that wasn't quite sand. It caught the thin slice of hallway light and scattered it in ways that normal sand wouldn't: little prisms, little stars, a shimmer that pulsed very faintly as his fingers closed around it. Harry held it up and looked at it with the complete, uncomplicated seriousness that only very young children and very old scientists can manage. It was warm. He turned it once, a single, instinctive twist of his wrist, the way you'd wind a watch if you'd never seen a watch but understood the concept in your bones. The world went sideways. There was no dramatic flash. There was no thunderclap or vortex of light. The cupboard simply wasn't there anymore, and Harry was sitting in long grass, on a hill, in afternoon sun, and there was an old man sitting on a stone 5 feet away who was watching him with an expression of absolute stupefied wonder. The old man had a beard that had clearly once been magnificent and was now simply vast, white and wild, and so long it pooled in his lap like a sleeping animal. He wore robes the color of deep winter sky, patched at the elbows and hem. His eyes were dark and sharp in a face so deeply lined it resembled a topographic map of somewhere complicated, and those eyes were fixed on Harry with the particular attention of someone who had seen many surprising things in his life and was currently being surprised harder than usual. Harry stared back at him. Said the old man. Said Harry, because he had recently discovered this was a useful sound. The old man leaned forward very slowly, peering at Harry's hand, at the time turner gleaming gold in his small fist. Something moved through his expression, recognition, and beneath that, something that might have been fear. "Boy," he said, in a voice like stones rolling over each other. "Where did you get that?" "Found it," said Harry. "Found it," repeated the old man. He looked at the sky. He looked at Harry. He breathed out through his nose very slowly, the breath of someone recalibrating everything they thought they knew about the shape of the afternoon. And where, and I want you to be very precise here, even though I can see you are approximately 2 years old and precision may not be your strong suit, where exactly did you find it? Cupboard, said Harry. What year? Harry looked at him. He had a child's complete, dignified honesty in his confusion. He did not know what year meant in the way the old man meant it. The old man studied him for a long moment. Your scar, he said quietly. Harry's hand went to his forehead without thinking, the way it always did when adults looked at it that way. Lightning bolt. He'd known the shape of it by touch since before he knew shapes had names. The old man's eyes had gone very still and very far away. When he came back from wherever he'd been, his expression had changed, not softer exactly, but decided. As if he'd asked himself a question and had, somewhat reluctantly, found the answer. My name, he said carefully, is Myrddin. Though you will know me, I suspect, as something rather simpler. A pause. Are you hungry? Harry considered this. Yes, he said. This was almost always true. Good. Children who are honest about being hungry are easier to deal with than children who aren't. Come here. He produced bread from somewhere in the depths of his robe, real bread, rough and warm, with a smell that hit Harry like something from a dream he couldn't remember having, and held it out. Harry crawled over and took it without hesitation, because he was too hungry and the bread was real and the old man's eyes, though startling in their sharpness, did not feel like Petunia's eyes or Vernon's eyes, which always had an edge in them like something waiting to cut. Do you know, said the old man called Myrddin, watching Harry eat with the same focused intensity he might give to a magical experiment, that I have spent 140 years waiting for something that would surprise me? I had begun to think the world had run out of surprises. And then a 2-year-old boy falls out of thin air in my field with a time turner and announces he found it in a cupboard. He paused. I find myself feeling something I haven't felt in quite some time. What? Said Harry, mouth full. Interested, said Myrddin. He almost smiled. Genuinely, uncomplicated, interested. Harry finished the bread. He looked at the time turner in his hand, then at Myrddin. He held it out. What is it? Myrddin looked at the object for a long moment. It is the most dangerous and the most marvelous thing you will ever hold, he said. And it has chosen you, which means, I suspect, that the universe has decided to become very dramatic. He folded his enormous hands in his lap. Now. Who are you, boy? And I don't mean your name. I mean, who are you? Harry thought about this with a 2-year-old's unflinching engagement with impossible questions. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Dudley's room full of toys and his own room which was the cupboard. He thought about Petunia's face when she looked at his scar and Vernon's face when he bumped into things accidentally and sent them flying in directions they shouldn't go. Don't know yet, he said finally. Myrddin smiled then, a real one, deep and crooked, that rearranged all the lines of his face. Honest and philosophically sophisticated. You are going to be extraordinary trouble. He stood, and he was very tall, and the afternoon light came over the hill and the grass moved in the wind, and somewhere below them Harry could see the curve of a river and the beginnings of what might be a forest. Come along, then. If you're going to be here, you might as well be here usefully. Where are we? Said Harry. Wales, said Myrddin. Approximately 600 years before your time, if I'm reading your clothing right. He glanced down at Harry's hand-me-down oversized shirt and 2 large trousers. Though the clothing of your era appears to be making a statement I don't fully understand. Dudley's, Harry explained. Dudley, said Myrddin, and his voice carried in it the complete dismissal of a man who did not need to know more about Dudley to have formed a thorough opinion. I see. He carried Harry down the hill because Harry's legs, while enthusiastic, were not equal to the terrain, and as he walked he spoke in the same low, rolling voice, the voice of someone who had explained difficult things to difficult people across a very long career and had learned that the best approach was simply to begin. Magic, he said, is not a tool. Most wizards will tell you it is, a hammer, a key, something you pick up and put down. They are wrong. Magic is a language. And like any language, the more deeply you understand its grammar, its roots, the way its words relate to each other, the more precisely you can speak it. And precision, he stepped over a rock, Harry balanced easily in the crook of his arm, watching the ground go by with bright interest. Precision is the difference between saying what you mean and causing a catastrophe. Harry looked up at him. I make things happen, he said. By accident. Myrddin looked down at him sharply. What sorts of things? Things move. When I'm... He searched for the word. Upset. Uncontrolled magic. Yes. You have a great deal of it, don't you? It wasn't quite a question. He was looking at Harry's scar again. More than is normal. More than should perhaps be possible at your age. His voice stayed neutral, but his arm tightened fractionally. There is a story in that scar. I don't need you to tell it to me now. But I want you to know, it is not who you are. It is only what happened to you. Harry said nothing. He didn't have the words for what he felt, which was something very large and very warm moving through his chest, something that had never quite moved there before. Now, said Myrddin, pushing open the door of a stone cottage that had appeared between two oak trees in the way that magical places sometimes simply appear, let's see what you can do. What Harry could do, it turned out, was considerably more than either of them expected. Myrddin started simply, a pebble on a table, the instruction to move it without touching it. Most children with nascent magical ability, he explained matter-of-factly while settling himself in a stone chair and pulling out a pipe, would manage a slight twitch after 10 or 15 minutes of concentration. Some would move the pebble a centimeter or two. One exceptional student, he recalled, had sent it rolling clean off the table on the first try. Harry looked at the pebble. He thought about moving it, not try to move it, exactly, but the way you think about moving your hand, where the thinking and the doing are essentially the same thing. The pebble shot across the table, hit the far wall, and embedded itself 2 inches deep in the stone. Myrddin removed his pipe from his mouth. He looked at the hole in the wall. He looked at Harry. He put the pipe back in his mouth, took a long, thoughtful pull, and said, I see. Too much, said Harry. Calibration, said Myrddin. You have power. What you don't yet have is control. The relationship between having an enormous amount of a thing and using it correctly is the central challenge of your entire education. Are you ready to begin? Harry looked at the wall. He looked at Myrddin. He thought about the cupboard, and Dudley's room full of toys, and Petunia's voice when it went sharp and cutting. He thought about the warm bread and the field and the way Myrddin had said it is not who you are, it is only what happened to you. Yes, he said. And that was the beginning. He went home 3 hours later, or rather, 3 hours later in Myrddin's time, which translated to approximately the same 3 hours in 1983 because the time turner, Myrddin explained in very careful terms that Harry mostly absorbed through instinct rather than language, could take you through time but returned you to the present after the glass ran through. The mechanism was complex, the theory more complex still, but the practical reality was simple. Harry could spend time in the past and come back to the same moment he'd left, or very near it, depending on how many turns he gave the glass. 1 turn, Myrddin had said, crouching to Harry's level for this part, his dark eyes very serious, takes you back a measured interval. The more turns, the further you go. And when the glass empties, you return. You cannot stay. You cannot change events. You can only observe and learn. A pause. I am telling you this as firmly as I know how because the temptation to interfere will become immense as you grow older and wiser and begin to understand the shape of things. Do not interfere. The currents of time are more forgiving than most think, but there are limits, and you do not want to discover them firsthand. But I can come back, Harry said. You can always come back, said Myrddin. To me. To you, Harry repeated, and there was something in it that was not quite a question. Myrddin looked at him for a moment. The afternoon was going gold outside the cottage window, long shadows stretching east, and the fire in the hearth made warm moving light across the stone floor. "Yes," he said quietly. "To me." Petunia didn't notice he'd been gone. He crawled out of the cupboard and she was still in the kitchen and the soup was still on and Dudley was still asleep and the world of Privet Drive continued its complete indifference to Harry Potter's existence. But Harry sat in the middle of the hallway with the time turner closed in his fist and he felt, for the first time in his very short life, that the world was considerably larger than number 4, Privet Drive. He felt it the way you feel the edge of a very large thing, not seeing it all at once, but understanding the scale of it. That somewhere across the centuries there was a stone cottage and a fire and an old man with a white beard who had said yes, to me as if it were a commitment he was fully prepared to keep. He went back the next day. And the next. The weeks that followed established a rhythm that was absurd and miraculous in equal measure. Harry would find a window, Petunia occupied, Dudley distracted, Vernon at work, and he would make his way to the cupboard, take the time turner from where he'd hidden it under a loose board in the back, give it the precise number of turns he'd learned, and arrive in Myrddin's field or Myrddin's cottage or, on 2 memorable occasions, Myrddin's rather chaotic attempt at a vegetable garden, which Myrddin was losing badly to a family of rabbits he refused to hex because he found them philosophically interesting. Myrddin taught him to read in 3 sessions, not because Harry was exceptional, though he was, but because Myrddin taught the way a river teaches a stone, patiently, persistently, and without ever pretending it was anything other than essential. He taught him Latin first, because magic's written language was built on it, and then Old English because the older spells were encoded there, and then he taught him to feel the structure of a spell rather than just recite it, the way a musician learns to hear music rather than just play it. At 2.5, Harry could read at a level that would have alarmed the Dursleys if they'd noticed, which they didn't. At 3, he'd begun asking Myrddin questions that made the old wizard go quiet and look at him sideways with an expression that was becoming familiar, not quite pride, not quite awe, but something that sat between them and was perhaps warmer than either. "You understand," Myrddin said one afternoon, watching Harry work through the theory of elemental transfiguration with a piece of chalk on a slate. Harry had demanded something to write on and Myrddin had produced the slate from somewhere in his robe with the air of a man who kept slates there for exactly this eventuality, that you are asking questions that most of my adult students never thought to ask. Harry didn't look up from the slate. "Are they bad questions?" "They're extraordinary questions. I'm telling you because I want you to understand that your mind is not ordinary, and ordinary education will frustrate you. I am building you a different kind of education." Harry looked up then. His eyes, and they were remarkable eyes, green and sharp and full of a quality that was difficult to name but was somewhere in the territory of here, met Myrddin's. "Can I meet other people? Other teachers?" Myrddin had expected this eventually. He just hadn't expected it at 3. He folded his hands and studied the ceiling for a moment. "There are people in your own time who could teach you. There are also people who have lived before your time who left records, methods, entire schools of magical theory that have been lost or misunderstood or deliberately suppressed." A careful pause. "And there are people in the past, the living past, the real, present moments of their lives, that the time turner could take you to." "The founders," Harry said immediately. Myrddin raised an eyebrow. "I mentioned them once." "You mentioned them twice. And I read about them in the green book with the broken spine." "Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Slytherin." A pause. "You knew them." "I did," Myrddin said carefully. "I want to meet them." "Salazar Slytherin," said Myrddin, in the tone of someone choosing their words with exceptional care, he is not easy. He is brilliant, and he is ruthless, and he does not tolerate waste, and he will see through you in approximately 4 seconds." "Good," said Harry. "I don't want to be lied to." Myrddin looked at him for a very long time. "No," he said eventually, very quietly. "I don't suppose you do." He stood, and the afternoon light came through the cottage window, and the fire cracked. "I'll take you. But you'll need to be older." We'll continue your foundation here for another year, and then, we'll see. Promise, said Harry. Myrddin looked at him with those dark, endlessly old eyes. Yes, he said. I promise. The months turned. Harry turned 4, and then he turned 4 in the way that children who have been doing very unusual things turn ages. The number changed, but the sense of it was already strange, because his interior life was already older than his body. He had spent, in Myrddin's time, something close to 2 years of afternoons and mornings and occasional entire days that translated to almost nothing in Privet Drive's timeline. He had read more books than most adults. He had developed magical control that was, Myrddin said one afternoon, looking slightly odd, unprecedented for his age. The Dursleys noticed nothing except that he was quieter than they'd expected, no tantrums, no crying, no inexplicable incidents of wild magic. What they did not know was that Harry had learned to contain it. To hold it, the way you hold your breath in a room where the air is thin, carefully, consciously, releasing nothing. He kept his strangeness below the surface not out of fear but out of choice. He was not afraid of the Dursleys. He had never been afraid of them, not even as a toddler. But there was no point in spending energy on them. His energy had better destinations. He was 5 when Myrddin finally took him. Are you ready? Myrddin asked, that same evening, the time turner in his own enormous hand for once, calibrated to a destination that Harry didn't know yet. Harry looked at him. He was wearing better clothes now, robes, actually, that Myrddin had produced from somewhere and that fit him properly, which was a novelty so strange it had made him laugh the first time he'd put them on. You're nervous, he said, which was the kind of thing he said now, the kind of observation that made Myrddin give him the sideways look. I am not nervous, said Myrddin, with the dignity of a man who was absolutely nervous. I am cautious. There is a distinction. Who are we meeting? Harry asked, even though he suspected. Salazar, said Myrddin. And I want to be clear, you are 5 years old and you are exceptional and I am proud of the progress you've made. But Salazar Slytherin is one of the 4 most powerful wizards who ever lived. He has the social warmth of a midwinter frost, and he will try to test you immediately. The appropriate response to his tests is not to pass them. It is to let him think he's testing you while you're actually testing him. Do you understand? Harry thought about this. So, appear to be solving his puzzle while actually solving a different, better puzzle? That is an extremely precise summary of exactly what I mean, said Myrddin. He sounded almost pained. Yes. Exactly that. The time turner turned. The cottage disappeared. They arrived in a dungeon. Not the cheerless kind, the architecturally interesting kind, which was a distinction Harry only had the language for because Myrddin had spent considerable time ensuring Harry had language for many things. The stone was dark and damp but the torches burned a cool blue-green that had nothing to do with normal fire, and the shelves were crammed with things in jars and things in bottles and scrolls so old they looked like they might dissolve at a touch, and the whole place had the feeling of a mind, organized according to principles that were internally consistent even if they weren't immediately obvious. Behind a stone workbench, standing with his back to them and examining something in a glass vessel with the focused indifference of a man who has heard things arrive and has decided they don't merit immediate attention, was Salazar Slytherin. He was not what Harry had expected, though Harry was not sure what he'd expected. Tall, taller than Myrddin, with a lean, angular quality that made him look less like a person and more like a statement. Dark hair going silver at the temples. Robes of deep green and black. A face, when he eventually turned it, that was sharp-featured and made even sharper by an expression of absolute, controlled composure, the face of someone who had learned to use calm as a weapon. He looked at Myrddin. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry for considerably longer than he'd looked at Myrddin. You're joking, he said. His voice was quiet and precise, each word placed like a chess piece. This is your prodigy. He's 5, said Myrddin. I can see that. Why is he wearing my house's colors? I'm not yours yet, Harry said. Both wizards looked at him. Slytherin's eyes, dark and calculating and very still, dropped to Harry's level with a slowness that was itself a kind of demonstration. "Not yet," he repeated. "I'm going to Hogwarts in 6 years," Harry said. "The sorting will put me somewhere. I don't know where. But I'm here to learn from all 4 founders, so where I end up doesn't really matter." He paused, considering. "Unless you think your knowledge is house exclusive. In which case, that seems like a waste of good information." Slytherin stared at him. He had an extraordinary still face, almost nothing moved in it, but something shifted in his eyes, something brief and bright and genuinely involuntary. He looked at Myrddin. "He's 5, he said again. "Yes," said Myrddin, with the serenity of a man who has stopped being surprised by this. "And he just attempted to strategically neutralize my primary ideological objection before I'd voiced it." A pause. "While 5. He did the same thing to me at 3, said Myrddin. "It only becomes more pronounced." Slytherin turned back to his bench. He was quiet for a moment. "Then, there's a text on the 3rd shelf. Bring it here." Harry found the 3rd shelf. There were 40 texts on it. He pulled the one that was most worn, most handled, most obviously consulted, not the flashiest or the most prominently placed, but the one that had been used. He brought it to the bench. Slytherin looked at the book. Looked at Harry. Something in his jaw changed fractionally. "Sit down," he said. Harry sat. "Chapter 7, said Slytherin. "Read the first passage. Tell me what the author gets wrong." "Is it a test?" Harry asked. "Everything is a test," said Slytherin. "Okay," said Harry, and opened the book. He read the passage. It took him 4 minutes, which he could feel Slytherin timing. He read it once, then read it again, then he closed the book and set it on the bench. "The author assumes magical intent operates independently of the caster's emotional state," Harry said. "He's wrong. The theory is internally consistent but the premise is off. He treats intent as purely cognitive, but Myrddin showed me that emotion and intent are braided together in ways you can't separate without losing accuracy. So the whole chain of reasoning in Chapter 7 is built on a false foundation. The conclusions might still be partially right by coincidence, but they weren't derived correctly." The dungeon was very quiet. "Myrddin," said Slytherin, still watching Harry. "Yes," said Myrddin, already at the door. "Leave us." Myrddin paused with his hand on the door frame and looked back at Harry with an expression that was entirely new, not concern, exactly, but something that had concern's shape and something else's warmth. Then he nodded, once, and was gone. Slytherin pulled a stool up to the bench and sat across from Harry. He laced his long fingers together and looked at the boy in front of him with the complete, unsettling attention of a mind that was accustomed to finding the shape of things quickly. "Your scar," he said. "Is not who I am," Harry said. "It's what happened to me." Slytherin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who told you that?" "Myrddin." A pause. "He's right. Though his reasons for telling you so might be different from mine." He unfolded his hands and reached for a fresh piece of parchment. "I am going to teach you things that no one in your time knows. Parseltongue is the least of them, though yes, I suspect you have it already, given who you are. I'm going to teach you the deep structure of elemental magic, the way spells can be constructed from first principles rather than memorized, and, most importantly, how to see an opponent's entire thought before they've finished thinking it." He paused. "This is not dark arts. It is not light arts. It is simply arts. The categorization of magic as dark or light is a political fiction, and the sooner you understand that, the better your judgment will be. Are we agreed?" "Yes," said Harry. "Good." Slytherin picked up a quill. "Now. Show me your wandless control. Move the candle." Harry looked at the candle. He moved it, not gently, not with a slight twitch, but in a smooth controlled arc that brought it precisely 2 feet to the left and set it down without a flicker. Slytherin made a note on his parchment. His face revealed absolutely nothing. But his pen was moving very fast. Again, he said. But this time, do it without thinking about doing it. Harry moved the candle back. Slytherin set his pen down. He looked at Harry with an expression that was the most honest one Harry had yet seen on his angular face, stripped of the political calculation, stripped of the testing distance. Remarkable, he said. Just that. Simple and direct, the way remarkable things sometimes are. Outside the dungeon, somewhere in the medieval castle's stone corridors, Myrddin leaned against the wall with his enormous beard and his pipe and his expression of a man who had done something irreversible and had no regrets about it whatsoever. He listened to Slytherin's voice, low and precise, beginning to teach. He smiled. Harry went home to Privet Drive at 3:30 in the afternoon of a Thursday in 1985, having spent, subjectively, nearly a month in Salazar Slytherin's dungeon, 4 years in Myrddin's cottage, and one remarkable afternoon with a woman named Myrddin who'd appeared at Myrddin's door without warning, taken one look at Harry, said, of course, sat him down, and spent 6 hours teaching him the principles of magical healing so comprehensively that Harry had dreams about blood flow and bone knitting for a week afterward. He was 5 years old. His body was 5 years old. But his mind was older in the way that a house is older than its newest coat of paint. The structure beneath was already something that had stood through weather. He put the time turner back under the loose board in the back of the cupboard. He crawled out into the hallway. Petunia was in the kitchen. Vernon was in the lounge. Dudley was on the carpet in front of the television with a bowl of crisps and the total absorption of someone for whom the world was exactly the right size. Harry sat down next to Dudley, which surprised Dudley enough that he looked over with his wide, watery eyes. All right, said Dudley, because he had, buried somewhere in his bullied by his parents into selfishness personality, a basic human impulse toward decency that occasionally surfaced when no one was actively suppressing it. Fine, said Harry. Thanks. He looked at the television. He thought about Slytherin's dungeon and the cold blue-green torches and the way Slytherin had said remarkable without making it performative, without needing anything from it. He thought about what came next. The world was enormous and it was full of people who had things to teach him, and he had, in his hand in his pocket, the most extraordinary object that had ever existed, and he was 5 years old, and the universe had, for reasons of its own, decided to give him time. He had every intention of using it. Chapter 2, The Long Education. The years, in Privet Drive's reckoning, moved the way Surrey years always move, steadily, without incident, punctuated only by the changing colors of the Desleys' front garden and the annual escalation of Dudley's birthday party budget. Harry turned 6 and then 7 and then 8, and the neighbors occasionally said things like "My, how he's grown," in the distracted way neighbors do, and Petunia smiled her tight-lipped smile and Vernon rumbled affirmatively, and nobody looked too hard at the quiet boy with the green eyes who seemed, for some reason, to always be reading. What the neighbors did not know, what nobody knew, was that Harry Potter at 8 had lived, in the accumulated weight of subjective time, something closer to 30 years. He had spent winters with Rowena Ravenclaw and summers with Godric Gryffindor. He had studied alchemy with Nicholas Flamel in a Paris workshop that smelled of sulfur and possibilities. He had spent 6 months with an ancient Egyptian sorcerer named Amenhotep who had taught him about magical theory so old it predated the Latin names most modern wizards used, magic that operated on principles closer to pure mathematics than anything in a Hogwarts textbook. He had, on 2 occasions, sat with Helga Hufflepuff in her garden while she made him tea and told him things about loyalty and love as magical forces that were so quietly devastating Harry had gone home afterward and stared at the ceiling for a long time. He had also argued with Salazar Slytherin approximately 47 times, which was, Slytherin had told him once with a fractional almost smile, more arguments than he'd had with any other student combined. Harry counted this as a victory. Godric Gryffindor was nothing like what the portraits would suggest. Harry had expected something heroic and probably loud, a man shaped like a legend, all broad shoulders and battlefield confidence. And Gryffindor was broad-shouldered, and he was confident, and he did have a voice that could have been heard in the next county without particular effort. But the thing that Harry noticed first, arriving in the courtyard of the half-built castle where Godric was sparring with a practice dummy that he had clearly already destroyed once and repaired with impatient magic, was that Gryffindor laughed when he made a mistake. Not grimaced. Not recalibrated with a grim set jaw. He laughed, a big, completely genuine laugh, aimed entirely at himself, before going again. He noticed Harry the way you notice weather, immediately and without fuss. "You're the boy," he said, which was all Myrddin had apparently told him. He lowered his sword, an actual sword, not a wand, though he held a wand in his other hand with the ease of someone who'd made them equivalent tools, and looked Harry up and down with frank, direct eyes the color of amber. "You're smaller than I thought." "You're louder than I thought," Harry said. Gryffindor stared at him. Then he laughed again, the big laugh, and pointed the sword at the courtyard. "Pick something up and hit something. Let's see what Myrddin's been wasting his time on." Harry picked up a training staff from the rack by the wall. He'd been learning magical combat theory from Slytherin, who approached it the way he approached everything: precision, economy, the understanding that the most efficient path between 2 points was a straight line that your opponent didn't see coming. He'd been learning defensive theory from Ravenclaw, who believed the most powerful magical defense was a thorough understanding of how an attack worked so you could dismantle it mid-flight rather than block it. He'd never had anyone teach him what to do with his body. Gryffindor fixed that. For 6 months of subjective time, which translated, through the Turner's particular arithmetic, to about a month and a half in privet drive terms, Harry learned what it meant to move through a fight rather than stand in one. Gryffindor was a brutal and entirely honest teacher. He did not soften impacts or pad lessons. He hit what he aimed at and he expected Harry to learn from being hit, which Harry did, though not always cheerfully. "You're thinking too much," Gryffindor said, for the 3rd time in an afternoon, while Harry picked himself up off the flagstones. "Your brain is your greatest asset and right now it's your greatest liability. Stop planning and start moving. Planning is for before the fight. During the fight, you feel. Slytherin says, I know what Salazar says. Salazar is brilliant and he fights like a man who's afraid of being surprised. You're not him." Gryffindor crouched, bringing his massive frame down to Harry's level. His eyes were direct and completely serious. "You have something he doesn't. You can do things that shouldn't be possible at your age and they come naturally to you. That naturalness, that instinct, don't bury it under thinking. Use it." He stood. Again. Harry had been frustrated, then, the particular frustration of someone who has always relied on their mind and is being asked to put it down. But he tried. And on the 4th day of that week, he stopped thinking about the next move and the 3 moves after that, and he let his body do what years of watching and practice had quietly built into it, and he moved through the sparring drill with a fluidity that made Gryffindor stop mid-counter and stand back and watch. "There it is," Gryffindor said quietly, when it was done. "That's what you actually are." "What am I?" Harry asked. Gryffindor looked at him with those amber eyes, warm and certain. "The most dangerous kind of wizard," he said. "Smart enough to strategize and instinctive enough not to need to." Rowena Ravenclaw had a tower. This was not surprising. What was surprising was that the tower existed in a dimension Ravenclaw had apparently constructed herself, accessible through a door in the north wing of the castle that looked like a linen cupboard from the outside and opened into a space roughly the size of a cathedral, filled floor to ceiling with books, instruments, star charts, and a smell Harry associated with very serious thought. Ravenclaw herself was a tall woman with dark hair and an intensity that she wore not like a personality trait but like a second skin. She had been briefed by Myrddin. She had, apparently, also read everything Myrddin had written about Harry's progress, which Harry hadn't known Myrddin was writing. "Sit down," she said, the first time Harry arrived, and pointed at a chair that was positioned before a desk covered in parchments and a small silver instrument that Harry couldn't identify. "Tell me what you know." He told her. He spoke for 20 minutes, about elemental theory, about the structure of spells from first principles, about what Slytherin had taught him about reading an opponent's magical signature the way you'd read a person's posture, about what Gryffindor had shown him about instinct and combat flow. He told her about Amenhotep's pre-Latin magical mathematics and Ceridwen's healing principles. He was honest and complete because Ravenclaw's eyes made dishonesty feel structurally unsound, like trying to build something on air. When he finished, she was silent for a moment. "You know a great deal," she said. "What do you not know?" Harry thought. This was the harder question. "Everything I don't know," he said. Which is by definition difficult to quantify. "But, I think I understand individual magical disciplines quite well. I don't think I understand how they interact. How elemental magic and healing magic and combat magic and alchemy all relate to each other as parts of the same underlying system." Ravenclaw looked at him with the expression of someone receiving an unexpectedly correct answer. "Yes," she said. "That is precisely the gap." She turned to the desk and uncovered a diagram that covered 3 feet of parchment in ink so dense it was nearly black. "Sit closer. This is going to take a while." It took 4 months, in their time. She taught him magical theory as a unified field, the idea, radical in her era and still not fully accepted in Harry's own, that all magic was a single phenomenon expressed through different lenses. She showed him how a healing spell and a combat spell and a transfiguration shared the same fundamental grammar and how understanding that grammar meant you could, in principle, do anything, because you weren't limited to memorized spells. You were operating on the source code. Most wizards, she told him, over tea one afternoon, in the tower's upper study where the windows showed stars even in the daytime, use magic the way illiterates use spoken language. They can communicate perfectly well. They've memorized phrases that accomplish things. But they can't write. They can't compose. They can't construct something new from first principles. She looked at him steadily. "I am teaching you to write." "And Slytherin taught me strategy," Harry said, working through it. "And Gryffindor taught me instinct. And Myrddin taught me foundation. And the Egyptian you mentioned, Amenhotep, gave you the deep mathematics." "Yes." She turned her teacup in her hands. "You are assembling something unusual, Harry. I want to make sure you understand the responsibility of it." "The responsibility. Power without framework is destruction. Yours is going to be enormous. The framework you build around it, the ethics, the judgment, the why, that is equally important as the power itself." She looked at him with eyes that were both demanding and, underneath the intellectual precision, genuinely kind. "Do you understand?" "I think about it a lot," Harry said honestly. "What I'm going to do with it. What it's for. And..." He was quiet for a moment. Outside the impossible windows, the stars moved slowly, and the tower was warm, and he could feel the weight of the time turner in his pocket, always with him now, as natural as breathing. "I think," he said slowly, "I want to build things rather than break them. I want to protect people who don't have what I have. Who can't do what I can." A pause. "There's a person who tried to kill me when I was a baby. He's still out there, somewhere. Not dead. And people are afraid of him. People who are going to be his victims." He looked at Ravenclaw. "I don't want them to be afraid." Ravenclaw studied him. "You don't want to avenge yourself," she said slowly. "You want to prevent harm." "There's a difference," Harry said. "One of them is about me. The other one is about everyone else." Ravenclaw set her teacup down very carefully. She was quiet for a long time. "Yes," she said. "There is a difference. And the fact that you make that distinction, at your age, with what you carry," she stopped. Her composure, normally absolute, shifted slightly, something in it becoming softer and harder at the same time. "Myrddin was right about you." "What did he say?" "That you are the best of what magic can produce," she said. "Not the most powerful. Not the most learned. The best. She picked her teacup back up, the armor of composure reassembling smoothly. Now, I want to talk about magical theory in relation to memory and soul magic. Because you are going to need it, and what I've deduced about the one who tried to kill you, is something you should understand before you're any older. Harry went very still. You know what he did. I know what the evidence suggests, Ravenclaw said carefully. And if I'm right, if he's done what I think he's done, then the knowledge I'm going to give you in the next 4 sessions is the most important thing any teacher will ever give you. She opened a new text and turned it to face him, and began to explain the nature of the human soul. Nicholas Flamel was not what Harry had expected either, though by now Harry had learned to stop expecting the expected. He was small, shorter than Myrddin, with a neat silver beard and round glasses and the look of a very cheerful academic who had decided several centuries ago that stress was essentially optional. He met Harry in his Paris workshop in the autumn of a year that Harry's timeline placed in the 1990s but that Flamel's personal timeline placed somewhere in the middle of a very long and interesting life, and he shook Harry's hand with both of his and said, in excellent English touched with French, "Myrddin has told me about you." I was skeptical. Now that I see you I am still skeptical, but in the other direction. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means I thought you would be more impressive. But now you are here, and you are clearly more impressive than I thought, and I find I need to recalibrate. He gestured at the workshop with the air of a man welcoming royalty to a particularly interesting mess. Come in. Mind the alembic, it's at a critical stage and will not forgive interruption. He taught Harry alchemy. Not the pop culture alchemy of lead into gold, though that was technically a subset of it. He taught him the alchemy of transformation, the deep magical science of changing the fundamental nature of things, of understanding what a thing was at its core and reshaping that core deliberately. It connected, Harry immediately saw, to Ravenclaw's unified field theory, to the source code. If magic was a language, alchemy was the grammar at its deepest level. The philosopher's stone, Flamel told him one morning, while they worked side by side over a bench covered in equipment that Harry had now learned to use with reasonable competence, is not the point. People think the stone is the achievement, the end result. But the stone is a product of the understanding. The understanding is the point. If you understand what the stone represents at the level of magical mathematics, you don't actually need the stone. Because you can reconstruct its effects from first principles, Harry said. Exactly. You can extend life, transform matter, heal fundamental damage, not with the stone specifically, but with the knowledge that produced it. Flamel smiled, and it was a smile with a very long history in it. Most people who want the stone want to steal it. What they should want is to understand it. Someone's going to try to steal yours, Harry said. In my time. Flamel went very still. The Paris morning continued outside the windows, carriages, voices, pigeons, indifferent to the conversation. I know, he said quietly. Dumbledore warned me. I'll be moving it soon. A pause. Will the person trying to steal it be the same one who, he touched his forehead. Yes, Harry said. Flamel looked at him for a long moment. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about 6 months with Gryffindor and 4 months with Ravenclaw and years with Slytherin and Myrddin and all the accumulated weight of everything he'd built in himself. Yes, he said. Good, said Flamel. Then let's not waste time. There are 12 more processes I haven't shown you, and one of them is particularly relevant to what you've described to me about the soul magic theory that Rowena apparently deduced. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him, already writing. If she's right about what was done, and Rowena was almost never wrong about anything that mattered, then there's a counter-process. A way to unmake what was made. He paused, pen hovering. Are you certain you want this knowledge? It is not comfortable knowledge. Is uncomfortable knowledge better or worse than dangerous ignorance? Harry asked. Flamel looked at him over his glasses. You sound like Rowena. I'll take that as a compliment. As she would have taken it as one, yes. Flamel began to write. Come here and look at this carefully. This is the part that most people miss, and missing it would be catastrophic. Harry moved to his shoulder and read what he was writing, and the Paris morning went on outside, and somewhere across time and geography the world was assembling itself toward a confrontation it didn't know yet was already decided, by a boy in a stone workshop, reading equations for the unmaking of death. The Helga Hufflepuff sessions were different from everything else. They were different because Hufflepuff did not have a tower or a dungeon or a laboratory. She had a kitchen garden and a kitchen and, when Harry arrived, a look on her face that was nothing like Slytherin's cool assessment or Ravenclaw's intellectual demand or Gryffindor's physical directness. She looked at him the way people look at someone they've been worried about. Sit down, she said, and it was the same instruction Ravenclaw had given but it meant something entirely different. She sat across from him at a kitchen table, with tea between them, actual, uncomplicated tea, not a preparation for a lesson, and looked at him with warm dark eyes. How are you? She asked. Harry opened his mouth to say fine or well or ready to learn and stopped. He thought about the question seriously, the way it deserved to be taken seriously, because Hufflepuff was looking at him in a way that made it clear she would know the difference between an honest answer and a managed one. Lonely, he said, which he hadn't said to anyone. I know things that no one around me knows. I go home and I'm 8 years old and the Dursleys treat me like furniture and Dudley eats crisps and watches television and I have all of this, and no one to talk to about it. No one in my time who, he stopped. Sorry. Don't apologize, Hufflepuff said. Not for being honest about something real. She wrapped her hands around her cup. You have extraordinary mentors. Remarkable ones. But they are in the past, and you visit them. They don't stay. And the people in your present don't know what you are. Yes, Harry said. That is a very specific kind of loneliness, she said gently. The kind that comes from being seen in one place and invisible in another. And it doesn't get smaller just because you're capable. She looked at him steadily. I am going to teach you what Godric teaches through fighting and Rowena through theory and Salazar through strategy. I'm going to teach you about people. About loyalty and about how to actually be with other people, not just be better than them. A pause. Because the point of power, Harry, the entire point, is not to stand above people. It is to stand with them. And that requires skills that none of my colleagues teach. You think I'm, Harry hesitated. Arrogant? I think you are at significant risk of becoming very capable and very alone, she said, with complete honesty and complete kindness, both at once. And those two things, combined, produce people who do tremendous harm while believing they're doing good. She looked at him with those warm, direct eyes. You have a good heart. I can see that. I want to make sure you know how to use it. Not just your mind. Not just your power. Your heart. Harry stared at his tea for a moment. He felt something shift in him, not a dramatic shift, but the kind of careful, important shifting of something that had been slightly misaligned being gently set right. Okay, he said. Teach me. She smiled, and it was the warmest smile he'd seen in years of remarkable, brilliant, difficult people, and she began to talk about what it meant to show up for someone, not with answers or power or strategy, but simply with presence. It was, Harry would think years later, the most important education he received. He was 8 years old in Privet Drive terms when he stopped going back to any of them. Not because he had nothing left to learn, he would never have nothing left to learn, he had figured out, and was at peace with it, but because the mentors had converged on the same conclusion from different directions, he was ready. Myrddin put it plainly, the last time they sat together in the cottage, the fire going and the Welsh evening dark outside. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the floor because he'd always sat on the floor in this cottage, even when there were chairs, because the stone was warm from the fire and old habit is old habit. Myrddin was in his stone chair, his pipe producing thoughtful small clouds. You've learned what people can teach you, Myrddin said. What comes next is experience. And the particular experience you need, the particular people you need, are in your own time. At a school, as it happens. I know, Harry said. You could walk into the ministry tomorrow and the Aurors couldn't touch you. You could walk into any examination in the wizarding world and pass it left-handed while thinking about something else. You could, Myrddin paused, choosing. You are the most comprehensively educated young wizard in the world. Possibly in history, though I'm biased. I know, Harry said again. Not smugly, he'd long since passed through the phase where knowing his own capability felt like anything other than a neutral fact. He knew how strong he was the same way he knew how tall he was. What you don't know, Myrddin said quietly, is people your own age. People whose lives you haven't read about in histories but who will be yours, your contemporaries, your friends, the people who matter to you in real time, not across centuries. He looked at Harry with those ancient, sharp, warm eyes. That matters. Helga was right about it and she's usually right about things that really count. I'll be all right, Harry said. I know you will. Myrddin was quiet for a moment. The fire cracked. I want you to know something, Harry. I want you to know that of all the people I've taught, across a very long career, you are the one who gave me back what I thought I'd lost. Which was, he stopped. For the first time in years, the old wizard looked his age, all of it, every one of the centuries visible for a moment in his face. Surprise, he said. Wonder. The feeling of not knowing what comes next. He reached across and put one enormous hand briefly on Harry's head, not quite a pat, more the gesture you make when words are insufficient. Go back, Harry. Go to your school. Find your people. Harry stood. He looked at the cottage, the fire, the shelves of books and scrolls, the table where he'd first worked his way through Latin, the wall with the hole in it from the very first pebble. He looked at Myrddin. Thank you, he said. It was too small for what he meant, but it was exact. Off you go, said Myrddin, and turned back to his fire and his pipe, and the Welsh evening settled around the cottage like a comfortable thing. Harry turned the time-turner once. The cottage went away. He was 8 years old. He had 3 years until Hogwarts. He had a plan, the way you have a plan when you've spent 30 years learning things, not a rigid plan, not a script, but a shape, a direction. He was going to walk into that castle and he was going to find the people that Hufflepuff had told him would matter to him, the ones that would show him what it was to be not just powerful but present. He was going to deal with the threat that Ravenclaw had helped him understand and Flamel had helped him prepare for. He was going to do it not because destiny demanded it but because he'd chosen to, which was an entirely different thing. He was also, he thought, as he crawled back out into the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, and stood up properly, stood up straight, his full 8-year-old height, going to need to be extremely bored for 3 years, which was genuinely the most difficult challenge ahead of him. The television was on in the lounge. Dudley was arguing with it. Harry walked to the kitchen, made himself a piece of toast. He'd been making his own meals for 2 years, which the Dursleys had accommodated with relief rather than guilt, and sat at the kitchen table and thought about what Hogwarts was going to look like when he got there. He smiled. It was going to be interesting. Chapter 3, The Letter Means Nothing, The Choice Means Everything. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, which was otherwise a perfectly ordinary day at number 4, Privet Drive, which meant it was a day of Vernon's loud opinions and Dudley's louder demands and the general atmosphere of a house that had arranged itself specifically to be inhospitable to one of its inhabitants. Harry was in the garden, which he'd been allowed to maintain because Vernon liked a tidy garden and Harry was an efficient gardener, though his efficiency had rather less to do with horticulture and rather more to do with the fact that he could accelerate plant growth with a directional application of elemental magic that left no trace and was done in about 4 minutes. He'd been reading for the remaining hour and 46 minutes, which was how he mostly managed his time in Privet Drive, accomplish the expected thing with minimal effort, allocate the remaining time to something useful. He'd read the Hogwarts curriculum in its entirety at age 6. He was currently reading a text on advanced arithmetic theory that he'd acquired through a complicated chain of purchases at a Muggle-used bookshop whose owner had no idea what they were selling. The letter came through the front door. He heard it land on the mat from the garden, not physically, but he had, over the years, developed a low-level magical awareness of his immediate surroundings that functioned rather like peripheral vision. He felt the specific magical signature of the thing the moment it passed through the letterbox: old institutional magic, Hogwarts' unique enchantment, the precise bureaucratic weight of a letter that knew where to find its recipient. He came inside, stepped around Dudley, who was eating breakfast and reading a comic simultaneously and thus navigated by feel, picked the letter up from the mat before Vernon could emerge from the kitchen. The emerald ink. His name, in a script that knew his precise location down to the square foot: Mr. H. Potter, The Garden, 4, Privet Drive. He opened it, read it in approximately 10 seconds, and tucked it in his pocket. Vernon came into the hallway. He saw the open letterbox, the absence of post, and then, following the evidence, Harry's slightly full pocket. His face went through several colors in rapid sequence. "What's that?" "Letter," Harry said. "Let me see it." Harry took it out and handed it over. Vernon snatched it, read the first 3 lines, and turned the color of an expensive red wine. His mustache trembled. "Magic school," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "We will not be, you are not going to," Vernon stopped. He was in the grip of something: rage, fear, the particular fury of a man who has spent a decade suppressing something and can feel the suppression failing. "This is nonsense. You're normal." "I'm not," Harry said pleasantly. "You've known that for as long as I've been here. We've been quietly agreed on not discussing it. But it's a bit difficult to maintain that position while holding a letter from a school that educates people who are what I am." He held his hand out. "I'd like that back, please." Vernon stared at him. The thing about Vernon Dursley was that he was, fundamentally, a man built on the assumption that size and volume were equivalent to authority. And Harry at 11 was not large, was actually rather small for his age, with the lean, controlled build of someone who had spent years in Gryffindor's courtyard. But Vernon had not, in the 11 years Harry had lived in his house, ever been looked at quite the way Harry was looking at him now. There was nothing aggressive in it. Nothing threatening. It was simply, direct. Completely, calmly, entirely direct. He handed the letter back. "You can tell Petunia," Harry offered. "Or I can. Whichever is easier." He went back into the garden. Petunia took it better, which was to say she went very white and very still and then said, in a voice that was trying to be controlled and was mostly succeeding, "Your mother's school." "Yes," Harry said. "She went there." "I know." Petunia looked at him across the kitchen table. She had, over 11 years, evolved a particular way of looking at Harry, not unkind, exactly, but complicated. Complicated the way a scar is complicated, the mark of something that happened before and that doesn't go away. "You're going to go," she said. It wasn't quite a question. "Yes," Harry said. She nodded, once, sharply, as if releasing something. "Fine." She stood. "You'll need, I don't know what you'll need." "Presumably the letter has a list," Harry said. "I'll handle it." She looked at him sharply. "How?" "I've been handling things for a while," Harry said gently. "It'll be fine." She opened her mouth, closed it. Something crossed her face that was not quite guilt and not quite grief and landed somewhere between them, too complicated for the morning kitchen to contain. She turned back to the counter. "Fine," she said again. Her voice was carefully even. "Fine." Harry watched her back for a moment. He thought of Hufflepuff, of all the conversations about what it meant to be with people, even people who had failed you, even people who treated the space where care should have been as empty air. "Thank you," he said. "For keeping me safe." It was not more than she'd done. It was also, he suspected, more than she'd ever been thanked for. She said nothing. But her hands went still on the counter for just a moment. Harry left her to her silence and went to arrange his entry into the wizarding world. Diagon Alley was an experience. He'd read about it. He'd read about all of it. But reading about a place and standing in the middle of it while a very tall, very large man with a tremendous bushy beard attempted to buy an owl that Harry did not need and had to be gently steered away from were different experiences. Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, who had come to collect Harry with the particular beaming enthusiasm of a person who has been told he gets to do something wonderful, was wonderful. Harry had been prepared for many things at Hogwarts. He had not been specifically prepared for Hagrid, and he was finding that the preparedness gap was considerable. Never been to Diagon Alley before? Hagrid said, already striding through the crowd at a pace that required Harry to move quickly to keep up. Never been through Gringotts? Never had your own wand? No to all three, Harry said. Though I've read about them. Read about M. Ha! Hagrid beamed down at him from a great height. He had very kind eyes. Very kind was about the most dominant quality about Hagrid, who was large enough to be frightening and warm enough to make that irrelevant. Nothin' like seein' it, though. You'll see. There's Madame Malkin's for your robes. We'll start at Gringotts, though, need ter get some gold. I've already arranged the vault transfer, Harry said. There's a key. Gringotts sent it by owl last week. We just need to stop in to confirm it. He'd done this via a very careful series of letters initiated through the owl post office, something Muggle-raised children weren't supposed to know about, but which Harry had discovered by locating the relevant section of Wizarding Britain's postal infrastructure through a combination of magical theory and logical deduction. I also have the list. Hagrid stopped walking and looked down at him with an expression that was genuinely charmed. Well. You're sorted, then. Mostly, Harry said. I'd like your company anyway, if that's all right. Hagrid looked at him for a moment with those kind eyes, and then he smiled, a big, uncomplicated smile. Course it's all right. Happy ter. They went to Gringotts, which Harry found exactly as impressive as he'd anticipated and slightly more bureaucratic. The vaults were extraordinary, the depth of them, the way the cart moved through the dark on rails that defied the geometry of the space, the roar of the dragon that Hagrid mentioned somewhat nervously and which Harry had to actively resist examining more closely because a dragon was genuinely one of the more interesting things he'd encountered even by his standards. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and entirely still in the way that places with deep magic about them sometimes are. Ollivander himself was old and pale and had eyes like silver coins, eyes that swept over Harry the moment he walked in with an assessment so rapid and complete it reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Slytherin. Harry Potter, Ollivander said softly. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Your mother, Lily and Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Rather remarkable. He was already moving, pulling boxes from shelves with practiced efficiency. And you're going to be interesting, I think. Harry put his hand out. He'd been wondering about this, actually. Ravenclaw had spent some time on wand theory, and his own understanding of how magical conduits worked made him curious about what the wand would tell him about himself. He tried 4 wands. Nothing particular happened, not the usual wrong wand sort of nothing, but a thoughtful, considering nothing, as if the wands were genuinely deliberating. Ollivander paused, silver eyes going to Harry's face with something that was not quite uncertainty, more like revision. He went to a box in the back, on a shelf that was clearly accessed rarely. He brought it out, opened it, and looked at what was inside for a moment before extending it. The wand was dark wood, a deep, almost black heartwood, 11 inches, with a handle that curved very slightly at the base. The core, Ollivander said, was unusual, a feather from a phoenix, but this particular phoenix had given only 2 feathers. The other was in the wand of Tom Riddle. Harry held it. And the warmth that came through it was not the flashy cascade of sparks he'd read about in accounts of wand choosing. It was something quieter than that, a recognition, the way you feel when you come back to a place you know well. Like the time-turner's warmth, actually. Like something that had been waiting. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said. He was looking at Harry with absolute, complete attention. 11 inches. Supple. A pause that lasted exactly one extra beat. Curious. Very curious. The connection to the other wand, Harry said. You know about it. I know the theory. Ollivander was quiet for a moment. The theory, he said carefully, would suggest that you and the owner of the other wand have a magical connection that transcends ordinary wand-to-wand interaction. That your magic and his, that they recognize each other. He paused. Does that concern you? Harry turned the wand over in his hand. He felt the warmth of it, the particular deep correctness of it, like the right word in the right place. No, he said. I think it might concern him, though. Ollivander looked at him. And something in his silver eyes, which were used to seeing extraordinary things, shifted. Yes, he said very quietly. I think it might. The 1st of September arrived with the reliable punctuality of important dates, and Harry took the train from King's Cross with the same composed readiness with which he'd approached everything since he was 5 years old. Platform 9 3/4 was extraordinary. He'd have found it extraordinary even by the standards of a normal 11-year-old, which he wasn't, the density of magical signatures in one place, the color and noise and particular quality of magic gathering in the morning, the scarlet engine with its specific enchantment, all of it hitting his awareness at once like a chord struck on an enormous instrument. What he was not prepared for was the Weasleys. He found them at the barrier because they were impossible not to find, a constellation of red hair moving through the crowd with the cheerful, loud, thoroughly organized chaos of a very large family that has done this many times before. He counted 6 children of varying heights, 2 parents, and an owl, and all of them were talking at once. He slipped through the barrier behind them and ended up standing beside a boy about his age with red hair and freckles and the particular expression of someone who is trying not to look nervous and is mostly succeeding. Ron Weasley, the boy said, spotting Harry looking at him, and extending his hand with the automatic Weasley sociability that seemed to be genetic. Harry Potter, Harry said. Ron's hand stopped in mid-extension. His eyes went, involuntarily, to Harry's forehead, and then came back to his face with the slightly self-conscious effort of someone who'd been told not to stare. Oh, he said. Right. Yeah, sorry, Mum said, we all knew you'd be starting and George said I'd fall over when I met you, which, I'm not falling over. You're doing well, Harry agreed, and shook his hand. Ron stared at him for a moment, clearly having expected something more difficult or more elevated. Then he laughed, a real laugh, the kind that happens before you've decided to laugh. Okay. Good. Are you on the train? I am on the train. Want to? There's usually a compartment in the middle that doesn't fill up straight away if you're fast enough. Fred and George'll take the back ones and Percy takes the front because he's prefect. He said Percy with the specific inflection of a younger sibling who has strong feelings about older siblings in positions of institutional authority. If we move now, let's move now, Harry said. They moved. The compartment in the middle had one other occupant, a girl with very bushy brown hair and the expression of someone who had already identified and categorized every potentially interesting thing in the vicinity and was now looking for more. She was reading a book but she put it down with decisive speed when they came in, sitting up straight with the particular readiness of someone who has prepared for socializing the way you prepare for an examination. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. I've read all the course books, all of them, not just the first-year ones, and I've been practicing the basic spells. I've gotten quite good at the Wingardium Leviosa actually, though that's second term. Are you both first years? I'm assuming yes. Ron blinked. I'm Ron Weasley. She turned to Harry with that same bright, prepared attention, and Harry watched the exact moment of recognition cross her face, the same involuntary flicker toward his forehead, the same corrective return to his eyes. Harry Potter, she said, somewhat less composedly than she'd greeted Ron. I've read about you. Well, what there is. The books are rather, she stopped herself. I'm sorry. I'm just very interested in magic. And you're rather famous. Hello. Hello, Harry said, and sat down across from her. What books have you been reading? Past the course list, I mean. She blinked. You know about, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling is reasonable but has a fairly significant gap in its treatment of elemental interactions. The Standard Book of Spells is good for what it is. Fantastic Beasts is fascinating but inconsistent in its accuracy. What else have you found? Hermione Granger stared at him. Something was happening on her face that Harry recognized as the experience of finding an unexpected equal, the particular kind of surprise that arrives when the room you thought you were the cleverest person in turns out to have someone else in it. You've actually read them, she said. Not accusatory. Almost, wondering. I've read most things I could get my hands on, Harry said honestly. There's a lot out there once you know where to look. How did you know where to look? You were raised, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but from what little there is written about you, you were raised by muggles. Yes, Harry said. But access to information doesn't require particular circumstances. It requires curiosity and persistence. He looked at her. You have both, clearly. The wondering look on her face sharpened into something more. What's your understanding of the theory behind nonverbal spells? She said, with the abruptness of someone who has decided to test something properly. Harry told her. By the time he'd finished, Ron Weasley was eating his way through the trolley witch's entire stock of chocolate frogs with the expression of someone watching a very interesting tennis match, and Hermione Granger had her book open on her knee but she wasn't reading it. She was listening with her whole face. That's not in any of the books I've read, she said, when Harry finished. No, Harry said. It's from older sources. How much older? Very old. She looked at him with eyes that were sharp and, underneath the sharpness, genuinely delighted. You're not going to be boring, she said, in the tone of someone who has had the profound relief of discovering that the person across from her is genuinely interesting. No, Harry agreed. I don't think I am. Ron finished his chocolate frog, caught the card, Agrippa, which he said he had twice already, and leaned forward in his seat. Right, so, what house do you think you'll be in? Because if you say Slytherin I'll have to revise a lot of assumptions very quickly. Harry looked at him, and found that Ron Weasley, freckled, direct, comfortable in his own skin in the way that people from large families often are, was exactly what Hufflepuff had described when she told him about the kind of person who anchors you. The kind of person who asks the real question while everyone else is still figuring out what the real question is. Gryffindor, Harry said. You say it like it's already decided, Ron said. It is, Harry said simply. Ron looked at him for a moment. Okay, he said, with the complete acceptance of someone who has no reason to doubt a declarative statement. Same. Hermione? Gryffindor would be wonderful, Hermione said, with barely suppressed ambition. Though Ravenclaw would be quite, academically, Gryffindor, Harry said. He looked at her. You'll see. The castle was even more extraordinary in person. He'd read about it from multiple perspectives across multiple centuries including from people who'd helped build it, and standing in the boats on the Black Lake with the lights reflected in the water and the castle rising against the night sky with all its magic thrumming like a held note, it was still extraordinary. Some things, he'd learned, were immune to anticipation. You could know they were coming and they still landed. The great hall was large and full and loud. Harry stood with the first years in front of the Sorting Hat and watched the room watch them, and specifically, watched the room watch him, which was something he'd known would happen and had prepared for and still found faintly strange, the weight of all those stares landing on him from every direction. He looked straight ahead. He stood straight. He had learned, from Gryffindor, how to be in a room, not filling it aggressively, not shrinking from it, but simply being present in it, which was its own kind of statement. The Sorting Hat talked to him while it sat on his head. Well, it said, into the particular quiet of his own skull. This is new. Hello, Harry said. I've had 11 years to sit and think since I last had work, the hat said, with the dry humor of a very old object that has developed opinions. I've been considering what to do when you came along. I had a feeling you'd be layered. Where would you put me without the layering? Harry asked. A pause. Slytherin, the hat said. The ambition alone, and the strategic intelligence, and the self-possession, and with the layering? Gryffindor, the hat said, more slowly. Because of what you intend to do with it. Because of why you built yourself the way you did. Because, another pause, this one more thoughtful. Because I can see every teacher you've had in you, and you took the best of all of them. But the you underneath all of it, the original self, that's courage without calculation. That's the willingness to go first into the dark. A beat. Also, I suspect Godric would never forgive me otherwise. You knew him. I am him, in a manner of speaking, the hat said. I am made from his thoughts and his colleagues. I am somewhat surprised you didn't know that, given your, I did know it, Harry admitted. I was curious whether you'd confirm it. The hat made a sound that was possibly laughter. Gryffindor, it said, loudly, to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry walked toward it through the noise, and the noise from the other tables, which was a different kind, the noise of people pointing and whispering and elbowing each other, and sat down at the end of the Gryffindor table, and Ron slid in beside him 2 minutes later, also Gryffindor, to considerable Weasley celebration from the twins, and Hermione 2 minutes after that, Gryffindor, with a brief, almost disappointed look toward the Ravenclaw table that lasted exactly 1 second before. She replaced it with genuine pleasure. Told you, Harry said to her. She looked at him. How did you know? Because you're brave, he said simply. You were the one who walked up to me on the train and started talking about things that mattered to you. That takes more courage than most people think. Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it. Something crossed her face that was not quite what he'd seen before, less the bright prepared look, more something quieter and realer. Thank you, she said. The feast, Ron said, with enormous feeling, because the tables had just filled with food, is incredible. It was incredible. Harry ate and let the noise of the hall wash over him, the particular warm roar of a very large number of people in a magical space, and he thought about how Hufflepuff had told him that the people who would matter were the ones who surprised you with their realness, and he looked at Ron Weasley eating his way through the feast with uninhibited joy and Hermione Granger reading the backs of her dessert dishes for some reason, and he thought that Hufflepuff had, as usual, been entirely right. Dumbledore stood at the head of the hall and gave his beginning-of-term speech, which Harry listened to with the attention he gave everything, complete and analytical. Dumbledore was extraordinary, which Harry had known from reading and which the man's presence confirmed. The magic coming off him was enormous and structured and old in a particular way that spoke to decades of disciplined practice and genuine gift. His mind, visible in his speech, his eyes, the careful choreography of what he said and did not say, was one of the sharpest Harry had encountered. He was also, Harry noticed, watching Harry in the same way Harry was watching him. Not obviously, Dumbledore was too controlled for obvious, but consistently, with those brilliant, complicated eyes moving back to Harry every time they moved anywhere else. The man expected to be Harry's guide. His mentor. The architect of Harry's understanding and the keeper of his path. That was clear from the careful, complete way he was assessing what he had to work with. Harry held his gaze when their eyes met, which happened 3 times during the speech. Held it calmly, without challenge but without deference. Dumbledore's expression did not change. But something moved in his eyes, a recalibration, barely visible, the adjustment of a man who is very good at reading people and has just read something he didn't expect. Good, Harry thought. Better to know early. He turned back to his food. The dormitory that night was 6 11-year-old boys arranging themselves and their belongings and trying to negotiate for drawer space, and Harry sat on his bed and let it all be exactly what it was, loud and ordinary and entirely, welcomely normal, and looked up at the canopy of the four-poster bed and listened to Neville Longbottom trying to find his toad and Ron Weasley discovering his pillow was made of something suspicious and Dean Thomas laughing about it and Seamus Finnegan somehow already managing to accidentally singe something. He reached into his pocket and touched the time turner. Its warmth was familiar and constant, and he thought about Myrddin's cottage, and Slytherin's dungeon, and Ravenclaw's tower, and Gryffindor's courtyard, and Flamel's Paris workshop, and Hufflepuff's kitchen garden. He carried all of it. But the canopy above him was the here, and the now, and it was his. He tucked the time turner away and went to sleep. He slept well, for the first time in years. Chapter 4, The War That Hasn't Happened Yet. The thing about being the most educated person in a classroom full of brilliant, keen children is that it requires a decision. Harry made his on the second morning, in Transfiguration, when Professor McGonagall, a remarkably sharp woman with an exactingly high standard and the particular patience of someone who has taught long enough to have expected everything and been proven wrong about that, set the class the task of turning a match into a needle. He did it before she finished the demonstration. He did it quietly, setting the needle down on the desk with a small click against the wood, and he didn't announce it or wave it around. He just picked up the next match from the box and looked at it thoughtfully, because there was a more interesting transfiguration he was considering. McGonagall saw it. She stopped mid-sentence in her explanation and looked at his desk and then at him with a look that was very specifically not the look of a teacher who has been shown up. It was the look of a teacher who has just encountered something that requires a significant revision of assumptions. She walked to his desk. She picked up the needle. She looked at it. "Mr. Potter," she said. "This is correct." "Thank you," Harry said. "Your match is also correct." She put the needle down. She looked at what he was doing with the second match. "What are you attempting?" "I'm trying to see if I can transfigure it into something other than what the spell specifies," Harry said. "The theory suggests the spell is a specific instruction set, but the underlying mechanism should be more general. I'm testing whether I can achieve a different output using the same mechanism but modified intent." He looked up at her. "I'm not trying to show off. I'm just curious." McGonagall looked at him for a moment with those sharp, assessing eyes. The class had gone rather quiet. "What is your intended output?" she said. "A compass," Harry said. "The needle's already the right shape, I just need to add the magnetism and the card and," he looked at the match. He did the transfiguration. The compass sat on his desk, a small brass thing that swung north immediately and correctly. McGonagall picked it up. She tested it. She set it down. "After class," she said. "Stay." He stayed. She closed the door on the last departing student and turned to face him with her arms folded and the look of someone who has several things to say and is deciding the order. "I am aware," she said, "that your educational background is irregular. Hagrid mentioned you seemed prepared. I want to understand the scope of that preparation." "Comprehensively prepared," Harry said. "I've covered all the Hogwarts curriculum and some beyond it." "Beyond it," she repeated. "Yes. How far beyond it?" Harry considered how to answer honestly without being gratuitously alarming. "Quite far," he said. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. "The compass was wandless," she said. "Yes. Wandless precision transfiguration is Newt-level work, Mr. Potter. Advanced Newt-level." She paused. "You are 11. "Yes," he said. She unfolded her arms. She looked at the window and then back at him. "Are you going to cause trouble?" she asked, which was an unusually direct question for a teacher and which Harry appreciated enormously. "No," he said. "I like being here. I want to learn, maybe not the things on the curriculum, but other things. And I want," he thought about Hufflepuff. "I want to be here with people. That matters to me." McGonagall studied him. "You could have gone directly to Newt-level courses," she said slowly. "Bypassed everything." "Yes. But that would mean being separate from my year group for 7 years. He looked at her steadily. That's not what I want. She looked at him for another moment. Then she nodded, the crisp, decisive nod of someone who has made a judgment and is comfortable standing on it. Very well. I'll speak to the headmaster. In the meantime, try not to make the rest of the class feel inadequate. I'll try, Harry said. Though I'll point out that they're all doing remarkably well. Hermione Granger got it on her second attempt, which by any standard is exceptional. McGonagall's expression shifted slightly into something that might, on a different face, have been a smile. Yes, she said. She is. A pause. Off you go, Mr. Potter. He went. Dumbledore called him to his office 3 days later. Harry had expected this. He walked up through the moving staircases, feeling the castle's magic around him, old and layered and extraordinarily complex, a structure built by 4 of the most powerful wizards in history and maintained for 1,000 years, and knocked on the office door and waited, because he was polite rather than subservient, and because there's a difference. Come in, Dumbledore said. The office was remarkable. Even by Harry's standards. The instruments on their spindles and the portraits of past headmasters and the particular density of magic in the air, old, personal, varied, and Fawkes, the phoenix, on his perch, who looked at Harry the moment he walked in and made a soft, inquiring sound that was quite unlike anything Harry had expected from a bird. Harry walked to Fawkes and let him look. Hello, he said quietly. Fawkes extended his head and bumped it against Harry's knuckles, which was, Harry understood from Flamel's description of Phoenix behavior, a significant gesture. He doesn't do that with most people, Dumbledore said, from behind his desk. His voice was calm and warm and very carefully neutral. We have a connection, Harry said. He touched Fawkes's feathers once, gently, and then went and sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at him. The room was quiet except for the whirring of the instruments. You are not, Dumbledore said finally, what I expected. What did you expect? Harry said. A boy who needed guidance. Support. Protection. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very sharp behind their half-moon glasses, sharp and honest, which Harry appreciated. A boy who had been raised in ignorance of his world and who would need careful shepherding into an understanding of his place in it. A pause. And instead, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. He studied Harry with the full force of a mind that was genuinely extraordinary, not just powerful but deep, the kind of intelligence that sees not just what's in front of it but what's behind and underneath and connected to it from unexpected angles. You've been trained, he said. Comprehensively. By someone or someones with extraordinary knowledge. The magical signature I can detect around you is, layered in a way I've never seen. Multiple teachers. Multiple traditions. He paused, those eyes gentle and entirely direct at the same time. May I ask who? Harry looked at him. He thought about Myrddin's instruction on interference and time. He thought about what he owed people in terms of honesty. People who aren't alive in my time, he said carefully. People I reached through, unconventional means. Dumbledore was very still for a moment. The time turner in your pocket, he said. Harry didn't move. You can detect it. I detected it the moment you walked in. I've seen one before, felt one before. The particular magic they carry is unique. He looked at Harry with an expression that was complex and carefully assembled. How long have you had it? Since I was 2, Harry said. Dumbledore's controlled expression absorbed this without visible disturbance, which was, Harry suspected, an extraordinary act of composure. And you've been, learning, Harry said simply. For as long as I've had it. The room was quiet. A portrait stirred on the wall, some old headmaster shifting in his painted sleep. Fawkes sang a soft, brief trill from his perch. Harry, Dumbledore said, and it was the first time he'd used his first name, and something in the way he said it was different from the careful, considered Professor, something underneath the calculation, something that was simply human. There is a threat in this castle. This year. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Nicholas Flamels. Moved here for safekeeping. There's someone trying to steal it, and that someone isn't acting alone, there's possession involved, Voldemort, or what's left of him. Dumbledore did not flinch at the name. He did, very slightly, go still. You know. I know quite a lot, Harry said. Including the nature of what Voldemort did to himself to survive. He met Dumbledore's eyes. The Horcruxes. The word landed in the room like a stone in still water. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was, for the first time since Harry had walked in, fully unguarded. Genuinely surprised. Not with alarm, with something closer to grief, deep and old. You know about the Horcruxes. All of them, I think. What they are, where most of them are, and how to destroy them. Harry held his gaze. I've had help working it out from sources that would surprise you. And I think the plan can't just be about the stone. The stone is this year's crisis. But the Horcruxes are the actual problem, and they need to be addressed. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The instrument's word. Fawkes watched them both with calm golden eyes. I have been working on this, Dumbledore said, slowly, for years. I have known about them, suspected, at least, for some time. I had a plan. A careful, long-term plan. He looked at Harry. You're telling me you have already reached conclusions it took me decades to reach. With help from remarkable teachers, Harry said. Not on my own. And the stone, Dumbledore said. This year. You intend to handle it, Harry said. Not dramatically. Precisely. Dumbledore looked at him. I had planned to allow you to navigate the protections below the trapdoor, he said. To give you the experience of that confrontation, as a formative, as a test, Harry said, not unkindly. A slight pause. Yes. I don't need the test, Harry said. And people are at risk while it's in progress. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I'm not taking it from you. I'm not working against you. I need you to trust that I know what I'm doing, even though I'm 11. And I understand that's difficult. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than it had been. What do you need from me? I need you to not stop me, Harry said. And I need the stone moved back to Nicholas as soon as this is resolved. What I'm going to do below the trapdoor shouldn't require the stone to no longer exist, it just needs the threat removed. That's all. That's all. Dumbledore looked at him with those old, brilliant, complicated eyes. You are, he said quietly, remarkably difficult to account for, Harry Potter. I've been told, Harry said. He stood. Thank you for seeing me. He walked to the door and then stopped, hand on the frame, and turned back. The plan you have, he said. The long one. For the Horcruxes. It involves me dying. The room went very still. In your version, Harry said, not accusatory, just direct. There's a version where I'm the last Horcrux, which I probably am, and the plan accounts for that by, he stopped. We don't need that version. The soul fragment in my scar can be removed without me dying. I've worked out how. But I wanted you to know that I know, so that when the time comes we don't have any misunderstandings. Dumbledore's face, normally so controlled, was doing something that was genuinely beyond control. Something that moved through it like weather, something that might have been the particular grief of a man confronting the plan he'd made in secret and finding it seen. How, Dumbledore said quietly. Rowena Ravenclaw's theory on soul magic, Harry said, combined with Nicholas Flamel's alchemical counterprocess. It's difficult and it's not without risk. But it doesn't require my death. He met Dumbledore's eyes one last time. That matters. To me. He left. He walked down through the castle, through the moving staircases, back to the cheerful noise of the corridors, and he breathed out slowly. That had been a heavier conversation than most. Quirrell noticed Harry before Harry decided to notice Quirrell, which was an unusual experience. Most people noticed Harry as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the scar, the fame, the specific quality of attention that follows celebrity. Quirrell noticed him differently. The nervous stutter, the constant slight avoidance, the very careful not looking that was its own kind of looking, these were behaviors Harry had seen before, in people who had something to hide and were trying not to reveal that they were hiding it. More precisely, the turbaned man had a second magical signature. Underneath Quirrell's own, modest, competent, slightly frayed at the edges, was another one. Darker. Compressed into a space it was clearly uncomfortable in. And cold. Harry noticed this in his first defense against the dark arts class, sitting in the third row between Ron and Hermione, watching Quirrell stutter through an explanation of defensive theory with the particular attention of someone who is taking notes on two things simultaneously. "He's wrong about the theory of redirected curses," Hermione whispered, leaning toward Harry. "The text says, he's not just wrong about the theory," Harry said, very quietly, not looking at Quirrell. "Don't look directly at the turban." Ron, who had been looking directly at the turban, immediately stopped. "Why? What's wrong with the turban?" "Later," Harry said. Later, in an empty classroom after dinner, he told them. Hermione went through several expressions in rapid succession: skepticism, consideration, dawning alarm, and the particular look she got when she'd encountered a problem she was going to have to think very carefully about. Ron went through rather fewer expressions. He went straight to alarm and stayed there. "There's someone living on the back of his head," Ron said. "Compressed magical entity, yes. A fragment of Voldemort, as far as I can determine." "You can determine," Ron stopped. "Right. Okay. So what do we do?" "I'm handling it," Harry said. "What does handling it mean?" Hermione said, with the precision of someone for whom handling it is not a satisfying answer. "It means I'm going to resolve the situation before it resolves itself by Quirrell getting to the stone, which is what he's trying to do." Harry looked at them. "I want to be honest with you about this. I can do it alone. But I'm telling you because, you're my friends, and I don't want to keep things from you. Not about this." Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Then Ron looked at Harry with those direct, honest eyes. "We're in," Ron said simply. "You haven't asked what it involves," Harry said. "Doesn't matter," Ron said. "We're in." Hermione looked slightly pained by the lack of information gathering but nodded firmly. "What Ron said." Harry looked at both of them for a moment, and felt something warm and real move through him, the thing Hufflepuff had talked about, the specific weight of people who choose to be with you. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you." He went below the trapdoor alone. Not because Ron and Hermione couldn't have helped. Hermione would have been brilliant at the logic puzzle, and Ron at the chess, but because he'd done a quiet, thorough assessment and determined that he could move faster and more precisely alone, and because the thing in Quirrell's turban could exploit emotional vulnerabilities if given the chance, and Harry's vulnerabilities, while real, were harder to access when he was alone and focused. The Devil's Snare recognized magic and reacted accordingly, released him before he needed to do anything except hold still and not panic, which was easy. The keys in the second room were enchanted to confuse pattern recognition. Harry mapped their flight paths in 30 seconds, identified the correct one by a process of elimination that took another 40, and summoned it cleanly with a wand gesture that was more efficient than flying would have been. The chess set was interesting. He sat for a moment at the edge of the board, looking at it, and then made 11 moves in sequence that ended the game in 4 minutes. The chessmen looked vaguely cheated when they lost. The troll was unconscious, Dumbledore's addition, apparently. He stepped past it. The potion puzzle, he solved in the time it took Hermione's note, which he was fairly sure she'd slipped into his pocket at some point, the handwriting unmistakable, to unfold. He didn't use her solution, it was correct, but the second bottle from the left was also safe, which her reasoning, while excellent, had missed by a small margin. He pocketed the note to discuss with her later. Through the last door. Quirrell was there. Not at the mirror, not yet. He was standing with his back to the door and his posture had changed, the stutter gone like a mask removed, and when he turned his face was calm and cold in a way that the classroom had never shown. "Harry Potter," he said. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said. "You solved the puzzles." "They were good puzzles," Harry said. He looked at the mirror of Eriste against the far wall, Flamel's contingency, Dumbledore's addition to the protections. "Shall I tell you what I see?" Quirrell's eyes narrowed. "You've been here before." "No. But I've been told about the mirror." He walked toward it, and Quirrell stepped sideways, and there was a moment where Harry felt the cold thing in the turban reaching out, testing, looking for purchase, and found nothing. Not a wall. Just nothing, a vast, organized, deeply settled interior that didn't react to the probe. "Interesting," said a voice from the turban. Not Quirrell's voice. Something worse, something that had once been magnificent and was now compressed and cold and furious with its own diminishment. "Hello," Harry said, looking at the mirror. In the mirror, he saw himself. No one else, no wish fulfillment, just himself, standing exactly as he was. He had nothing to desire that the mirror could offer him. In his pocket, the stone clicked into his hand. Flamel's enchantment, exactly as described, the mirror giving the stone to the person who wanted to find it but not use it. He turned. "You have it," said the voice in the turban. Flatly. Cold with recognition. "Yes," Harry said. Quirrell moved, a spell, well-aimed, fast. Harry was faster, a sideways step and a deflection that sent the spell into the stone ceiling and brought down a precise piece of rock onto the floor rather than onto anyone, controlled demolition rather than chaos. "You're a child," said the voice. "I know," Harry said. "I'm also not giving you this stone." He held it up, the small, red stone, glinting in the dungeon torchlight. "And I'm not going to." "I will kill." "No," Harry said. "You won't." He looked at Quirrell, at the man beneath the possession, who was still in there, fighting something he'd long since lost the fight against. "I'm going to do something that's going to hurt him and I'm sorry for that. It's the only option that doesn't." He moved. He crossed the dungeon floor faster than he had any business moving at 11 years old, and what he did next was not a spell from any book on any Hogwarts shelf. It was something Rowena Ravenclaw had taught him about the nature of the soul, and something Flamel had taught him about alchemical deconstruction, and something Slytherin had taught him about attacking the root of a thing rather than its expression, 3 teachings combined into a single, precise, surgical act of magic that he directed specifically at the connection between Quirrell and the thing riding him. It took 12 seconds. Quirrell went to the floor, shaking. The cold thing in the room went cold in a different way, the cold of something suddenly absent rather than something present and hostile. A sound that was not quite a scream and not quite a voice passed through the room and dissipated. Harry crouched beside Quirrell, who was alive, barely, and not unharmed, and assessed the damage with Ceridwen's healing knowledge and Flamel's medical theory and did what he could, which was enough to stabilize him. "I'm going to go get help," Harry told him. "You're going to be all right." "Not fine, this is going to have consequences." "But you're going to be alive." Quirrell looked at him with dark, frightened, exhausted eyes. "How?" he said. "It's complicated," Harry said. He stood. "I'll be back with people who can help." He pocketed the stone. "Don't go anywhere." He went back through the potions door, back through the chess room, back through everything, and upstairs, and found Dumbledore standing at the foot of the steps to the third-floor corridor with a face that was absolutely controlled. "He's alive," Harry said. "Quirrell. He needs a healer, not a punishment, he was possessed, not complicit." He handed the stone over. "Here. You should probably give this back to Nicholas and then, honestly, let him destroy it." He's been considering it for a while. Dumbledore took the stone. He looked at it in his palm. Then he looked at Harry with an expression that was very carefully not the expression of a man who has just had everything he planned go somewhat differently than planned. The entity, he said. Dispersed, Harry said. Not destroyed, he's not finished yet. But delayed. Significantly. He looked at Dumbledore. We need to talk about the Horcruxes. For real, this time, with full information on both sides. Can we do that? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. This boy who had just walked into the most dangerous place in the castle, handled what lived there, and walked out with the stone in his pocket and a list of immediate next steps, and something in those brilliant blue eyes shifted. Not diminished. Changed. The recalibration of a very great man encountering something that required him to grow. Yes, Dumbledore said. I believe we can. Chapter 5, What Grows in the Dark. Second year began with Dobby. Harry was at King's Cross, navigating the barrier with Ron and Hermione and half a dozen Weasleys, when a small creature in a pillowcase appeared on top of his trunk at the platform barrier and looked at him with enormous, terrified eyes and said, Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry looked at Dobby. Dobby looked at Harry. Hello, Harry said. Dobby appeared to have been prepared for several responses to his announcement, ranging from confusion to fear to what are you, and hello was not among them. He blinked his dinner plate eyes rapidly. Harry Potter is, hello, Dobby said, apparently deciding to accept the greeting. Harry Potter must not, Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter, sir, because Dobby cares about Harry Potter's safety. I appreciate that, Harry said. What specifically is the danger? Dobby made a sound of frustrated desperation and banged his head against the cart handle, which Harry gently stopped with a hand on the house elf's arm. Don't do that, he said. Just tell me. Dobby cannot say. Dobby wailed. Dobby is bound to his family, his master's secrets. If Dobby tells, then don't tell me, Harry said. But I want to ask you something. He crouched to Dobby's level, which put him eye to eye with the elf. Do you want to be bound to this family? Dobby stared at him. Dobby is a house elf, he said, as if this were the complete answer. I know. But that's not what I asked. Harry held his gaze. Do you want to be? The elf's eyes went enormous. He said nothing, which was itself an answer. Okay, Harry said. Don't bang your head. I'll keep an eye out at school. And after this year, we'll talk again. About options. He stood. All right. Dobby looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between overwhelmed and hope, which was a difficult combination to wear on a face that small. Harry Potter is, Dobby will, yes, Dobby managed. And then he disappeared with a small crack. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder. Was that a house elf? Yes, Harry said. Someone's trying to make this year difficult. He picked up his trunk. Let's go. The Whomping Willow incident was Ron's fault and also the flying car's fault in roughly equal measure, and Harry dealt with its aftermath by doing two things, declining Snape's invitation to a detention he'd done nothing to merit, and locating a way into the castle through a passage he'd mapped from Slytherin's own old architectural diagrams that still existed in an extremely obscure text in the restricted section that he'd borrowed in first year and returned with a note suggesting it be better catalogued. He walked in through a door behind a suit of armor, set his trunk down, went to the Gryffindor common room, and was sitting in the best armchair in front of the fire when Ron and Hermione arrived through the portrait hole, having navigated considerably more difficulty. How are you already here? Ron said. Alternative entrance, Harry said. There's an alternative entrance. There are several. Hogwarts is a very old building built by 4 people with different priorities and a collective inability to agree on architectural decisions. There are passages everywhere. He looked at Ron, who was slightly shaken from the Whomping Willow encounter and trying not to show it. Are you all right? Fine, Ron said, which meant mostly fine with some lingering adrenaline, which Harry read correctly. "The car's all right," Harry said. "I saw it drive off into the forest. It looked fine." Ron's expression relaxed slightly. "Good," he said, and sat down heavily in the chair across from Harry. "Good." Lockhart was the most peculiar teacher Harry had ever encountered, including teachers from multiple centuries. Not the worst, Quirrell had been harboring a fragment of a Dark Lord, which was a fairly significant drawback. Lockhart's failure mode was different, he was spectacularly, almost impressively, fraudulent. The cheerful self-promotion, the violet robes, the books that Harry had read with increasing skepticism and then cross-referenced against actual magical historical records and found to be mostly, systematically, and cheerfully stolen from other people's genuine achievements. Harry treated him with the same polite attention he gave everything in his life that didn't merit more, which is to say, he sat in defense against the dark arts and listened to Lockhart explain things he'd heard explained better by people who had actually done them, and he answered questions when called on, and he didn't point out the errors in public unless someone was going to be concretely harmed by them. "You're very patient with him," Hermione said one afternoon, after a particularly egregious lesson in which Lockhart had reenacted his fictional encounter with a vampire while managing to be both incorrect about vampire behavior and dangerous in his wand work. "He's not malicious," Harry said. "He's deeply vain and dishonest, and he's going to be a significant problem when we actually need functional defense instruction this year. But he thinks he's providing value. That's different from knowing you're causing harm. Does that distinction change what you do about him?" "Eventually," Harry said. "When it matters." It mattered on the day of the dueling club. Snape had set up the dueling club, which Harry suspected was motivated roughly 40% by genuine concern about defense instruction given Lockhart's inadequacy and 60% by the opportunity to demonstrate publicly that Lockhart was inadequate. Harry had no strong feelings about this either way. He sat in the great hall with the assembled students and watched Lockhart and Snape demonstrate. Snape disarmed Lockhart in approximately a second. "Ah," said Lockhart, from the floor, with unflappable cheerfulness, "yes, well, I allowed that. Demonstration purposes." Harry looked at the ceiling. When Snape paired him with Draco Malfoy for the dueling demonstration, Harry could feel the deliberateness of the choice. Snape expected Malfoy to be humiliating, which was his idea of a favor to his house and an unsubtle reminder to Potter of the hierarchy he'd apparently failed to absorb. Draco smirked at him across the stage. "Scared?" "No," Harry said honestly. Draco was not bad. Harry wanted to be fair to that, the boy had been trained, had decent instincts, moved well. Serpensortia was also genuinely clever, which Harry noted even as the snake landed on the stage and the room erupted in noise. The snake looked at Harry. Harry looked at the snake. "Go back in your basket," Harry said, in Parseltongue, and then added, in English for the room's benefit, "You're not going to hurt anyone." The snake went. The room was completely, profoundly silent. Draco Malfoy was staring at him with an expression that had started as triumph and rerouted rapidly through several other destinations. The staring was very similar to the way Slytherin had stared at Harry the first time he'd done something unexpected. It was an honest reaction, unguarded, stripped of the performance. Snape was looking at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, something complex and still and not entirely hostile, which was actually the most positive look Snape had aimed at him all year. "Parseltongue," Hermione said, from the edge of the stage. She was watching him with the particular look she wore when she was processing something quickly. Not alarmed, analytical. Harry stepped off the stage and walked to her. "Yes," he said quietly. "Are you all right with that?" She looked at him. "Are you actually going to explain where you got it?" "Same place I got most things," he said. She digested this. Ron, on her other side, was doing the arithmetic of what it meant to have a Parseltongue friend and arriving, Harry could see, at the conclusion that the arithmetic was fine. What Harry did not miss, walking back to the Gryffindor seating, Draco Malfoy, watching him go, with something in his face that was no longer quite the polished Malfoy performance. The Chamber of Secrets opened in February. Harry knew it would, he'd known all year, tracking the evidence the way Ravenclaw had taught him to track it, watching the board develop. Mrs. Norris. The writing on the wall. Colin Creevey. Justin Finch Fletchley. Each new petrification a data point in a pattern he recognized the shape of even before he had all the evidence, because he'd spent enough time with Slytherin's architectural notes to know that the chamber was real, and enough time with Ravenclaw's soul magic theory to know what a basilisk meant and why it had been chosen. He found the diary in March. Myrtle's bathroom. A small, black diary, sodden from the flood Myrtle had apparently created in her grief over a book being thrown at her, which Harry removed from the wet floor and dried off and turned over in his hands and felt. He felt it the way you feel a word in a language you know very well and very wrong. He felt the thing in it, the pressure of a contained consciousness, old and intelligent and specifically, deliberately preserved. A Horcrux. He'd never held one before. He'd known their theory and Flamel's counterprocess and Ravenclaw's soul magic analysis, but holding one was different, like the difference between reading about cold and putting your hand in ice water. He sat on the edge of a sink in Myrtle's bathroom and looked at the diary. "Hello," he said, for the second time this year to something dangerous, in the same polite, interested tone. Writing appeared, "Hello." He recognized the voice underneath it immediately, the same cold intelligence from the dungeon, a year ago. Younger here, more composed, less desperate. A 16-year-old's careful, brilliant, utterly corrupt version of itself. T.M. Riddle, the diary told him, when he asked. "I know who you are," Harry wrote. A pause. Then, "And who are you?" "Harry Potter." The pause this time was longer. When the writing came back, the tone had changed, careful now, feeling for edges. "You survived me. The other you," Harry wrote. "Older. Reduced." "Yes." "Are you here to open the chamber?" "No." "Are you here to close it?" Harry set the diary flat on the sink and looked at it for a long moment. He thought about Ravenclaw's explanation of how a Horcrux worked, the tearing of the soul, the deliberate violence of the act, the anchoring of consciousness to an object as a bulwark against death. He thought about Flamel's counterprocess. He thought about the 16-year-old who had done this to himself, who had been, whatever he'd been, whatever had happened to him, before the choices. He felt no pity for the thing in the diary. But he understood the architecture of it precisely. He picked up his wand. "I'm here to unmake you," he wrote. "Which is different from destroying the book. The book I'll destroy too." But first, he did what Flamel and Ravenclaw had taught him together, the counterprocess, drawing out the fragment of soul that had been anchored there, not violently but precisely, like removing a foreign object from a wound. It required concentration and it required a kind of magical precision that was genuinely difficult. But he'd practiced the theory extensively, and theory done correctly becomes practice, and practice done extensively becomes instinct. The diary burned from the inside. Not dramatically. Not with a golden explosion of tortured soul. It simply charred, quietly and completely, from the center outward, until it was a small pile of ash on the bathroom floor. Myrtle appeared above the cubicle. "What are you doing in here?" "Dealing with something," Harry said. He vanished the ash. He straightened up. "I'm sorry you've had to haunt this bathroom." "It's a bad bathroom." Myrtle looked surprised. "No one ever says that." "They should." He pocketed his wand. "Thank you for being here. You'll notice this room floods less after today." She looked uncertain, which was a complex expression for a ghost. "Is that good or bad?" "Good," Harry said. "Definitely good." He left the bathroom and went to find Dumbledore. He found him in the corridor outside his office, which saved them both a walk. "The Chamber of Secrets is open," Harry said without preamble. "It's been open since September. The entrance is in Myrtle's bathroom, a sink with a serpent tap. The basilisk is still down there. I've dealt with the diary is one of the Horcruxes, the one that was being used to control someone to reopen the chamber. I think it was Ginny Weasley. Dumbledore's face, already serious, tightened very slightly. She'll be all right. Whatever the diary was doing to her ended when I destroyed it just now. She might not remember all of it. He paused. She needs support, not investigation. She was 11 years old and a Horcrux found her. Dumbledore looked at him with those old, brilliant eyes. You destroyed it. Yes. How? Flamel's counter-process, combined with Ravenclaw's soul separation theory. I'll write it up properly if that's useful. Harry looked at him. We need to deal with the basilisk. I can go down. The Parseltongue makes me fairly safe from its methods. It won't strike at a Parselmouth unless commanded, and the command channel is gone. Harry, I'm not asking permission, Harry said gently. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. You can come if you'd like. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment with an expression that Harry had become, over the year, quite good at reading, the expression of a man who is accustomed to being the most capable person in any given situation, confronting the comfortable discomfort of that not being true. I'll come, Dumbledore said. The chamber was remarkable. Harry would admit that, walking along the underground passage by wandlight, the architecture of the thing was genuinely impressive, Parseltongue sealed, snake motif columns, the specific quality of magic that came from something built with real power and real knowledge and a very particular worldview. Slytherin had told him about it once. Not with pride exactly, more with the resigned recognition that legacy is what it is. I built it for a reason, he'd said. The reason was not a good one. The building itself is not bad. A pause. The snake is magnificent. The snake was magnificent. It was also, Harry noted, arriving in the chamber proper, sleeping. Which meant the command to attack that the diary's consciousness had been issuing was gone, as he'd suspected, and the basilisk was simply, an animal, and quite a cold one. Its breathing was slow and deep, and its magical signature was enormous, and it was the longest living creature Harry had ever seen. Dumbledore was behind him, wand out, and Harry could feel the specific tension of the headmaster holding his magic ready and calibrated and choosing, for the moment, to let Harry lead. Hey, Harry said, in Parseltongue. The basilisk stirred. Enormous, armored coils shifting. Its head, which was vast enough to suggest scales individually larger than Harry's hand, lifted from the floor. You've been used, Harry said. I don't hold that against you. One enormous eye, facing away from him, turned slightly toward the sound. The basilisk was not a creature in the habit of being spoken to by things that weren't trying to command it. It was, Harry could feel, genuinely surprised. The person who commanded you is gone. I'm going to open the chamber above and let you out if you'd like. Or you can stay here. Either way, you won't hurt anyone else. A long, low sound came from the basilisk, not quite a hiss, more the subsonic rumble of something very large adjusting itself. The forest, Harry said. Plenty of space. No one would bother you. Hagrid would probably be delighted. Another long sound. Something that was possibly deliberation, in the way that creatures far older and stranger than humans sometimes deliberate. Then the basilisk turned and began moving, slowly, back toward the drain at the base of the chamber that connected to the lake's far shore, where Harry had identified there was an exit large enough. Dumbledore made a sound. It's going, Harry said, in English. It wants the forest. I've suggested Hagrid, who I think will be extremely pleased. Hagrid, Dumbledore repeated. He'll be responsible. He's always responsible with creatures, whatever people say. Harry watched the basilisk go, the last coil sliding into the passage, disappearing. That's everything from this particular crisis, I think. One Horcrux down. The basilisk rehomed. The chamber closed. He turned to look at Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley needs a good talk with someone she trusts. Mrs. Weasley, probably. And Lucius Malfoy should be looked at. The diary was in his possession and ending up in Ginny's cauldron wasn't an accident. Dumbledore looked at him. Something in his face was very still. I read once, Harry said, that the most powerful men in any room are the ones who have everything prepared. Who've thought about it longer and from more angles than anyone else. He looked around the chamber, the snake columns, the ancient magic, the empty space where something terrible had lived. I've been thinking about this longer than anyone. I just want to use it well. You will, Dumbledore said. And it was not a compliment or an assessment, it was a statement of observed fact, delivered quietly, by a man who had revised his estimation of someone and was being honest about the revision. Harry nodded. He turned toward the exit. Harry, Dumbledore said. He looked back. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. You mentioned there were, how many remain? After the diary, 4, Harry said. The locket, the cup, the diadem, and, me. The accidental one. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I have a plan for each of them. We can discuss it properly this summer. All of it, with full information shared both ways. No, he stopped, chose not to say no secrets, because that would be unfair. Collaborative, he said instead. I think the best version of this is collaborative. Dumbledore's expression was quiet and very genuine. Yes, he said. I do too. Draco Malfoy found him on the train home. Not the confrontational entrance Harry had learned to associate with Malfoy, no, I wanted to show you that, no dramatic opening. He knocked on the compartment door, which Harry had never seen him do, and looked through the glass with an expression that was unusually stripped of performance. Harry opened the door. Weasley, Granger, Draco said, in the tone of someone acknowledging people he has no particular current beef with. Then, to Harry, can I, a minute? Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Draco. He stepped into the corridor and pulled the compartment door mostly closed. Draco was quiet for a moment, looking at the passing countryside through the corridor window. My father, he started, and stopped. The diary. It was his. Yes, Harry said. Did you know when you were at school this year? That it was connected to my family? I suspected. Knowing and suspecting are different things. Harry watched him. Why are you asking me this? Draco turned to look at him, and his face, younger looking than Harry usually thought of it, without the curled lip and the performance, was doing something difficult and honest. Because if you knew, and you let it go rather than using it, he stopped again. I want to know what that means about you. Harry thought for a moment. It means I thought the problem was the diary, not your father. The diary's destroyed. If your father comes after someone else with something else, that's a different problem for a different time. He looked at Draco steadily. I don't collect enemies, Malfoy. I handle threats. Those aren't the same thing. Draco stared at him. The complicated thing on his face settled into something that was not friendship but was, Harry thought, the beginning of respect, the particular respect of someone who has found a person who is different from what they expected in a direction they hadn't predicted. Your father, Harry said carefully, serves someone who I'm going to end. Not because I hate him or because of the prophecy or because destiny says so. Because he's causing harm and I can stop it. When that happens, he held Draco's gaze. You're going to have to decide what you are, independent of what he is. I'd think about it now, while you have time, so it doesn't take you by surprise. Draco said nothing. That's all, Harry said. No agenda. Just, you're not a bad person. I've seen worse. You could be better than what you're being pointed at. He turned back to the compartment. See you next year. He heard Draco walk away down the corridor. Inside the compartment, Ron had apparently been not listening with complete effort. That went for a while, he said. He needed to say something, Harry said. He said it. Is he going to be a problem? Harry thought about Draco's face, stripped of performance. He thought about Hufflepuff, who had told him about people who are pointed at something because no one has pointed them anywhere else. I don't know, he said honestly. But I don't think so. Outside the train window, Myrddin scrolled past, green and grey and gold in the summer, and Hermione had gone back to her book, and Ron was eating the last of the platform sandwiches, and Harry sat with them in the warm, ordinary noise of it and felt, for the second year running, that the right people were in the right place. He had 4 Horcruxes left and a plan for each of them and a war that was coming whether or not anyone was ready, and he was 12 years old, and he was not afraid. Chapter 6, The Architecture of Eternity. The letter came in August, when Harry was 13 and had spent the summer doing something that people who hadn't been trained by Salazar Slytherin would have found impossible and people who had would have found merely very difficult, systematically locating and destroying Horcruxes before Voldemort returned. The locket had been the hardest to find and the easiest to destroy, once he had it. The real locket, not the decoy, which Mundungus Fletcher had apparently nicked from Grimmauld Place in some future timeline that Harry had adjusted by the simple expedient of finding the locket in the cave himself, navigating the inferi with a combination of elemental fire magic and Gryffindor-taught combat instinct, drinking the potion, which was deeply unpleasant, and dealing with the aftermath alone. He destroyed it in a Flammel counter-process that took 40 minutes and left him shaking on the cave floor with seawater soaking his robes while he waited for his hands to stop trembling. The cup had been at Gringotts, which had required a more complicated approach involving a forged authorization letter and a very honest conversation with a goblin named Griphook, in which Harry had treated the goblin with the complete, unaffected respect of someone who had no idea goblins were supposed to be treated otherwise. Griphook had been, in sequence, suspicious, confused, intrigued, and then something that wasn't quite friendship but was the beginning of a professional regard that Harry suspected would outlast the immediate crisis. The cup was destroyed in a Gringotts lower vault with Griphook's grudging permission and a handshake that sealed an agreement Harry intended to honor precisely. The diadem had been in Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement, buried under 7 centuries of accumulated lost things. He'd found it in his 3rd week of 3rd year, during a free period, and sat with it in his lap in the vast chaotic room and done the counter-process alone, and when the diadem turned to grey metal without that particular living pressure inside it, he'd set it down and sat for a moment in a sudden quiet. 3 down. 1 in his own head. And 1 left somewhere he hadn't yet located, which was the Nagini problem, Voldemort's snake, not yet made into a Horcrux in the timeline Harry was currently occupying, but potentially being made into one right now, this summer, as whatever remained of Voldemort moved faster and more desperately than he'd planned to. The letter arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by an owl Harry had never seen, bone white, completely silent, with eyes that were slightly wrong in a way that made it clearly not a normal bird. He was alone in the dormitory when it arrived. He opened it standing by the window. The handwriting was precise and cold and the ink was slightly wrong, like the owl, not black but something trying to be black and not quite achieving it. Potter, I know you have been dismantling my safeguards. I know you found the diary, the locket, the cup. I believe you have also found the diadem. I do not know how. I intend to find out. I am accelerating my return. You have perhaps a month before I am in a position to act. I tell you this not as a courtesy but because I want you to understand what is coming. TMR. Harry read it twice. He burned it with a wandless spark, watched the ash float, and went down to breakfast. You look like you received bad news, Ron said, over eggs. I did, Harry said, sitting down and filling his plate with the calm efficiency of someone who has decided that breakfast should still happen regardless of what the morning brings. Voldemort sent me a letter. The great hall roared on around them, hundreds of conversations, owls descending, the warm smell of coffee and toast and morning. Ron and Hermione went very still in the middle of all of it. He sent you a letter, Hermione said. He's aware that I've been destroying his Horcruxes. He's accelerating his return. Harry ate a piece of toast. He says we have approximately a month. Ron set down his fork. He looked at Harry with those direct, freckled honest eyes. And the last one. The one in my scar, Harry said. Yes. I need to deal with that this week. He looked at both of them steadily. I was going to do it anyway. His letter just confirms the timing. The counter-process, Hermione said immediately. She had been thinking about this for 6 months. Harry could see the thought already assembled behind her eyes, ready and organized. You need the circle stabilized while the extraction happens. If the fragment fights the process, it will, Harry said. Then you need someone who can complete the second stage if the first stage takes more out of you than expected. She held his gaze without blinking. I've been reading Flamel's texts. The ones you lent me in second year. I know the theory. Hermione, I know the theory, Harry. The steel in it was absolute, the kind that came not from stubbornness but from genuine preparation. I have been preparing for this specific scenario for 6 months. You are not going to tell me to stay behind. Ron picked his fork back up and pointed it with quiet emphasis. Same. I'll be there because I'll be there. You can explain the theory to me after. Harry looked at them both. He thought, not for the first time and not for the last, about a kitchen garden and a cup of tea and a woman who had told him that the point of power was not to stand above people but to stand with them. All right, he said. Tonight, then. The astronomy tower, it's the most magnetically neutral space in the castle for this kind of work. I'll need 2 hours to prepare the circle. We'll be there, Hermione said. Yes, Ron said. Obviously. Harry ate his breakfast. Outside the great windows, the September morning was clear and gold, and somewhere in a diminished and desperate fragment of a soul, Voldemort was counting days. Harry was counting hours. He saw Dumbledore before lunch. The headmaster's office in the morning had a different quality than it did at other times. The light came through the windows at a lower angle, catching the instrument spindles and turning the dust in the air into something almost beautiful. Fawkes was active on his perch, preening, and looked up when Harry walked in with the particular bird attentiveness that Harry had come to think of as something close to recognition. He sent me a letter, Harry said, without sitting, and recited it from memory. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment when he finished. The office settled around his silence, the instruments whirring, Fawkes making a soft considering sound. He deduced, Dumbledore said. He's more functional than expected. Whatever form he's been existing in, it's diminished, but not as diminished as 4 destroyed Horcruxes should have left him. Which means he's been actively working on supplementing his power through other means. Harry moved to the chair across the desk and sat. There's a 5th Horcrux. The snake, Nagini. He may not have made it yet, or he may have. I haven't been able to locate her. But he will have, or will do it soon. He knows his contingencies are being removed, he'll be working on replacements. Dumbledore watched him. And the scar. Tonight, Harry said. I have what I need. I've had it for 2 months, I was waiting until I was certain the others were gone, because I didn't want him using the connection as a distraction while I was mid-process on one of the others. He paused. It's going to be unpleasant. But it's manageable. I should be there, Dumbledore said. Not commanding, offering. Harry considered this. He had Hermione and Ron, and Hermione knew the process, and Ron's presence was itself a stabilizing force that Harry didn't quite have the language for but had learned to trust. Adding Dumbledore changed the dynamic, added another layer of magical intention into a process that required very precise calibration. But Dumbledore was also, undeniably, one of the most powerful and controlled wizards alive. And there was something else, something Harry recognized from 30 years of accumulated mentors, the thing Hufflepuff had taught him specifically about, the moment where someone who has been trying to help from a distance needs to be present. Yes, Harry said. Come. But follow Hermione's instructions for the circle. She knows it best. Something moved in Dumbledore's eyes, not quite amusement, not quite pride. Something that sat between them. Of course, he said. And Dumbledore, Harry said, standing. After tonight, regardless of how it goes, we need to talk properly about what comes next. The graveyard at Little Hangleton, his faithful follower, the blood component of the ritual. If we can disrupt the ritual, we extend the timeline significantly. We can do that, but we need to plan it together. He looked at him steadily. Together. Full information, no managed revelations. You stop protecting me from things I already know and I stop working around things you haven't told me. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk. The morning light caught his half-moon glasses and threw small crescents of light across the papers in front of him. That is, he said quietly, the most direct request anyone has made of me in approximately 40 years. I know, Harry said. I think that's been a problem. A pause. Then Dumbledore did something Harry hadn't seen him do before, he laughed. A brief, real laugh, the laugh of a man catching himself in something both embarrassing and clarifying. Yes, he said. I rather think it has been. The astronomy tower at midnight was cold and open to a sky so clear it seemed almost aggressive about it, stars in their hundreds, the Milky Way a smear of light across the black, the castle spread below them in the darkness with its towers and its lit windows and its 1,000 years of magic pressing up through the stone floor. Harry had spent the 2 hours before preparing the circle. Not drawn, inscribed in the magical sense, the way Flamel had shown him, which left no visible mark but created a structure in the space itself. 12 points, connected by intentions rather than lines, each point anchored to a specific principle of Ravenclaw's soul magic theory. It had taken him an hour 40 minutes, working with the precise focused attention of someone laying the foundations of a building that needed to be exactly right. Ron arrived first, which Harry had expected. Ron was always early when it mattered, which was something about him that Harry had learned to recognize as a form of love. He came up the stairs with his hands in his pockets and looked at the space Harry had prepared and then at the sky and then at Harry. You all right? Ron said. Yes, Harry said. You going to be all right after? Harry looked at him. Probably sore, he said honestly. The process isn't gentle. But yes. Ron nodded. Right. He sat down on the low wall at the tower's edge, legs swinging. You want company while we wait for the others? Yes, Harry said, and went and sat beside him. They didn't talk about anything important for 10 minutes, which was exactly right. Ron talked about the Chudley Cannon's preseason performance, which was apparently catastrophic in new and inventive ways, and Harry listened and offered the occasional observation, and the night settled around them, and Harry let himself simply be in it, the present moment, the friend beside him, the sky above. Hermione arrived with Dumbledore 4 minutes before midnight. She was carrying a small bag with the components Harry had asked for, specific crystalline structures that would amplify the circle's anchoring effect, and she looked at the tower space with the assessing eyes of someone who has prepared for an examination and is checking that the room matches expectations. The circle's right, she said, moving through it carefully, feeling for the inscriptions. She stopped at 2 points and adjusted something subtle, a refinement, not a correction. Harry watched her do it and felt a straightforward pride that had nothing competitive about it. Better, he said. She looked up and almost smiled. The 6th point was slightly off-axis. I know. I was going to leave it. I know you were, she said. That's why I fixed it. Dumbledore was standing at the tower's edge, looking out over the grounds, the lake, the forest, the Quidditch pitch in darkness. He turned when Harry approached and his expression was attentive and calm and something underneath those two things that was harder to name. The circle is ready, Harry said. I'm going to lie down in the center. Hermione will monitor the external stabilization. He looked at Dumbledore. Stay at the north point. If the extraction produces a magical discharge, which it might, contain it. Don't redirect it toward me, don't absorb it. Just contain and dissipate. I understand, Dumbledore said. Ron, Harry said. Yeah, Ron said, from the wall, in the voice of someone who is paying absolute attention. Talk to me through it. Doesn't matter what about. Just, keep talking. It helps with the disorientation. Ron looked at him. Something moved through his face that was very genuine and very Ron, the specific mix of loyalty and practicality that was one of his most essential qualities. "About the cannons," he said. "Perfect," Harry said. He lay down in the center of the circle. The stone was cold through his robes and the stars were directly above and the tower was very quiet. He felt the circle's structure around him, the 12 points, the connections between them, the particular resonance of the inscriptions. He felt Hermione's adjusted 6th point, which was indeed better. He felt Dumbledore's enormous magical presence at the north, calm and held in careful control. He felt, in his scar, the thing that had lived there for 13 years. He'd always felt it, in the way you don't notice a sound until the moment before it stops. It was the background temperature of his magical self, the slight pressure that he'd learned to live around, that Myrddin had felt on their first meeting and said nothing about then and everything about later. It was smaller now than it had been in first year, diminished, like the rest of Voldemort's architecture, as the other Horcruxes fell. But it was still there. He found it the way Ravenclaw had taught him to find things, not searching, but becoming still enough that the thing revealed itself in the stillness. There it was. Cold. Compressed. A fragment of something that had once been a full human soul, reduced by choices so terrible they'd fractured it beyond recognition, anchored to him by an act of violence that had killed his mother and failed to kill him and in failing had lodged this splinter of itself in the only living thing nearby. He thought about Voldemort's letter that morning. TMR. The initials. The 16-year-old in the diary who had been, under everything, under the cold intelligence and the absolute corruption, a boy who had been afraid of dying. Who had done every wrong thing imaginable in the service of not being afraid. Harry didn't hate him for it. He understood it too clearly for hate. Fear was fear, and what it made people do was sometimes monstrous, and the monster had to be stopped, but the understanding coexisted with the necessity in a way that Hufflepuff had helped him find. You could see someone clearly and still hold the line against them. He began the process. Ron talked about the cannons. He talked about the cannons with genuine commitment, covering their recent poor performances, their frankly inexplicable roster choices, and the specific injustice of their most recent loss with the focused passion of someone who has loved a losing team for so long that the loving had become its own reward. He kept talking when Harry's breathing changed. He kept talking when the circle's inscriptions flared visible, not to Harry, but to Hermione and Dumbledore, a soft blue-gold illumination that spread across the tower floor. He kept talking when a sound came out of Harry that was not quite a cry and not quite silence, something between them, something involuntary. Hermione moved between the circle's points with complete, focused precision, her hands adjusting the crystalline amplifiers, her mouth moving in the stabilization phrases that she'd memorized from Flamel's text 4 months ago and had rehearsed every night since. Her face was very still, which was how her face looked when she was afraid and had decided that fear was not the most useful thing she could be right now. Dumbledore stood at the north point and held. The discharge, when it came, was unlike anything he'd contained before, not a spell, not an explosion, but a fragment of soul releasing its anchoring, which was a kind of magic that existed at a level below most practitioners' awareness. It came as cold and pressure and a sound below hearing, and Dumbledore caught it with both hands and held it in a contained field and pulled it apart slowly, carefully, the way you dismantle something that cannot be dropped. Inside the circle, Harry was somewhere that was not quite the tower. He was, aware. Present. But the extraction process created a kind of interior landscape that Flamel had warned him about and that was stranger in reality than in description. He was in a place that was his own mind and not his own mind simultaneously, and the fragment of Voldemort's soul was in it with him, and it was looking at him. Not physically. Not visually. But in the way that things in the mind look at each other, the contact of two awarenesses in the same space. "Hello," said the fragment, which did not have a voice exactly but had something that functioned as one. Harry looked at it. It was nothing like he'd imagined, not a monstrous thing, not a screaming darkness. It was small and cold and old and frightened. It had been frightened for 13 years, anchored to a living thing, unable to pass on, unable to return, just, caught. Existing in the wrong place. Waiting. I know, Harry said. I don't want. The fragment stopped. It didn't have the language, quite. Didn't have the coherence. 13 years of diminishment had reduced it below the level of strategy or manipulation. What was left was something very simple: I don't want this. I know, Harry said again. And meant it. It's almost done. He completed the process. Coming back was like surfacing from deep water, the cold releasing, the stars appearing above him again in their hundreds, Ron's voice coming back into clarity mid-sentence about the cannon's keeper having the reflexes of a garden gnome who had given up. And honestly at that point you have to wonder whether, Harry. Ron was on his feet. He'd been on his feet for a while, Harry suspected, but had made the decision to keep talking. Still here, Harry said, from the stone floor. Thank God, Ron said, with complete feeling. Are you? Give him a moment, Hermione said, from somewhere to his right. Her voice was very controlled and slightly shaky underneath the control. The stabilization needs to complete. Harry lay still and let it complete. The tower was quiet. The circle's illumination was fading, the inscriptions releasing now that the work was done, the 12 points going dark one by one. The cold stone was still cold and the stars were still there and he was still Harry. He lifted a hand to his forehead. The scar was still there, lightning bolt, the shape of a knight 13 years ago. But the thing that had lived behind it was gone. He felt its absence the way you feel a sound's absence after a long time of hearing it, a new kind of quiet. It's done, he said. Dumbledore made a sound from the north point, not a word. Just a breath, released, long and complicated. Harry sat up. Ron was there immediately, a steadying hand on his arm, which Harry accepted without qualm. Hermione crouched in front of him with eyes that were very bright and a face that was doing the specific thing it did when she was relieved and was not going to admit how frightened she'd been. All 12 points held, she said. The extraction was clean. The discharge was, Dumbledore, was the discharge. Dissipated, Dumbledore said. His voice was quieter than usual. Completely. He walked slowly to the center of the circle and looked at Harry with those ancient brilliant eyes, and something in his face was open in a way it almost never was, the face of an old man who has seen something he will carry for the rest of his life and knows it. You're all right, Dumbledore said. Not a question. I'm all right, Harry said. The connection, gone, Harry said. Completely. He has no way in now. Whatever he was planning to use the connection for, that's closed. He paused. Which means he's going to move on the ritual faster. He'll know, when he tries to reach through the connection and finds nothing, that it's gone. He looked at Dumbledore. How long do we have, realistically, to disrupt the graveyard? Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Then he sat down on the stone floor, which was not something Harry had ever seen him do, and which rearranged something about the entire dynamic of the moment, made it simply people, in the cold night, dealing with the shape of what came next. 2 weeks, Dumbledore said. Perhaps 3, if we move quickly on containing his primary agent. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said. He's been hiding as a rat in the Weasley household for 12 years. Currently in Ron's possession, though Ron doesn't know what he's got. Ron looked at his robe pocket instinctively. Then at Harry. Scabbers, he said, with the specific expression of someone who has just had something important recontextualize. Yes, Harry said. I'm sorry. I was going to tell you before he could be used, I just didn't want to have the conversation until tonight was done. Ron stared at his pocket. He reached in and took Scabbers out and looked at the rat with an expression cycling through several things. He's been in my pocket, he said. He slept in my bed. I know, Harry said. The whole time he was hiding from people who knew what he'd done, Harry said. He betrayed my parents. He was Voldemort's spy. He faked his death and hid as a rat because the alternative was Azkaban. He watched Ron's face carefully. Are you all right? Ron looked at Scabbers. He looked at Harry. Something moved through his face that was complicated, the betrayal of something he'd had since childhood, mixed with the anger of understanding what it actually was. Then he closed his hand around the rat firmly and looked at Dumbledore. How do we take him in without him escaping? Dumbledore pulled out his wand. I can cast an anti-transformation jinx right now, he said, and there was something in his voice that was almost admiration, aimed at Ron, who had processed, decided, and moved to practicality in about 30 seconds. He'll be human again by morning, if we choose that route. Do it, Ron said. The jinx was quiet and specific, and the rat in Ron's hand went very still in the way that things go still when they've been caught and have no more options. Tomorrow, Dumbledore said, I'll contact the Ministry. Sirius Black's conviction should be reviewed immediately, Harry said, because they were doing full information now. He was wrongly imprisoned. Pettigrew framed him. He looked at Dumbledore. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years for something he didn't do. That needs to move quickly. Dumbledore looked at him with those old eyes. You've known this. For 2 years, Harry said. I was waiting for the right moment to move on it. A pause. What else, Dumbledore said, quietly, in the tone of a man who has decided to hear it all, have you been waiting for the right moment on? Harry looked at the sky. The stars were still there, indifferent and clear. He thought about everything he'd built and everyone who'd helped him build it and the shape of the thing that was still coming, which was always going to come because some things simply had to be faced, not because destiny said so but because there were people in the world who needed someone to face it. The Nagini problem, he said. And the graveyard. And after that, there's a man named Bartemius Crouch Jr. who's going to attempt something connected to the Triwizard Tournament in 4th year, assuming Voldemort is still trying to use the blood ritual route. We can prevent that. He looked at Dumbledore. And the Ministry is going to be a problem. Fudge specifically. He's going to deny what's happening for at least 1.5 years if we let events proceed naturally, and that 1.5 years is going to cost people their lives. He paused. I'd like to not let events proceed naturally. Hermione had a notebook out. Harry had not seen her produce it, but there it was, open, pen moving. Ron looked at the notebook and then at Harry with the expression of someone finding this deeply typical and deeply right. Start from the beginning, Hermione said. Everything you know, in order of priority. I'll organize it. We should do this inside, Ron said practically. It's freezing. Yes, Dumbledore said, and pushed himself to his feet with the dignity of a man who has sat on a stone tower floor at midnight and is choosing to pretend this was entirely intentional. Mr. Weasley is correct. I believe my office has tea. They talked until 4 a.m. Dumbledore's office with tea and firelight and the portrait headmasters drifting in and out of their frames, some of them listening with increasingly alert expressions, some of them pretending to sleep while very obviously not sleeping. Fawkes on his perch, occasionally making small sounds that punctuated the conversation in ways that were oddly appropriate. Harry talked and Hermione organized and Ron asked the questions that cut through theory to practical reality, and Dumbledore listened with the particular quality of attention of someone hearing, for the first time in a long time, everything, not managing the information flow, not shaping it toward a conclusion, just listening. They covered the graveyard. They covered Peter Pettigrew and what his capture meant for Sirius Black's freedom and the Ministry's understanding of the past 12 years. They covered Bartemius Crouch Jr. and the Polyjuice route and the Triwizard Cup and the specific mechanism that would need to be disrupted. They covered Fudge, and the Daily Prophet, and the way institutional denial operated and how to move faster than it could calcify. They covered Nagini. She may already be a Horcrux, Harry said. Or she may not, his timeline has shifted because mine has. But she'll be with him, wherever he is now, and the ritual requires proximity. If we disrupt the ritual graveyard, he may attempt an alternative method. Nagini is the most likely contingency Horcrux, she's always with him, she's effectively unkillable by conventional means, and he paused. He loves her, in whatever way he's capable of loving anything. She's the one thing he's kept close. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. If she's already a Horcrux when the ritual is disrupted, then she needs to be destroyed before he can reconstitute through another method, Harry said. I know. The counter-process for a living Horcrux when the container is not also the target is actually somewhat simpler than the scar process. It doesn't require the same precision because you're not protecting the container. But getting close enough to Nagini to, he shook his head slightly. That depends on what form Voldemort's in when we find him. And his current form, Dumbledore said, is, somewhere in Eastern Europe, I think. Albania, probably. He's been there since the night he failed to kill me. There's a forest there with old magic that he's been drawing on. Harry looked at him. That's where Pettigrew was going, that's where he'll go even now, if he escapes, which he won't. Without Pettigrew, Voldemort loses his most capable remaining free servant. He paused. He'll adapt. He has Barty Crouch Jr. in reserve, who is genuinely dangerous and intelligent and motivated. But Crouch doesn't know the ritual failed, Voldemort won't have had time to reach him since my scar closed. There's a window. How wide? Hermione said, writing. Days, Harry said. Maybe a week. Then we move on Crouch this week, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. The fire cracked. Hermione's pen moved steadily. Ron was on his third cup of tea and had located a plate of biscuits somewhere on Dumbledore's desk that he was working through with the focused dedication of a man who had been awake since midnight and was making good decisions about his energy. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. The version of events in which you, Dumbledore stopped. He folded his hands on the desk. The plan that I had. In which the connection between you and Voldemort was not the scar but something more fundamental. In which the only resolution, required me to die, Harry said. Yes. I want you to know, Dumbledore said, and something in his voice was very careful and very genuine, that I have been reconsidering that plan for 2 years. Since our conversation in your first year, when you told me you knew about it. A pause. I have been reconsidering whether I had the right to make that plan without your knowledge. You didn't, Harry said. Not with anger, with the plain directness of someone stating a fact. But you made it because you thought it was the only way. And it might have been, if I hadn't, he gestured slightly, indicating everything, the time turner, the teachers, the 30 years of accumulated knowledge and preparation. I had advantages you couldn't account for. No, Dumbledore said. I couldn't. He looked at Harry with those old, honest eyes. I am sorry, Harry. For planning around you rather than with you. For the version of this that you would have lived, that you won't have to live now, because I had decided what had to happen. The fire cracked again. The room was warm and late and quiet. I appreciate that, Harry said. And then, because Hufflepuff had taught him to be honest about the things that mattered, it matters. Thank you. Hermione looked up from her notes. Her eyes were bright and she pressed her lips together in the way she did when she was moved and not going to cry about it because crying would interrupt the work. Ron said, right, so, the graveyard. We're going there, yes. All of us. Yes, Harry said. And we're going before Voldemort can use it. Before anyone can, Harry said. I want to cleanse the site. There's a blood magic preparation that Flamel showed me, it seals the ground against the specific ritual. If we do it correctly, the site becomes unusable for the rebirthing process. He looked around the room. 2 days. Can we arrange 2 days? I'll handle the ministry access, Dumbledore said. The property in Little Hangleton is on record, the Gaunt Shack is technically ministry supervised. I can arrange access. Pettigrew first, Hermione said, looking at her notes. His capture and transformation needs to be official before we move, so there's a legal record. This morning, Dumbledore said. He was already reaching for parchment. I'll send for Madame Bones directly. Madame Bones, Harry said. Yes. She's the right person. She cares about actual justice rather than convenient conclusions. He looked at Dumbledore. Not fudge. Not fudge, Dumbledore agreed, and there was something in his voice that said he'd been dealing with fudge for some time and had his own views on the matter. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts at 7 in the morning with the brisk, competent energy of a woman who has been woken at dawn by the headmaster of Hogwarts and has decided that the correct response is coffee and efficiency. She was broad-shouldered and square-jawed and wore a monocle and had eyes that were sharp and steady and missed nothing. Harry had read about her and liked what he'd read. In person she was better, the kind of person whose presence made things seem more possible. Scabbers, Pettigrew, had spent the night in a conjured cage in Dumbledore's office under an anti-transformation jinx that Dumbledore had reinforced with 3 additional wards because Pettigrew was a man who had been surviving through cutting for 12 years and wards, in Harry's experience, were the foundation of not having bad surprises. He was, when Madame Bones arrived, still a rat. She looked at the cage. She looked at Dumbledore. She looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Madame Bones," Harry said. "Thank you for coming." The headmaster said it was urgent and sensitive and that it involved Peter Pettigrew being alive, she said, in the tone of someone who has filed that sentence into the category of sentences I never expected to hear and is managing it with professional composure. I was curious. "He's been hiding as an animagus for 12 years, Harry said. "Ron, could you get the cage?" Ron brought the cage. Madame Bones studied it with her steady eyes. "The rat," she said. "The rat," Harry confirmed. She took out her own wand, cast 2 diagnostic spells that Harry recognized as high-level identification charms, the kind used by senior Aurors in complex criminal cases, and went very still. "There's a human magical signature under the animal one," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Unregistered animagus. Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew is dead. He died 12 years ago, Sirius Black framed him," Harry said. "Pettigrew was the actual secret keeper for my parents. He was Voldemort's spy. He betrayed them, then faked his own death and framed Sirius Black for the explosion and the murders of 12 Muggles." He looked at her steadily. "Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 12 years for something he didn't do. Pettigrew has been living as a pet rat in the Weasley family's possession." Madame Bones looked at the cage. She looked at Harry. She looked at Dumbledore. She looked at Dumbledore in the specific way of someone who is thinking of several things simultaneously and has chosen one. "Why," she said carefully, "is an 11-year, how old are you?" 13, Harry said. "Why is a 13-year-old aware of this and my department is not?" "Because I've had access to information your department hasn't," Harry said. "And because the case was closed 12 years ago and no one looked back." He paused. "I'm looking back. And Madame Bones, I need Sirius Black free. I need it done quickly and correctly. And I need you, specifically, because you'll do it right." She studied him. The monocle caught the morning light. "You're aware," she said slowly, "that what you're describing, if proven, would be one of the most significant miscarriages of justice in the Ministry's history." "Yes," Harry said. "And you're also aware that there are people in the Ministry who would prefer it not be proven." "Yes," Harry said. "That's why I came to you instead of them." Amelia Bones was quiet for a long moment. The morning pressed against Dumbledore's office windows, clear and early. Pettigrew sat in his cage with the stillness of something that has no more moves to make. "Release the anti-transformation jinx," she said. "I want to verify the identification in human form." She raised her wand. "And then, Mr. Potter, you and I are going to have a very long conversation." "I look forward to it," Harry said, and meant it. Peter Pettigrew, returned to human form, was a small, round, grey-complexioned man with watery eyes who took one look at the collection of people in the room, Harry, Dumbledore, Madame Bones, Ron, Hermione, and made a sound like air leaving something deflated. Then he looked at Harry, and something moved through his watery eyes that was the most complex expression Harry had seen on him, guilt and fear, and something underneath both of them that was, strangest of all, something close to relief. "It's over," Harry said quietly. Pettigrew looked at him for a moment. "Is it?" His voice was thin and scratchy from disuse. "The part where you hide is over," Harry said. "Yes." Madame Bones was thorough, which was the best thing about her. She ran identification spells, memory verification charms, took testimony under truth serum with Dumbledore as witness, and by 10 o'clock had enough documented evidence to take to the Wisengamot to overturn Sirius Black's conviction within 24 hours. She moved with the brisk efficiency of a woman who has found an injustice and has decided that its existence is personally offensive to her. "Sirius Black will be notified today," she told Harry, before she left. "He'll be released from Azkaban within 48 hours pending the formal Wisengamot session, which I will convene on an emergency basis." She looked at him with those steady eyes. "You understand that this will create significant political turbulence." "I'm aware," Harry said. "That's fine." "Fudge, we'll adjust," Harry said. "Or not. But the evidence is the evidence." She studied him. "How are you 13 years old?" she said, and it wasn't quite a question. "With difficulty," Harry said honestly. She almost smiled. "I'll be in touch, Mr. Potter." She tucked her documentation into a case, nodded to Dumbledore, and was gone. Sirius Black arrived at Hogwarts 43 hours later, which was 29 hours faster than Madame Bones had estimated, and which Harry attributed to the Wisengamot being confronted with evidence so comprehensive and verifiable that even the most politically motivated member couldn't find a respectable purchase for delay. He was thin. 12 years in Azkaban did that, hollowed people out in specific ways, left certain qualities both sharpened and damaged simultaneously. His face was the face in all the photos Harry had found, the laugh, the wildness, the specific Sirius Black quality of someone who had been built for a larger life than the one available to him, but it was also 12 years older than those photos and 12 years harder. He walked into the Hogwarts entrance hall under Dumbledore's escort, and he was looking around the way someone looks around when they've returned somewhere they thought they'd never see again, checking if it's real, checking if it stays real. Then he saw Harry. And Harry saw him. He'd been prepared for this moment. He'd known it was coming, had thought about it, had considered what he wanted to say, and had mostly decided that what he wanted to say was simple. But standing in the entrance hall with Sirius Black looking at him with that stripped-open expression, recognition, hope, grief, love, all moving through it at once, the preparation turned out to be beside the point. Sirius crossed the entrance hall in 4 strides and then stopped about a foot away, as if he'd run a calculation and it had come out uncertain. "James's eyes," he said. His voice was rough. "Lily's eyes, I always said, they're her color, but James always said that too, and he stopped. "You freed me. I found the evidence," Harry said. "Madame Bones did the rest." "You knew. You already knew, before you found it." "Yes." Sirius looked at him, really looked, the way people look when they're reading rather than seeing. "You're not what I expected," he said, and it was the same thing Dumbledore had said in first year and Slytherin had said the first afternoon in the dungeon and Madame Bones had said yesterday morning, and Harry had given up being surprised by it because it was simply true. "What did you expect?" Harry said. "Lily," Sirius said. "Or James. Or some combination. But he shook his head slightly. "You're you." "Yes," Harry said. Sirius looked at him for another long moment. Then he did something that Harry had not prepared for at all, he pulled him into a hug. Not a careful, socially calibrated hug, the kind of hug that has 12 years of grief in it, the arms of someone who is making sure something real exists. Harry let himself be in it. He thought about Hufflepuff's kitchen and the conversation about what it meant to let people be present with you. He thought about all the mentors across all the years who had taught him and shaped him and sent him back here. He thought about James and Lily Potter, who he mostly knew from photographs and other people's descriptions, who had loved a man who was now holding their son in a Hogwarts entrance hall on a Thursday morning. "I've got you," Sirius said, which was perhaps meant for Harry but might have been meant for himself. "I know," Harry said, and meant it in every direction. They moved on the graveyard in Little Hangleton 2 days later. 6 of them, Harry, Dumbledore, Sirius, who had declined to stay behind with the particular indignation of someone who had spent 12 years being left behind, Ron, Hermione, and Madame Bones, who had decided that the head of magical law enforcement attending an operation to neutralize a Dark Lord's ritual site was in fact entirely within her job description. The graveyard was old and cold and had the feeling of a place that had been waiting. The gaunt shack was visible from the road, collapsed and overgrown and carrying the specific quality of old, bad magic, the residue of generations of a family that had diminished itself through choices. In the graveyard itself, the grass moved in a November wind, and the tombstones stood patient in the grey afternoon, and the tomb of Tom Riddle Sr. was there exactly where it was supposed to be. Harry walked to it and crouched in the frost-hardened grass and put his hand on the ground beside the tomb and felt the blood magic preparation in the earth, the ritual groundwork that something had already been laying here, slow and deliberate, over months. The preparation for a rebirthing ritual. The specific magical geometry of it, waiting for its final components. He looked at it carefully. He felt its architecture. "It's extensive," he said. "He's been preparing this for most of this year." The groundwork alone, he touched the earth again, reading it. "He's been reaching through here in his current form and doing it piece by piece. A few minutes at a time, using whatever remained of his direct magic." He looked up at Dumbledore. "This is how weak he is, that it's taken him this long to do this much. He's been working on this for months and he's not finished. Can it be cleansed?" Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. "But it's not just a cleansing, I need to restructure what's already here. Replace the blood ritual architecture with something else." He thought for a moment. "A ward. If I put a protective ward into the same structure, use the same geometry but reverse the magical intention, it'll be significantly harder to undo than if I simply cleared the ground. Like building a new foundation in the same space." "How long?" Hermione said. 2 hours, Harry said. "Give or take." "We'll maintain a perimeter," Madame Bones said, already organizing, hands signal to Sirius, look to Dumbledore, the brisk efficiency that was her defining quality. "Ron," Harry said. "Watching your back," Ron said immediately. "Go." Harry sat down in the frost-hardened grass beside Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave and began to work. It was detailed work, the kind that required the full synthesis of everything he'd learned, all of it at once, integrated into a single continuous act. Flamel's blood magic theory. Ravenclaw's ward architecture. The deep elemental principles that Myrddin had laid in him first, the foundation beneath everything else. Slytherin's precision, attack the root, not the expression. Gryffindor's instinct, the willingness to trust the thing he'd built and move. He worked for 90 minutes, which was faster than estimated. The graveyard was cold and grey and very quiet around him. He was aware of his companions at the perimeter, their magical signatures present and steady, Dumbledore's vast and held, Sirius's wild but controlled, Madame Bones's precise, Ron's warm and simple in the best way. He was also aware, about 40 minutes in, of something trying to reach him. Not the scar was gone, the connection closed. But Voldemort's current form, diminished and distant, had apparently noticed the disturbance in the ritual groundwork and was trying to reach through the site's own magic to interfere. It was like someone pressing against a door that was in the process of being reframed, strong enough to slow the work, not strong enough to stop it. Harry pushed back. Not with force, with structure. He used the very architecture he was building as the resistance, which meant the more Voldemort pressed, the more firmly he was pressing against a protective ward, which was both functionally effective and, Harry had to admit, rather satisfying. The press withdrew. Harry completed the foundation. He stood, brushed frost off his knees, and looked at the ground. The geometry was different now, same structure, opposite intention. What had been a ritual site was now a ward of significant power, keyed specifically against the rebirthing magic it had been prepared for. It wouldn't stop Voldemort from existing. But it removed his planned route back to a body. Done, Harry said. That was 15 minutes faster than you said, Hermione said, from 5 feet away. I had help, Harry said. From what? He tried to interfere, Harry said. He pressed against the structure I was building. I used the resistance. He looked around the graveyard, the grey sky, the old stones, the frozen grass. He knows what I've done. He knows this site is closed to him. He knows the Scar connection is gone. He paused. He's going to be very angry. Good, Sirius said, from the perimeter, with the specific satisfaction of someone who has a great deal of accumulated feeling about this particular individual. He'll adapt, Harry said. He always adapts. But every route we close, every contingency we remove, it costs him time and it costs him strength. He's thin now. Very thin. And without Pettigrew, he looked at Dumbledore. How many of his inner circle are actually free and capable? Bellatrix is in Azkaban. Lucius is maintaining his ministry cover and won't act openly. Crouch Jr. is, where are we on Crouch Jr.? Being retrieved from his father's custody this morning, Madam Bones said. I sent a team at 6 o'clock. He's been under Imperius, kept hidden. She stopped. Her jaw was set. It was not a comfortable discovery. But he's contained, Harry said. He's contained, she confirmed. Then without Pettigrew and without Crouch Jr. and without the graveyard, he has no direct path to a body in the immediate future. Harry looked at the sealed ground. He'll find one eventually. He's not done. But the timeline just moved significantly further out. He turned. We should go. He knows we're here and there's no point lingering. They walked back through the graveyard in the grey November afternoon, through the old stones and the frost, and the ward hummed quietly in the ground behind them, patient and solid and built to last. November faded into December. Peter Pettigrew received a life sentence in Azkaban, which Harry found neither satisfying nor unsatisfying. It was simply correct, and correct things had their own value without needing to be felt strongly about. Sirius Black received a full exoneration and a substantial ministry compensation payment and the deed to Grimmauld Place, which he accepted with the particular expression of someone who has been given back something they'd written off permanently. He also, within 2 weeks of his release, attached himself to Harry's life with the enthusiastic commitment of a large, highly energetic dog who has finally found his person. Harry found this neither annoying nor suffocating. He found it, when he was honest about it, exactly what Hufflepuff had described, the specific warmth of someone who saw you clearly and was there anyway, not because destiny connected you but because they'd chosen to be. You're different from James, Sirius said one evening, in Dumbledore's office where they'd gathered to debrief on the month's events. James was, instinct first, always. Brilliant but combustible. He tilted his head. Both, Harry said. I had good teachers. You had Slytherin as a teacher, Sirius said, who had been told the broad outline. You sat in a dungeon with Salazar Slytherin, several times, yes. And you didn't, Sirius stopped. What was he like? Harry thought about the dungeon with its cool blue-green torches, and the angular face, and the word remarkable delivered without decoration. He was very intelligent, he said. And very lonely. And he'd made choices that isolated him because he believed the isolation was necessary. He paused. He was wrong about that. But he was right about a great many other things. Sirius looked at him for a moment. You liked him. I understood him, Harry said. Which is sometimes more useful than liking. Sirius was quiet. Then, your father would have hated him on principle. My father didn't have to work with him, Harry said. I did. Sirius laughed, the real laugh, big and slightly startled, the one that made his face look younger. "Fair," he said. "Fair." Draco Malfoy found him in the library on a Tuesday in December, 2 weeks before the Christmas holidays. He sat down across the table without being invited, which was either rudeness or familiarity. Harry had decided, some time ago, that with Draco the distinction was less important than which direction he was moving. "My father's been questioned," Draco said. "Quiet, not performing. By Madame Bones's department. The diary." "I know," Harry said. "He says he doesn't know what it was." A pause. "He's lying." Harry looked up from his book. Draco was looking at the table, not at Harry, which was unusual. "Draco," he said. Draco looked up. "I know what he did," Harry said. "I know what the diary was and I know how it ended up in Ginny Weasley's possession. And I know that you didn't know." He held Draco's gaze. "You were not part of it. Whatever happens to him, that's separate from you." Something moved through Draco's face. "You could use what you know," he said. I could," Harry said. "I'm not going to." He closed his book. "I told you last year, I handle threats, I don't collect enemies. Your father knew what he was handling and made a choice. That's his consequence." He looked at Draco steadily. "What I'm asking from you is what I asked last year. Think about who you are separately from who he is. That's all." Draco looked at him for a long moment. The library was quiet around them, winter light through tall windows, the smell of old books, the distant sound of students somewhere in the upper stacks. "You're very strange," Draco said finally. "For someone who should have every reason to what? To want to destroy us," Draco said. "My family. People like my family." Harry thought about Salazar Slytherin, brilliant and isolated, and the conversation in the dungeon about the categorization of magic as political fiction. "Your family's choices aren't mine to make or remake," he said. "But yours are. That's what matters to me." He picked his book back up. "Come back when you've thought about it." A long pause. "The Quidditch match before Christmas," Draco said. "I'm not going to use the Dementor tactic." Harry looked up. "It was going to be," Father suggested, "it was a strategy." Draco's jaw was set in the way it went when he was doing something that cost him. "I'm not doing it." Harry looked at him, the set jaw, the cost of it, the small, deliberate step in a different direction. "All right," he said. "Thank you." Draco stood. He looked like he might say something else. Then he didn't, and left. Ron materialized from behind a shelf, which Harry had been aware of for the past 4 minutes. "Were you listening to all of that?" Harry said. "Yes," Ron said, sitting down in the chair Draco had vacated. "Are you actually going to trust him?" "I'm going to watch him," Harry said. "Trust is earned. But he made a choice just now that cost him something. That matters." He looked at Ron. "What do you think?" Ron considered. "I think," he said, with the honest slowness of someone taking a question seriously, "that you see things in people that most people don't bother looking for." He paused. "I think you're mostly right about it. I also think it's occasionally going to get you in trouble." "Probably," Harry agreed. "And I'll be there when it does," Ron said, with the complete simplicity of someone stating an obvious fact. Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. "I know." Christmas at Hogwarts was warm and loud and contained the best food Harry had eaten in his life outside of Myrddin's cottage and Flamel's Parisian table and Hufflepuff's kitchen, which was a short list he kept to himself. He sat in the Great Hall on Christmas morning with Ron and Hermione and Sirius, who had decided that Christmas at Grimmauld Place alone sounded like 12 years in Azkaban with decorations and had therefore accepted Dumbledore's invitation to spend it at the school. Fred and George Weasley had stayed behind with Ron and were 2 tables away in the middle of something involving a fanged frisbee that was both impressive and technically illegal. Hermione had given Harry a book, naturally, but it was not one from any list he'd given her. It was one she'd found herself, which he knew by the way she handed it over with the carefully controlled expression of someone hoping they've read another person correctly. He looked at the title, The Alchemy of Self, by a 17th-century scholar he'd read about but never found a copy of. He looked at Hermione. "Where did you find this?" he said. "There are still Muggle booksellers who have things that the wizarding catalogs don't," she said, very precisely, which was her way of saying I looked very hard for it, please don't make it awkward. "Thank you," he said. "This is," he turned it over in his hands. "This is exactly right." She looked away quickly. "It's probably things you already know." "It's the doing of knowing it that matters," he said. "Ravenclaw told me that." She looked back at him. The carefully controlled expression was less controlled than usual. "What was she like?" Hermione said. Harry had told them the broad outline, the time turner, the teachers, the shape of it. The details, the specific people, he'd shared less. He thought about Ravenclaw's tower with its impossible windows. The 4 months of unified field theory and the tea and the conversation about the framework you build around power. "Like you," he said. "But older. And with a tower." Hermione blinked. Then she laughed, a real, complete laugh, the kind that caught her off guard. "That's very generous." "It's very accurate," Harry said. Sirius, across the table, was watching them with an expression that was warm and slightly wistful, the expression of someone watching things that are good and feeling the weight of time. Harry met his eyes and Sirius smiled, the full smile, and raised his goblet in something that was not quite a toast but had a toast's weight. Harry raised his. Outside the great windows, snow was falling on Hogwarts, the particular thick, slow snow of a castle that had seen 1,000 Christmases and was content about it, and the hall was warm and bright and full of voices, and the instruments in Dumbledore's office were whirring at some unknown task, and somewhere in Albania a diminished and furious intelligence was recalculating everything, and it did not matter, not today. Today was this. The fire and the food and the people and the snow. Harry pocketed the time turner out of habit, touched it once, the familiar warmth, and then let it go. He was here. The letter arrived at the end of January. Not from Voldemort this time. Not Ministry. Not any source Harry had anticipated. It was in an ancient hand on parchment that was older than anything in the Hogwarts library, and the seal on it was one Harry recognized, had known by sight since he was 5 years old, sitting on a stone floor in a Welsh cottage learning Latin. He opened it in his dormitory, alone, while Ron was at Quidditch practice and Hermione was in the library, and he read it in the thin winter light from the window. Harry, I am aware that this letter is somewhat theatrical given that by the time you read it I will have been gone for several centuries, and you might reasonably ask how it is arriving now. The time turner's magic has its own properties that I have not fully explained to you, one of which is this, the ability to leave a message that travels forward through time to arrive at the moment it is needed. I wrote this letter the day after you first came to my field. I have been thinking about what to say in it for the intervening time. You will have done by now what I knew you would do. You will have found the right people and built the right tools and faced the thing that needed facing. Or you are close to doing so. Either way, I want to say what I did not say in person, because I am a man who finds certain things easier to write than to say. I am proud of you. Not of what you know or what you can do. Of who you chose to be in spite of having every reason to choose differently. The scar you were given could have been the center of you, it was the center of everyone else's understanding of you. You made yourself the center of yourself instead. That is more remarkable than anything else you have accomplished. The time turner will stop working soon. It has done what it was meant to do, it was never for everyone, Harry. It was for you, specifically. That is not a coincidence and I will not pretend it is. Magic of this kind does not reach through 600 years to find a 2-year-old in a cupboard unless it means to. I have had, in a long and mostly interesting life, one student I was genuinely proud of. You are not my student anymore. You are your own. But the pride remains. Take care of the friends. They are the best part of everything. Myrddin P.S. Tell the Phoenix I said hello. He'll know what that means. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. The winter light moved slowly across the dormitory floor. Somewhere in the castle, the bell tower rang the quarter hour, then the half. He touched the time turner in his pocket. It was warm, as always. He turned it over once in his fingers, the small gold hourglass, the fine chain, the sand that was not quite sand. Then it went still. Not broken. Not damaged. Still and quiet and spent, like a book when you've read the last page, the shape of it the same, the capacity of it changed, something that had been living in it now completely, properly done. He held it for a moment. Then he folded Myrddin's letter carefully and put it in his trunk, in the lockbox under his flannel texts and his Ravenclaw notes and Gryffindor's training diagrams and everything else he'd gathered from across 600 years of extraordinary people who had, somehow, all pointed the same direction. He closed the trunk. He went downstairs, through the common room, afternoon light through the tall Gryffindor windows, the fire going, Neville on a sofa with his herbology textbook, and out through the portrait hole, and down through the moving staircases, and outside into the January cold with his breath making clouds in the grey air. He walked to the Quidditch pitch, where Ron was at practice, and stood at the edge and watched. Ron spotted him from his broom 30 feet up, and the expression on his face, genuine pleasure, entirely unperformed, was the kind of thing you couldn't prepare for, no matter how much time you'd spent getting ready. Harry waved. Ron waved back, nearly fell off the broom, caught himself, grinned. Harry stood in the cold January air and thought about everything that was coming, Voldemort's desperate adaptation, the long work still ahead, the fights that hadn't happened yet and would be real when they came. He thought about what he had and what he'd built and who he'd chosen. He was not afraid. He had never, from the moment he'd crawled into a cupboard at 2 years old and found a gold hourglass in the dark, been afraid. The time turner was still in his pocket. Quiet now, spent. But the weight of it was familiar and real, and what it had given him, the years, the teachers, the knowledge, the particular shape of himself, none of that had gone anywhere. It was all still here. He was still here. The practice continued above him, and the January sky was wide and grey and full of possibility, and Harry Potter stood in the cold and waited for what came next, unafraid and entirely ready. Chapter 7. The weight of what's coming. Voldemort's next move came not as an attack but as a letter. Not to Harry this time. To the Daily Prophet. It arrived on a Wednesday in February, delivered by 17 owls simultaneously, a deliberate theatrical choice that Harry recognized immediately as the work of someone who understood that perception was its own kind of weapon. The owls descended on the Prophet's editorial offices at 7 in the morning, and the letter was printed in the afternoon edition under a headline that the Prophet's editorial staff had apparently chosen while in a state of collective panic: "He who must not be named speaks." Harry read it in the common room with Ron on his left and Hermione on his right, while the fireplace crackled and the rest of Gryffindor crowded around trying to see over each other's shoulders. The letter was precise. Controlled. Written in the same cold, intelligent voice as the one Harry had received in August, stripped of the personal address but carrying the same architectural quality, each sentence placed with the care of someone who understood that words in print outlasted the moment of their speaking. To the wizarding community of Britain, I am aware that certain parties have been working to accelerate my diminishment. I wish those parties to understand that diminishment is not destruction, and that what has been delayed has not been prevented. I am returning. The method and timing of my return have changed, as methods and timings do. I suggest that the ministry and its affiliates spend less time celebrating premature victories and more time preparing for the reality that is coming. To Harry Potter specifically, you are remarkable. I mean that without irony. I have not said that about anyone in 50 years. It changes nothing. TMR. The common room was very quiet when they finished reading. Then it was very loud. Harry folded the paper neatly along its original crease and set it on the arm of the chair. He looked at the fire. Ron was watching him with the specific attention he used when he was deciding whether to say something or wait. He's doing two things, Harry said. Causing panic, Hermione said immediately. That's one. What's the other? She thought for a moment. Telling you he's changed his approach. So you know your preparations for the original approach are incomplete. Yes, Harry said. He's not stupid. He knows I was prepared for the graveyard ritual, knows I sealed the site, knows I disrupted his timeline. He's saying he's found another way. He stood. Which means we need to figure out what the other way is before he uses it. Ron said, and it was half observation, half confirmation. Harry said. Yes. Obviously we. Right, Ron said, standing too. How do we figure it out? He told us in the letter, Hermione said. She was rereading it, her eyes moving quickly. He said methods and timings have changed. The method for coming back was always the ritual, bone, flesh, blood. If the graveyard is sealed, the ritual is blocked. So he's either found another site, or he's changed the ritual, Harry said. Which is a significant magical undertaking. A rebirthing ritual isn't something you improvise. The one at Little Hangleton was structured over decades of preparation. He thought for a moment. He needs something that can substitute for the blood component. Something with the same magical weight. He went still. Hermione looked at him. What? Ron said. He still has Nagini, Harry said. If she's already a Horcrux, if he made her one before I sealed the graveyard, then the connection between them is different from any other object Horcrux. She's alive. The soul fragment in her and his current form are linked in a specific way that an object Horcrux isn't. He turned to look at them both. I think he's going to use that link. Use her as the vessel rather than creating a new body entirely. Hermione went very still. That's not in any of the standard texts on dark ritual magic. No, Harry said. Because it's never been done. It would be, the theory would require a complete magical transference from one living vessel to another, anchored by the Horcrux connection, which would mean, he stopped, working through it. It would mean Nagini becomes the primary form, not a vessel for a temporary existence. He would essentially be a basilisk-class serpent with a human wizard's full magical capacity. The common room had gradually gone quiet around them again. Nobody was talking. Dean Thomas had his mouth slightly open. Neville was holding his textbook and not reading it. Right, Ron said, very calmly. So we need to deal with the snake. We need to deal with the snake, Harry confirmed. How hard is it to find a magical snake that's specifically with one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history in an unknown location in Europe? Fairly hard, Harry said. But not impossible. He looked at Ron steadily. I can hear her, if she speaks. And if she speaks, I can find her. Parseltongue tracking. Hermione said. There are principles in Slytherin's notes about serpent calling, a technique he developed for communicating with magical serpents over significant distances. I've read the theory. I've never applied it. He paused. I'd need somewhere very quiet and significant elevation and probably about 6 hours. The astronomy tower, Ron said. Tonight, Harry said. We go to Dumbledore first. Dumbledore read the letter. He read it twice, which Harry had come to understand meant he was being careful rather than uncertain. Then he set it on his desk with the same deliberate neatness with which Harry had folded it, and looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses. Your analysis, he said. Harry told him. The transference theory, the Nagini problem, the serpent calling technique. He watched Dumbledore absorb it, the careful stillness of someone processing, cross-referencing, building. The transference theory, Dumbledore said. I have read adjacent material, but nothing that, he stopped. Where did you find the specific mechanism? Ravenclaw, Harry said. She worked on it theoretically, never published it, never completed it. The notes aren't in any library. They're in, He reached into his bag and pulled out a small, battered journal with a cover that had clearly once been green and was now the color of old leaves. She gave me this the last time I saw her. Said I'd need it eventually. Dumbledore looked at the journal for a long moment. Rowena Ravenclaw's personal research notes, he said, very quietly. Yes. You've had these since, third year, Harry said. I've been working through them. This section, he opened it to a page marked with a strip of cloth and turned it to face Dumbledore. This is the relevant part. She never completed the counter to the transference theory because she couldn't find a living subject to test on. The theory is complete up to the final stage. Dumbledore read the page. His expression, normally so controlled, did something complicated, the expression of a man encountering something he will have to spend considerable time with. The final stage, he said. The part she didn't complete. I've completed it, Harry said. Or, I think I have. The theory suggests that if the transference is in progress, it can be interrupted at the point of anchoring, the moment when the Horcrux connection locks the consciousness to the new vessel. That's the vulnerable moment. Before that, the consciousness is between vessels. After it, it's fixed. He looked at Dumbledore. We need to be there at that moment. Which requires us to know when and where the transference is occurring, Dumbledore said. Which requires finding Nagini, Harry said. Which is tonight's project. Dumbledore looked at him. The fire crackled. Fawkes made a small, attentive sound. There is a possibility, Dumbledore said carefully, that this letter is itself a misdirection. That the transference theory is incorrect or that the threat is a performance intended to draw us into a response that exposes our position. Yes, Harry said. I've considered that. But the letter is accurate about everything it says, his timeline has changed, the graveyard method is blocked, he's adapting. The transference theory fits what we know of his remaining resources. And if I'm wrong, he paused. Then we spend 6 hours in the astronomy tower and learn something from the failure. That's not a bad outcome. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something moved through his expression that was, Harry had learned to recognize, the particular quality he wore when he was making a decision that came from trust rather than certainty. Very well, he said. Tonight. I'll add my strength to the calling if you'll show me the technique. You speak Parseltongue? Harry said, surprised. I do not, Dumbledore said. But the resonant structure of a serpent calling is not exclusively dependent on the spoken form. I can provide the amplification without the language. A slight pause. I have studied more dark arts texts than I generally disclose. For research purposes. Harry looked at him. How many? More than is comfortable to admit, Dumbledore said, with the slight wry quality that was his version of humor. Let us leave it there. The astronomy tower at midnight had become, Harry reflected, their unofficial meeting room for things that couldn't happen anywhere else. It had seen the scar extraction, the post-graveyard debrief, and now it was seeing this, Harry sitting cross-legged at the center of a different kind of circle from the one Hermione had helped him inscribe in September, this one resonant rather than protective, designed to amplify and project rather than contain. Dumbledore was at the north point. Hermione was taking careful notes from outside the circle, because this was the kind of thing she documented on principle. Ron was next to her with his hands in his pockets and the particular alert stillness he used when something serious was happening and he decided his job was to be ready for anything. Sirius was there too, which Harry had not planned for but which had happened because Sirius had heard they were doing something in the astronomy tower at midnight and had appeared at the base of the stairs with the expression of a man who had spent 12 years excluded from things and was not doing that anymore. Harry had looked at him and said, North, behind Dumbledore, don't interfere with the resonance circle, and Sirius had said, obviously, and positioned himself with the quiet competence of someone who had, under all the damage, a great deal of genuine capability. The technique was from Slytherin's notes. Harry had read it at 8 years old in the dungeon and revisited it many times since, turning it over, understanding its theoretical underpinnings in the way he understood everything, from the source code out. The practical application required what Slytherin had described as the willingness to be the sound rather than to make it, a distinction that was both mystical and, on examination, technically precise. Harry became the sound. What that meant, in practice, he stopped thinking of Parseltongue as a language he spoke and started thinking of it as a frequency he inhabited. The way a tuning fork doesn't play a note, it is one. He extended the frequency outward, resonating through the amplification circle, through Dumbledore's enormous controlled magical presence at the north, through the night air, through however many miles of cold European winter separated a Hogwarts tower from wherever Nagini was. He sent one word. Sister. Not in the way you call someone's name when you want their attention. In the way you call it when you're telling them you know what they are. The night was very quiet. Then, at a distance that was hard to measure, a distance that felt like somewhere across a lot of cold dark space, something answered. She was in the mountains. That was the first impression, cold and high and old rock and the smell of snow and something underneath the snow that was the smell of old magic, the specific quality of a place where significant things had happened repeatedly and left a residue. Not Albania. Further east. Romania, maybe, or possibly the Carpathians. Harry didn't have precise geography, he had impression and instinct, and impression and instinct said mountains, remote, something that had once been a castle and was now mostly stone and the memory of walls. Nagini was old. That surprised him, even knowing it shouldn't. She'd been alive through Voldemort's first rise and fall and 13 years of diminished hiding, and magical serpents aged differently from ordinary ones, but the specific quality of oldness she carried was different from simple age. It was the oldness of something that had had its nature fundamentally altered. The Horcrux had done something to her that went beyond anchoring a soul fragment, it had changed what she was at the base level, in the way Flammel had described soul magic changing the things it touched. She was also, Harry realized, in pain. Not physical pain, something deeper. The constant low-level wrong of carrying something that didn't belong. He understood that. I know, he said, into the connection. I carried something like that for 13 years. A long pause. Then, in the particular sinuous cadence of very old serpent speech, you are the small warm one. Yes, Harry said. He speaks of you. A pause. He was different before, when I was new to him. He was something that could still have warmth. Now he is, she stopped. The impression that came through the connection instead of words was old and tired and sad in a way that transcended species. Harry felt it clearly. He stayed with it for a moment rather than moving past it, because Hufflepuff had taught him that the quality of attention you gave something determined the quality of what it gave back. You don't want to do what he's asking you to do, Harry said. It does not matter what I want. It does to me. Another long pause. The mountain cold pressed through the connection, real, physical, the specific bitterness of Eastern European winter at altitude. He will use me as a vessel, Nagini said. He has told me this. He says it is an honor. What do you think? The sound she made was not a hiss. It was something more complex, the serpent equivalent of a laugh that had nothing happy in it. I think I am very tired. Harry held that for a moment. He was aware of the astronomy tower around him, the cold stone, the stars, Dumbledore's steady presence at the North Point, the distant sound of Ron shifting his weight. He was aware of the time turner in his pocket, still and spent. He was aware of all the years and all the teachers and everything he'd built. He was also aware of a very old, very tired, fundamentally altered creature who had not chosen any of this any more than he had chosen to have a soul fragment in his scar. Where are you? He said. Precisely. Why? Because I'm coming to find you. And I want to find you before he can use you the way he's planning to. If you find me, you will destroy me. The Horcrux in you, yes. That needs to go. He paused. Chose his next words the way Slytherin had taught him to choose words in a negotiation, precisely, without deception, with the full weight of what he meant. What happens to you after that depends on what you want. The connection went quiet for so long that Harry thought he'd lost it. The mountains seemed to breathe in the silence, slow and enormous and indifferent. Then, there is a village. Below the peak. The humans call it Bran. East of the village, the old stones. You will smell the old magic. Follow that. I'm coming, Harry said. Don't let him use you before I get there. Small warm one, Nagini said, in the tone of something both amused and resigned. He is not asking my permission. The connection ended. Harry surfaced. The astronomy tower came back in full, the cold air, the stars, Dumbledore at the north with his hands slowly releasing their held shape, Hermione's pen moving fast. Romania, Harry said. The Carpathians. Near a village called Bran. He opened his eyes fully, looked at Dumbledore. How quickly can we get there? Dumbledore's expression was doing several things simultaneously. You spoke to the snake. Yes. It told you where it is. Harry said. Yes. Harry, serious, from behind Dumbledore, with the tone of someone who needs one clarifying question before he can proceed. Are we going to Romania? Yes, Harry said. As soon as possible. He stood, the stiffness of an hour's concentrated stillness moving through him, and stretched. Voldemort is going to attempt the transference soon, possibly within days. Once she's a vessel for his full consciousness, the problem becomes significantly more complex. He looked at Dumbledore. I need you to come. The transference interruption at the anchoring point, I can do the soul separation, but the containment of whatever comes out of it requires someone with the kind of magical capacity that I have and, he paused. 2 people with that capacity is better than 1. I'll come, Dumbledore said simply. Sirius, Harry said. Obviously, Sirius said. I mean it, you don't have to, Harry, Sirius said, in a voice that had 12 years of things in it and was choosing, very deliberately, to be simple about it. I'm coming. Harry looked at him. Looked at Ron and Hermione. Not this one, he said, which he'd known was going to be the hardest thing to say. The situation is too unpredictable. If the transference is happening when we arrive, there'll be no structured environment. It's going to be fast and dangerous in ways I can't fully account for in advance. Ron looked at him. That's exactly why we should be there. Ron, Harry. Ron's voice was even and direct, the voice he used when he'd made up his mind completely. You can tell me the technical reason why it's better if we're not there. But you can't tell me you actually want us not to be there, because that's not true. Harry was quiet for a moment. He's right, Hermione said, which was the decisive contribution, delivered with the precision of someone calling a vote. And I've been studying the stabilization process for the soul separation. You know I have. You're going to want me there. Harry looked at both of them. He thought about the scar extraction, Hermione's steady hands on the amplifiers, Ron's voice on the cannons, the specific weight of their presence as something that functioned almost like an anchor. He thought about Hufflepuff saying, the point of power is not to stand above people. It is to stand with them. All right, he said. But we do this with a plan, not with heart. Hermione, I need you to read the final section of Ravenclaw's notes on the transference theory before we leave. The part about what the consciousness looks like when it's between vessels. You need to know what you're looking at when it happens. She already had the journal. He wasn't sure when she'd taken it from the circle's edge, but she had it open and was reading with the focused speed of someone who has understood that the exam is tomorrow and not next week. Sirius, Harry said. Can you fly internationally? Sirius blinked. Can I? Yes, obviously. Broom or Thestral? Either. Broom's faster over distance. Broom, Harry said. 5 of us, tonight if possible. Dumbledore, I'll arrange the authorization with the Ministry, Dumbledore said, already moving toward his desk. Madame Bones will need to be informed. International magical travel connected to an active Voldemort situation falls under her jurisdiction. How long for authorization? 2 hours, Dumbledore said. Possibly 1. 1, Harry said. Please. Dumbledore looked at him over his glasses. I'll do my best, he said, which in Dumbledore's language meant consider it done. They flew east into the February dark. 5 brooms over the English Channel and then the continent, the lights of France below them like spilled stars, then Belgium, then Germany sliding past in the dark. They flew high and fast and under a charm that bent light around them, Dumbledore's work, quiet and precise, and the cold was extraordinary at altitude, but Harry had spent time in Gryffindor's courtyard in Welsh winters and had long since learned to simply be in cold rather than resisting it. Sirius flew beside him, which felt right in a way that Harry didn't have exact language for, the rightness of someone being beside you who should have been beside you for years. He wasn't the father Harry had never known. But he was something that had its own value, its own specific shape, and Harry had learned to stop trying to categorize things and just let them be what they were. Your father used to fly like this, Sirius said, at some point over Germany, his voice raised above the wind. Flat out, no hesitation, like gravity was a suggestion. I've been told I'm better than he was, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. Where did you hear that? Gryffindor, Harry said. A pause. The actual Godric, yes. Sirius laughed into the wind. The laugh was enormous and genuine and slightly wild at the edges, and Harry thought it was probably the best sound he'd heard in months. Of course you had him teach you to fly, Sirius said. Of course. He didn't specifically teach me to fly, Harry said. He taught me how to fight while flying. The flying was assumed. Naturally, Sirius said, still laughing. He looked at Harry with those dark eyes, warm in the cold wind. You know James would have found you absolutely terrifying. And Lily? Lily would have known exactly what you were and loved every second of it. He was quiet for a moment. She was like Hermione. Prepared for everything and then 5 steps ahead of the preparation. Harry flew in silence for a moment. The dark was enormous and the stars were clear at altitude and the continent moved below them steadily. Tell me about them, he said. Not the stories everyone tells. The real ones. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he started talking. He talked for 3 hours, over Germany and into Austria and up into the edge of the Carpathians, and Harry listened with everything he had, not learning things he needed, not gathering information, just being with the stories. The way James laughed. The way Lily handled being underestimated. The specific quality of their friendship, the 4 of them, and what it had been like before everything broke, and the particular texture of a life that had been full and good and then suddenly not, and the grief of that, and also the life of that. Harry listened. This was what he'd missed, in all the years of extraordinary education, not the knowledge, not the power, but this. The stories that weren't about magic. The human things. When Sirius stopped, somewhere over the Romanian foothills, the quiet that followed had a different quality from ordinary quiet. Thank you, Harry said. Sirius looked at him, those dark eyes in the dark sky. For what? For telling me who they were, Harry said. Not who people say they were. Who they were. Sirius held his gaze for a moment. Something moved through his face that was complicated and old and finally, at the end of it, simply clear. Yeah, he said softly. You're welcome. The village of Bran was a cluster of lights in the mountain, dark, small, steep-roofed buildings, old roads that switched back on the hillside, and above it all the ruins of something that had once been substantial and was now just stone teeth against the sky. They landed a kilometer east of the village, in a stand of old pines that smelled of snow and resin, and Harry stood for a moment with his feet on Romanian soil and his eyes closed and found what Nagini had described. Old magic. Under the snow, under the rock, the specific deep resonance of a place where significant things had happened repeatedly across centuries, the residue building up like sediment until the place itself became a kind of amplifier. It was not the clean institutional magic of Hogwarts or the deliberate personal magic of Myrddin's cottage. It was wild and dark and complicated and very, very old. And underneath it, something colder. Something that had been growing for months. "He's here," Harry said quietly. "Or what's left of him." "Present?" Dumbledore said, wand already in hand, his enormous magical presence settling into the alert readiness that Harry had come to think of as his working state, not aggressive, not passive, but the specific quality of someone with vast resources being very deliberate about when they move. "Close," Harry said. "The transference preparation is active." He started. He turned to look at them, Dumbledore and Sirius side by side, Hermione with Ravenclaw's journal still in her hand, Ron standing steady as stone. "It's happening now. We need to move quickly and quietly. When we find them, don't engage with what he currently is. Whatever form he's in right now, it will be trying to provoke a direct confrontation because direct confrontation delays us from the thing that actually matters." He looked at Hermione. "You're with me at the point of transference. You know what you're looking for." "Between vessel phase," she said. "The consciousness will appear as a cold pressure in the local magical field, dispersed rather than focused, lasting approximately 4 minutes before the Horcrux connection locks it to Nagini." "4 minutes," Harry said. "That's our window." "That's a very short window," Sirius said. "Yes," Harry said. "So let's not waste any of it." They moved through the pines in the dark, following the pull of the old magic the way you follow a sound, not looking for it exactly, but letting yourself be oriented by it. The snow was fresh and the cold was the particular cold of high altitude in winter, and the only light was from the sky and from Harry's wand at low illumination, which he kept in his pocket and let the tip glow through the fabric rather than holding it out. The ruin appeared gradually, walls that were more implied than actual, sections still standing in the specific stubborn way that old stone stands, the rest lying in ordered collapse. The old magic was densest here. Harry felt it pressing against his awareness from all directions. And in the center of the ruin, in a space that had once been a hall of some kind, Nagini. She was enormous. Harry had not fully accounted for this in the abstract, the reality of a 30-foot magical serpent, armored in scales the color of oil on water, coiled in a space with a quality of presence that was not animal presence exactly. The Horcrux in her made her something more than animal and something less than the thing that would be true after the transference. She looked at him. "Small warm one," she said. "I'm here," Harry said. "As I said I would be." "He is beginning," she said. The quality of her voice was different from the connection earlier, more immediate, and underneath the composure, something very tired. "I can feel it starting." Harry felt it too. The old magic in the ruin changed, shifted, the way the pressure in a room changes before a storm. Something cold began to gather at the center of the space, not visible, not physical, but absolutely present to anyone with the sensitivity to feel it. He turned to Hermione. "Now," he said. She was already moving, the journal open in one hand and her wand in the other, moving to the position they discussed on the flight, the eastern point of the gathering, where Ravenclaw's note specified the between-vessel consciousness would be most accessible for intervention. "Dumbledore, containment position," Harry said, already moving himself, his wand out properly now. He felt the cold gathering intensify. Felt the specific quality of what was happening, a consciousness releasing from a diminished physical form, somewhere in the ruin, wrapped in shadow, something small and cold and barely there, and moving toward the Horcrux anchor. Moving toward Nagini. He felt the exact moment it began to cross. And he moved into the gap. What he did was not a spell in any conventional sense, it was the synthesis of everything, the unified field application that Ravenclaw had theorized and he had completed. He reached into the space between vessels and did what Flamel's counterprocess did to a Horcrux, not destroy, but separate. Pulled the consciousness away from the Horcrux anchor before it could lock. The cold hit him like stepping into a frozen lake. Voldemort's consciousness was not a mind in any human sense, not by now, not after all the damage and the diminishment and the years of existing in barely their form. It was more like a weather system, distributed, powerful, carrying the residue of what had once been a remarkable human mind wrapped around a complete and catastrophic moral failure. It was also, Harry realized with the specific clarity of direct contact, afraid. Not of Harry specifically. Of being ended. The entire architecture of Voldemort's choices, the Horcruxes, the ritual preparations, the manipulations and sacrifices and horrors, all of it, fundamentally, a structure built around the terror of not existing. Harry held the separation and looked at what was in it. "It's done," he said. In English, not Parseltongue. He was not speaking to the snake. The cold focused. Trying to push. Looking for purchase. "There's no anchor," Harry said. "The Nagini anchor is cut. The others are gone. There's nowhere to go." The pressure intensified, one last enormous push, the full force of what remained, desperate and furious and, underneath the fury, genuinely terrified. Harry had stood in situations that required him to not be moved, and he stood in this one with the complete composure of someone who has had 30 subjective years to build himself into exactly what this moment requires. He did not move. "Hermione," he said aloud. She was ready. She had been watching the magical field with the specific attention of someone who had read everything available about this moment and had prepared for precisely this. She moved her wand through the pattern from Ravenclaw's notes, the final stage, the part that hadn't been completed, that Harry had worked out from first principles and given to her 3 months ago. The between-vessel consciousness had no more options. Dumbledore contained. Harry separated. Hermione completed. The cold and the ruin dispersed. Not like a light going out, more like a sound fading, the way a bell stops, not suddenly but gradually, until the last resonance of it is simply gone and the silence after is different from the silence before. Nagini made a sound. Harry turned to her. She was still enormous, still coiled, still armored. But the quality of her had changed, the specific quality that the Horcrux had given her, that between animal and something else quality, was gone. She was just a snake. An extraordinary, magical, genuinely ancient snake, but just a snake. She looked at him with eyes that were different now, cleaner. Less complicated. "The wrong thing is gone," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "How do you feel?" She considered this with the unhurried seriousness of a very old creature. "Light," she said finally. "Strangely light." "Good," Harry said. "What happens to me now, small warm one?" Harry looked at her, 30 feet of ancient magical serpent in a Romanian ruin in February, looking at him with clear eyes. He thought about what he'd said in the calling. He thought about what Hufflepuff had said about what power was for. "What do you want?" he said. She looked at the ruin walls. She looked at the pines visible through the broken stone. She looked, for a long moment, at the sky. "The forest," she said. "A real one. Old." "The Forbidden Forest," Harry said. "At Hogwarts. It's very old. And the groundskeeper, the large warm one, would look after you. If you'd allow it." "The large warm one," she repeated, with the specific quality of something tasting an unfamiliar idea. "He is not afraid of serpents." "He is afraid of almost nothing," Harry said, which was true in all the ways that mattered. "And he would be delighted." Nagini considered for a long moment. "Yes," she said finally. "That will do." The ruin was quiet around them when Harry stood up fully. Sirius was staring at him. Not in alarm, in the specific expression of someone who has just watched something happen that they will be thinking about for a very long time. "That was," he started. "Done," Harry said. He was tired in the specific way that precise magical work produced, not exhausted, not diminished, but the clean tiredness of having used something fully. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at the space where the cold had been. His expression was open in a way that his expressions rarely were, something very genuine and very complicated, the expression of someone who has just witnessed something that required him to revise fundamental assumptions. "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore said quietly, to the empty air, in the tone of someone marking the end of something with the appropriate weight. Yes, Harry said. Is it? Sirius started, then stopped. Done, Harry said again. He was never going to stop as long as he had somewhere to go. He had nowhere to go. He looked at the space. He was a brilliant person who was afraid of dying and chose everything wrong in response to that fear. That doesn't change what he was or what he did. A pause. But I think it matters to understand it. Hermione had closed Ravenclaw's journal. She looked at Harry with eyes that were very bright and a face that was composed the way it got when she was feeling several things at once and was choosing to feel them in order. You're all right, she said. I'm fine, Harry said. Better than fine. The direct contact with, I've had 13 years of contact with a fragment of it, Harry said. Direct contact with the whole was, more, but not different in kind. He looked at her. You did the final stage perfectly. She pressed her lips together. Looked away for a moment. Looked back. Ravenclaw's notes were very clear. You're very good at working from notes, he said. I practiced it 60 times, she said, with the particular dignity of someone for whom 60 repetitions is not excessive. Harry almost laughed. Not quite. I know, he said. I know you did. Ron was standing in the ruins entrance. He'd positioned himself there at the start, watching the approach, covering the only clear line in. He walked over now with his hands out of his pockets and his expression the particular one he used when he'd been very worried and was not going to lead with that. The snake, he said. She's going to Hagrid, Harry said. Ron blinked. Hagrid. The Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's going to be absolutely, Ron stopped. Grinned, briefly, helplessly. He's going to try to name her, isn't he? Probably, Harry said. She seems like she'd have opinions about that. She absolutely will, Harry said. Ron's grin widened. Then he looked at Harry, really looked, the way he did when he was taking a direct reading rather than processing through the surface. You're sure it's done, he said. Yes, Harry said. No more, no coming back, no contingency, the Horcruxes are gone, Harry said. All of them. The between-vessel consciousness dispersed. Without an anchor and without a physical form and without the Horcrux architecture to sustain it, there is nothing left for there to be a return from. He held Ron's gaze steadily. It's done. Ron held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, once, slowly, the nod of someone taking a thing into themselves and accepting its weight. Right, he said. Right, Harry agreed. They flew home in the early hours, west through the Romanian dark and over the continent's gradually waking lights, dawn creeping up behind them, the sky going grey and then rose and then the particular fragile gold of early morning. Harry flew beside Sirius again. The world was enormous and cold and growing slowly brighter. So, Sirius said. So, Harry agreed. It's over. The immediate crisis is over, Harry said. There are still Death Eaters operating. Still Ministry institutional problems. Still Lucius Malfoy. Still, Harry, Sirius said. Harry looked at him. It's over, Sirius said again. Firmly. Not dismissively, he'd been in a war himself and understood perfectly well that over rarely meant completely over. But there was something in the way he said it that was both accurate and important. The thing that killed your parents. The thing that, he gestured, a slight movement that meant everything he wasn't specifying. That's over. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The dawn kept coming, and the continent moved below them, and the cold was the clean cold of a February morning and not the cold of a diminished Dark Lord's consciousness pressing against the world. Yes, he said. That's over. How does it feel? Harry thought about this honestly, not the answer he was supposed to give, not the managed response, but the real thing. He felt the cold air and the broom under him and the weight of the time turner in his pocket, still and quiet. He thought about a stone cottage in Wales and a dungeon with blue-green torches and a tower with impossible windows. He thought about Myrddin's letter, folded in his trunk. Take care of the friends. He thought about a 2-year-old in a cupboard with a small gold hourglass. Light, he said. Strangely light. Sirius looked at him. Something crossed his face, recognition, maybe, or the specific warmth of understanding something without needing it explained. He reached across the space between their brooms and put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. Good, he said. That's how it should feel. The dawn came fully, and the channel appeared below them, silver and wide, and beyond it the particular green of England in winter, real and present in theirs. Harry flew toward it. He went to find Dumbledore before breakfast, because there were still things to say. The headmaster was at his desk, which he rarely seemed to leave, and looked up when Harry knocked with the attentive readiness of someone who had not slept and had spent the hours between Romania and dawn thinking. I have a question, Harry said. Sit down, Dumbledore said. Harry sat. The remaining Death Eaters. The ones who'll claim they were under Imperius, the Lucius Malfoys of the situation. Madam Bones will handle the legal side of it, but there's a political element that needs, I'll handle the political element, Dumbledore said. I have been waiting for the opportunity with somewhat more patience than I've managed on other fronts. A slight, dry pause. Fudge will be manageable, Harry said. Now that there's no ambiguity about what happened. He can't deny a documented magical dispersal in a Romanian ruin with 5 witnesses including the chief warlock. He looked at Dumbledore. Will you be resuming your position on the Wizengamot fully? Yes, Dumbledore said. I had stepped back from certain things. I believe it's time to step back in. He looked at Harry with those old, honest eyes. Your generation is going to inherit a system that has significant problems. I'd rather not hand it over worse than it needs to be. Agreed, Harry said. On that note, Hermione has a list. Of course she does, Dumbledore said, which was, Harry realized, the closest thing to genuine affection the headmaster had expressed about a student in their presence. She has sent me 14 feet of parchment in the past 3 months on various institutional reform proposals. Have you read them? Every word, Dumbledore said. Several of them are genuinely extraordinary. The one about house elf legal status in particular, he paused. She is going to be formidable. She already is, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. You know that what you said on your way out of this office once, about collaborative rather than managed, I want you to know I have been taking that seriously. Not just with you. The way I have operated, the way I have, he stopped. Secrets have a cost. I have believed for a long time that the cost was worth paying, that the protection afforded by managed information was worth what it required. I'm not certain I was right. You weren't always wrong, Harry said. Some of the time, yes. But not always. Dumbledore almost smiled. That's generous. It's accurate, Harry said. You made decisions with the information you had and the framework you had and the genuine desire to do right by people. That's not nothing. He looked at the headmaster steadily. It's just not enough, on its own, to justify not including the people your decisions affect. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. No, he said. It's not. He folded his hands on the desk. The school year, he said, shifting, both of them recognizing that some things had been said that needed to settle. You have, what remains of 3rd year. And then 4 more years at Hogwarts, if you choose to stay. I'm staying, Harry said. You have nothing left to learn here, in the technical sense. That's not why I'm staying, Harry said. I'm staying because this is where the people are. He stood. And because I promised McGonagall I'd try out for the Quidditch team, and I intend to follow through. Dumbledore blinked. I'm very good on a broom, Harry said pleasantly. Gryffindor will appreciate it. Can I go to breakfast? Yes, Dumbledore said, in the tone of a man who is making peace with the ongoing experience of being surprised. Yes, of course. Harry went. The great hall was warm and loud and full of the particular energy of a school morning, several hundred people in various states of wakefulness, food appearing in the reliable magical way, owls sweeping through the high rafters, the Weasley twins apparently having initiated some kind of game involving enchanted toast that McGonagall was dealing with from her position at the staff table with the controlled exasperation of a woman who has had significant practice. Ron and Hermione were at their usual spots. Ron had managed to secure the section of the Prophet with the Quidditch results. Hermione was reading something dense that was almost certainly not a course text. Harry sat down. "It's over," Ron said, without looking up from the paper. Not asking. "Yes," Harry said. "It's over." Ron turned the page. "Good," he said. "Full English?" "Please," Harry said. Hermione looked up from her book. She looked at Harry with those sharp, warm eyes that always saw too much. "How are you?" she said. Harry thought about Nagini saying light, strangely light. He thought about Sirius's hand on his shoulder in the February dawn. He thought about Myrddin's letter, "The pride remains." "Good," he said. And it was simple and true in the way that simple true things occasionally are. "I'm good." She studied him for a moment. Then she nodded once, satisfied, the nod of someone who has taken a reading and found it accurate. She went back to her book. Ron put 3 pieces of toast on Harry's plate without being asked. The great hall continued around them, the noise, the warmth, the ordinary magnificent chaos of a school morning at Hogwarts, and Harry ate his breakfast in the middle of it and let it simply be what it was. The Quidditch tryout was on Saturday. He had essays due in Transfiguration and Charms and a practical examination in Data that he was going to have to be careful about not making McGonagall uncomfortable in. Dobby was coming to find him today. He'd arranged a meeting yesterday, the beginning of the conversation about options he'd promised in August. The world was enormous and full of things still to do and people still to know and problems still to solve, and none of them were the specific shadow that had sat over his entire life from the moment before he had any life to speak of. He picked up his fork. He was 13 years old with 30 years' worth of education in his bones and the most dangerous thing he'd ever faced at his back and the rest of everything ahead of him, and he was, in this moment, in the warm noisy hall with his friends and his food and the owls overhead and the morning light coming through the windows. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 8, After the Storm, the thing nobody told you about the end of a war was that the world didn't stop. Harry had half expected, in the part of himself that was still, underneath everything, 13 years old, that the morning after Romania would feel different in some large, architectural way. That the world would have rearranged itself to acknowledge what had changed. Instead, it was a Thursday, and Snape assigned 3 feet of parchment on the properties of befuddlement draft, and Neville knocked over his cauldron in potions, and Percy Weasley posted a new set of bathroom rota guidelines on the Gryffindor notice board that Fred and George had defaced within 6 minutes, and the world was exactly as it had always been except for one enormous, quiet absence at its center. Harry found this both disorienting and deeply correct. He sat through potions with the patient attention he gave everything, even Snape, who had developed a specific way of looking at Harry over 2.5 years that was not quite hostility and not quite respect and landed somewhere complicated and unresolved between them. Snape knew that something significant had happened. He didn't know the details. He had, Harry suspected, been working it out from secondary evidence, which was the kind of intelligence gathering Snape was very good at. After class, when everyone else had filed out and Ron and Hermione were waiting in the corridor, Snape said, without looking up from the papers he was marking, 5 points from Gryffindor, Potter. Harry paused at the door. For what? For handing in an essay last week that was so far beyond the scope of the assignment that it constituted showing off. The essay was accurate, Harry said. It was 32 feet of parchment when I asked for 4. Snape looked up. His black eyes were, as always, unreadable in their precision. The question was about the properties of Veritaserum. You submitted a complete analysis of truth-compelling potions across 14 distinct magical traditions, including 3 that are not in any Hogwarts library text. They're in older texts, Harry said. I thought the comparison was useful. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Where, he said carefully, do you find older texts that are not in this library? I have sources, Harry said. Evidently. Snape returned to his marking. 5 points, Potter. Try to contain yourself within the parameters of the actual assignment. Harry considered this. If I write 32 feet next time, will you take another 5? Snape's pen stopped moving. A pause of approximately 3 seconds. Detention, he said. Friday evening. 7 o'clock. What for? Preemptive, Snape said. Now get out of my classroom. Harry left. In the corridor, Ron looked at him with enormous curiosity. What was that about? Snape gave me detention for an essay I haven't written yet, Harry said. Ron stared. Can he do that? Apparently, Harry said. He started walking. I might actually enjoy the detention. His ingredient storage system is interesting and I've wanted to examine it. Hermione made a sound that was somewhere between exasperation and recognition. You're going to spend detention reorganizing his potion stores, aren't you? Probably, Harry said pleasantly. He's going to be furious. He's going to be furious and his stores will be better organized, Harry said. I think that's a net positive. Dobby arrived that afternoon. He appeared in the corridor outside the library with a crack that startled 2 third-year Ravenclaws and sent them scurrying around the corner, then looked up at Harry with his enormous, earnest eyes and said, with the specific dignity of someone who has been thinking about something for a long time and is now ready to say it, Harry Potter said there were options. I did, Harry said. He looked at Dobby, the pillowcase, the enormous eyes, the quality of someone who had been contained in a particular shape for so long they'd half-forgotten shapes could change. Come on. Somewhere quieter. He took Dobby to an empty classroom on the 3rd floor, not the best one, which had a spectacular view of the grounds, but the second best one, which had good light and was far enough from the main corridors that conversation stayed in it. He conjured a chair at Dobby's height, which Dobby looked at with an expression of someone encountering furniture specifically sized for them for the first time in their life. Dobby sat in it very carefully. The situation with your current master, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy. Dobby's ears went back slightly, the house elf equivalent of a wince. Dobby cannot say, you don't need to say anything, Harry said. I know enough. What I want to know is what you want. Dobby looked at him with those enormous eyes. Dobby wants to serve Harry Potter, he said, with the particular intensity of something that has been decided. I know, Harry said. But that's a response to a circumstance, not a, Dobby, do you know about free elves? A pause. Dobby has heard, Dobby said, in the tone of someone who has heard about something so far outside their experience it might as well be a myth. It's not common, Harry said. But it's possible. A wizard or witch can give a house elf clothes, properly give them, not accidentally, and the bond releases. He looked at Dobby steadily. I want to be clear about something. I'm not going to give you clothes so that you're then obligated to me. That's just trading one bond for another. What I want, what I'd like to offer, is actual freedom. The ability to choose where you go and who, if anyone, you serve. Dobby was completely still. A stillness that was different from the stillness of compliance, the stillness of something being genuinely surprised. Harry Potter is offering Dobby. Dobby stopped. Yes, Harry said. But Dobby would have nowhere, you'd have options, Harry said. Hogwarts employs house elves. Paid employment, or it will, once Hermione's done with the proposal she's currently writing, which I expect Dumbledore to implement within the year. Or you could choose something else entirely. The point is that it would be a choice. Dobby's enormous eyes had gone very bright. He was gripping the edges of the small chair with both hands with the specific grip of someone who is containing something very large in a very small body. "Dobby," Harry said. "Dobby wants to be free," Dobby said. It came out like something that had been held for a very long time under a great deal of pressure, and the release of it was audible. "Dobby has always," he stopped. He looked down at his hands. "Dobby has wanted to say that for all of Dobby's life and has never, I know," Harry said quietly. Dobby looked up at him. "Harry Potter will not be angry at Dobby for wanting it." "No," Harry said. "Wanting to be free is one of the most reasonable things anyone has ever wanted." He reached into his bag and took out a sock. It was a Christmas sock that Hermione had given him, red and gold, Gryffindor colors, slightly too enthusiastic in its decoration but excellently made. He'd been carrying it for 3 weeks, waiting for this conversation. He held it out. Dobby looked at it. He looked at Harry. He reached out with one hand, trembling slightly, and took the sock. The bond released with a sound like a soft bell, not dramatic, not theatrical, just clear and final and true. Dobby sat in the small chair with a Gryffindor Christmas sock in his hand and looked at Harry with those enormous bright eyes and made a sound that was not quite crying and not quite laughing but had the quality of both. "Dobby is free," he said, in a voice that was barely there. "Dobby is free," Harry agreed. The news of what had happened in Romania reached the wizarding world on a Friday. Not from Harry, he had not issued statements or sought press. But Madame Bones had, in her capacity as head of magical law enforcement, filed an official departmental report on the Romania operation with the ministry, and that report had passed through enough hands to reach the prophet within 48 hours of their return, and the prophet had done what the prophet did with significant information, made it enormous and not entirely accurate and deeply dramatic. The headline was, "HEWHO must not be named defeated, boy who lives strikes again." Harry read it over breakfast with the patient expression of someone reading a moderately inaccurate summary of events they were personally involved in. "Struck again," Ron said, reading over his shoulder. "Like you're a recurring feature." "I suppose I am," Harry said. "They spell Hermione's name wrong," Hermione said, from across the table, with the particular tightness of someone for whom this was actually the most offensive part. "They spell everyone's name wrong," Sirius said, from further down the table, having apparently decided that the Great Hall was now a viable breakfast location for him. He was reading the article with the expression of someone who found this simultaneously hilarious and old news. "This is a significant improvement on Sirius Black, mass murderer, I'll say that." "They call you my guardian," Harry said. "I am your guardian," Sirius said. "Since when?" "Since I filed the paperwork with the ministry last week," Sirius said, with enormous satisfaction. Madame Bones countersigned. "It's official." He looked at Harry over his coffee. "Any objections?" Harry thought about this for approximately 1 second. "No," he said. "Good," Sirius said. He went back to his paper. Hermione was looking at Harry with her reading a person expression. "You knew he was going to do that," she said. "I suspected," Harry said. "I didn't file any objections in advance." She looked at him for a moment more. Then she smiled, the full one, the one she kept for things that were genuinely good, and went back to her own paper. Ron quietly added more toast to Harry's plate, which was his way of marking occasions. The response came in waves, which Harry had anticipated. First wave, the wizarding public, who had spent 13 years telling the story of the boy who lived as a kind of comfort and received the confirmation of that story's completion with a mixture of enormous relief and the particular anxiety of people who have organized their worldview around a threat and don't entirely know what to do without it. Letters arrived at Hogwarts in quantities that made the post owls look strained. Harry answered the ones from people who clearly needed answering and left the rest. Second wave, the ministry, which had the more complicated reaction of an institution that had simultaneously been caught being wrong about several things and was now expected to respond to being right about one large thing with the appropriate dignity. Fudge issued a statement that credited the ministry's ongoing vigilance, which Madame Bones quietly corrected in a separate statement that was more accurate and which Harry had reviewed in advance. Third wave, the Death Eaters. The ones who had been openly identified and imprisoned were no longer a problem. But the ones who had maintained plausible cover, the imperious claim contingent, the ones who had been careful and quiet and positioned themselves as respectable members of wizarding society, these were a different calculation. With Voldemort gone, their options were, continue maintaining cover, quietly distance themselves, or find some other axis around which to organize their particular worldview. Harry monitored this with the attention of someone who had learned from Slytherin that the most dangerous moment in a power vacuum was not the moment of its creation but the 2 weeks afterward, when people made decisions about who they were going to be. Lucius Malfoy made his decision on a Tuesday. He showed up at Hogwarts. Harry was informed of this by a fifth-year Slytherin prefect who knocked on the Gryffindor common room door with the expression of someone performing a task they found personally uncomfortable, relayed the message that Mr. Malfoy was in the entrance hall and was requesting a meeting with Harry Potter, and then waited. Ron looked at Harry. Hermione looked at Harry. Neville, who had been sitting quietly in the corner working on his herbology essay, looked up with the particular alertness of someone who had been paying attention. "Tell him I'll be down in a few minutes," Harry said. The prefect left. "Do you want us to come?" Ron said. "No," Harry said. He stood and straightened his robes. "This is a conversation, not a confrontation. He's not going to try anything in the Hogwarts entrance hall, he's not that stupid, and being that stupid would also directly harm his son, who he does care about, whatever else he is." He looked at Ron. "If I'm not back in 40 minutes, come find me." 30, Hermione said. 30, Harry agreed. He went down through the castle, which was lively with afternoon lessons ending and students moving between classes, the particular cheerful chaos of 1,000 people living in the same building. He walked through it with his usual unhurried directness, aware of the way people moved slightly around him now, not quite clearing a path but adjusting, the specific gravitational effect of someone with a particular reputation moving through a crowd. Lucius Malfoy was standing in the entrance hall with his cane and his robes and his specific quality of composed, expensive threat. He was a good-looking man in the manner of something designed rather than natural, everything too considered, too placed. His eyes, when they found Harry, were pale and calculating, and Harry could see immediately that the calculation was running. He was assessing. Working out who Harry was now. What he had. What he represented. Harry let him look. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said. His voice was smooth and low and had the particular tone of someone who has spent a lifetime using courtesy as a weapon. "Thank you for seeing me." "Of course," Harry said. "Walk with me." He didn't wait for agreement. He turned and walked toward the door that opened onto the grounds. Lucius, after a fractional pause that was itself interesting, followed. The grounds were cold and grey, a February afternoon with the lake dark and still and the forest at the edge of visibility. Harry walked at a measured pace, hands in his pockets, and let the silence run long enough to establish that he was comfortable in it. "You've come to talk about the diary," Harry said finally. A slight pause from Lucius. "I've come to, the diary that was a Horcrux. That you knowingly introduced into a situation designed to harm students and specifically to harm Ginny Weasley, who was 11 years old." Harry kept walking. His voice was entirely even. "I know what you did. I know how you did it. I know that you understood, when you put that diary in her cauldron, that you were putting a piece of Voldemort's soul in the possession of a child." Lucius said nothing. "I also know," Harry said, "that Voldemort gave you that diary with instructions, and that declining those instructions was not something you were in a position to do safely, and that the situation was more constrained than it might appear from the outside." He looked at Lucius. "I'm not saying that to excuse what happened. I'm saying it because accuracy matters to me." They walked in silence for a moment. The lake was flat and dark beside them. "What do you want?" Lucius said finally, and it was the question stripped of performance, the real question under the courtesy. "Draco," Harry said. He's 13 years old and he's been pointed at something his entire life that he didn't choose. I want him to have the opportunity to choose differently. He looked at Lucius steadily. What I don't want is for your choices to determine his future. He's not you. He doesn't have to be. Lucius was very still. Something moved in his pale eyes, something complicated and genuine, which was unexpected enough to be interesting. You're 13 years old, he said. I know, Harry said. And he stopped. Telling you what I want, Harry said. Which is Draco having the freedom to be who he actually is, not who he's been trained to be. That's all. I'm not threatening you. I'm not making demands about your legal situation, that's Madame Bones's domain and she'll handle it correctly. He paused. I'm asking you, as his father, to consider what you're giving him. Lucius looked at him for a long moment. The February cold moved between them, and the lake was still, and the forest stood dark at the edge of the grounds. The ministry inquiry, Lucius said finally, which was not quite a response to what Harry had said but was connected to it. Will be thorough, Harry said. Madame Bones is thorough. What comes out of it will depend on what the evidence shows. He looked at Lucius. If you cooperate, genuinely cooperate, not perform cooperation, that will matter. Not to me specifically. But to the process. Another silence. You are remarkably unlike what I expected, Lucius said. People keep saying that, Harry said. I'm going in. Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy. He turned and walked back toward the castle without looking back, because the meeting was over and continuing it would only give Lucius more room to maneuver, and the thing he'd needed to say had been said. He did not know what Lucius would do with it. That was Lucius's choice and Draco's story, and Harry had contributed what he could to the conditions of it. The rest was not his to control. Draco found him 2 days later, which was faster than Harry had expected. He came to the library, same as before, knock on the doorframe of the table Harry had claimed as his regular working spot, the posture slightly different from usual. Less performed. He sat down without being invited but with less of the entitlement that usually accompanied the uninvited sitting. He looked at the table for a moment and then at Harry. My father told me you spoke with him, Draco said. Yes, Harry said. He didn't tell me what was said. No, Harry said. He wouldn't. Draco was quiet. He had, Harry noticed, stopped wearing his hair the Malfoy way, the severe slicked-back style that every Malfoy in every portrait wore. It was slightly less controlled today, which on Draco was the equivalent of a significant statement. He's cooperating with the ministry inquiry, Draco said. He told me this morning. Harry didn't comment on that directly. How are you? Draco blinked. It was clearly not the question he'd prepared for. He stopped. Tried again with less performance. Confused, he said finally. Everything I was told was going to happen, everything my family prepared for, it's not going to happen. He's gone. And the way he's gone is, he stopped again. Not the way you expected, Harry said. I expected a war, Draco said. It was honest in the way people are honest when they've given up on the alternative. I was raised to expect a specific version of the future. One where, he moved his hand slightly, a gesture that meant everything he wasn't specifying. And instead it ended in Romania in February, and Hogwarts is exactly the same on Monday as it was the Thursday before. The world doesn't stop, Harry said. No, Draco said. He looked at Harry with those sharp grey eyes that were, Harry thought, actually quite perceptive when they weren't performing. How do you, he started and stopped and tried again. You grew up knowing this was coming. The scar, the prophecy, all of it. You knew your whole life that this was what you were for. How do you, he stopped. What do you do with yourself after? Harry looked at him. It was a real question, the most real thing Draco had asked him in 3 years of circling and testing and performing. He took it seriously. The same thing you do with yourself before, Harry said. You figure out who you actually are and what you actually want, and you do that. The before and after don't change the question. They just change what's in the way of answering it. Draco stared at him for a moment. That's not a particularly satisfying answer. No, Harry agreed. But it's the accurate one. Draco was quiet. Then, unexpectedly, what do you actually want? You personally. Not the war stuff. Harry thought about this honestly. To do something useful, he said. There are things wrong with the way the wizarding world works, not small things, structural things. Creature rights. Ministry accountability. The way history gets taught, which is selective in ways that cause real harm. He paused. I want to work on those things. Not all at once, not by myself. But they're worth working on. Draco looked at him. You're 13. I know, Harry said. But problems don't wait for age. No, Draco said. He was quiet for another moment, and then he said something that was clearly costing him something and which he'd decided to say anyway. I'd like, if you're working on those things. I'd like to know about it. Harry looked at him. Not surprised exactly, more confirming something he'd been watching for. All right, he said. I'll let you know. Draco nodded. He stood. He was at the door when Harry said, Draco. He turned. The hair's better, Harry said. Draco stared at him. Then, reluctantly, briefly, a real thing, nothing performed about it, he almost smiled. Don't tell anyone, he said, and left. The Quidditch tryout was on a Saturday in March, which arrived with the specific anticipatory noise of a Gryffindor tower that has gotten wind of something interesting. Oliver Wood, 6th year, keeper, team captain with the specific intensity of someone who has been waiting for a reason to be intense, had run tryouts the previous 2 years with escalating desperation as the Gryffindor seeker position remained unfilled. He had, upon receiving word that Harry Potter wanted to try out, spent approximately 3 days being very publicly calm about it in a way that fooled nobody. The pitch was cold and bright in the March morning. Harry arrived to find the rest of the Gryffindor team already there and most of Gryffindor House in the stands, plus a significant contingent from the other houses who had apparently decided this was worth watching. He spotted Hermione in the stands with a book on her knee and Ron beside her with no book and the expression of someone who is going to enjoy this thoroughly. He also spotted Draco Malfoy in the Slytherin section, which was unexpected and interesting and which Harry filed away without reacting to. Wood walked up with a broom and a snitch in a box and the expression of someone managing profound hope. Potter, he said. You've flown before? Yes, Harry said. On a quality broom? Various, Harry said. He looked at the broom Wood was holding. Is that a Nimbus 2000? It is, Wood said. We've got 2. The rest of the team is on, I'll use mine, Harry said, and took his own broom from his shoulder, a Nimbus 2001, which he had purchased this year with the straightforward logic that it was the best available and there was no reason not to have it. Wood looked at the 2001. Then he looked at Harry. Right, he said, with the composure of someone recalibrating. Up you go, then. I'll release the snitch, you catch it. How long do I have? Harry said. Take as long as you need, Wood said. How long is the record? 3 minutes 40 seconds, Wood said. Harry mounted his broom and kicked off. He'd learned to fly properly from Gryffindor in a Welsh courtyard, which meant he'd learned from someone who treated a broom the way a swordsman treated a blade, as an extension of a body that was already a weapon. He'd also learned from someone who had the specific philosophy that hesitation was the single greatest technical error a flyer could make, because hesitation broke the continuous line between intention and action. Wood released the snitch. Harry watched it spiral up and then dart northeast toward the higher section of the pitch, the snitch's particular erratic intelligence working through its escape calculations. He'd read extensively on snitch behavior. They were semi-magical objects with genuine if simple problem-solving capacity, and their evasion patterns followed discernible logic. He went northeast. The snitch jinked left. He anticipated it, not guessed, anticipated, because he'd seen the same pattern in Flamel's notes on magical object animation, the preference for lateral movement over vertical when directly pursued, and was already where it was going when it arrived there. He caught it in his right hand, clean, at altitude. Below him, silence. Then the Gryffindor stands, comprehensively. Then the other stands, with the specific quality of people who had come to watch something interesting and had gotten something considerably more interesting than expected. He descended, landed, and handed the snitch back to Wood, who was holding a stopwatch. Wood looked at the stopwatch. Then at Harry. Then at the stopwatch again. 47 seconds, Wood said. I saw the pattern early, Harry said. 47 seconds, Wood said. Is that a yes? Harry said. Wood grabbed him by the shoulders with both hands. You're on the team, he said. You're absolutely on the team. Please tell me you're staying at Hogwarts for Newt years. 5 more years, Harry said. Wood made a sound of pure relief that was, Harry thought, deeply funny. Practice Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 6 a.m., Don't give me that look, I know it's early, 6 a.m. is fine, Harry said. Gryffindor should probably win the cup this year. We're going to win the cup this year, Wood said, with the conviction of someone who has found religion. In the stands, Ron was on his feet cheering with the specific uninhibited enthusiasm of someone who has no reputation for composure to protect. Hermione was applauding with her book still somehow in one hand. Sirius, who had apparently appeared at some point during the tryout, was doing something between a cheer and a laugh that was very serious. Harry looked up at the stands and felt the warm, uncomplicated pleasure of a thing done well in front of people who were pleased by it. He thought about Gryffindor's courtyard and the man who had taught him that fighting and flying were the same philosophy applied differently: don't plan, feel. Trust the thing you've built. He'd trusted it. It had worked. Snape's Friday detention was, as Hermione had predicted, productive in ways Snape had not intended. Harry arrived at 7, found the potions classroom empty but the store's room unlocked. Snape's actual message was on the board in sharp handwriting: reorganize stores. Alphabetical. Do not touch anything labeled in red. Harry went into the store's room and looked at it. It was organized. Technically. In the way that things organized by someone very intelligent and extremely busy are organized, categories that made sense when they were established and had been added to haphazardly over years, so that the original logic was still visible but increasingly buried under accumulation. He reorganized it. Not just alphabetically, that was the assigned task, but alphabetical organization for ingredients in active use was functionally inferior to organizational systems that accounted for frequency of use, preparation compatibility, and stability interactions. He'd learned this in Flamel's workshop, where the organization of ingredients was itself a form of preparation. The right ingredient in the right place at the right moment was worth 30 seconds in a potion that sometimes didn't have 30 seconds. He worked for 2 hours, which was quiet and focused and genuinely pleasant in the way that precise physical organizing work was pleasant when you've been doing a great deal of work that lived in the mind. When Snape came in to check at 9 o'clock, he stood in the doorway of the store's room for a long moment. I said alphabetical, he said finally. Alphabetical within categories, Harry said, closing the last cabinet. But the primary organization is by preparation compatibility. Ingredients that are regularly combined in this curriculum are stored adjacently, which reduces preparation time and the associated risk of reaching across unstabilized materials. He turned around. I also found 3 jars that were mislabeled. I put them on the counter with a note. Snape's eyes moved to the counter. He looked at the 3 jars and Harry's note beside them in silence. The bicorn horn was labeled as lacewing flies, Harry said. Which would have been, not good, in a polyjuice context. Snape was very still for a moment. How did you identify the mislabeling? Bicorn horn has a faint luminescence under directed wand light, Harry said. Lacewing flies don't. I checked everything with a diagnostic when I was settling in the cabinets. Snape looked at the store's room. He looked at Harry. His expression was the one Harry found most interesting, the one he used when something had happened that required a revision and he was doing the revision in real time. "You checked everything with a diagnostic," he said. "It took about 40 minutes, Harry said. "The rest went faster." Snape was quiet. "The organization system," he said carefully. "Preparation compatibility. Flamel's workshop method," Harry said. "I've seen it implemented and it works." He paused. "I can write it up if you'd like. The logic of the category groupings." "No," Snape said. Then, after a pause, "Yes. Leave it on my desk before you go." Harry almost smiled. He didn't, because Snape would have found that irritating, and Harry had decided some time ago that he liked Snape enough to not be gratuitously irritating. "All right," he said. "Is there anything else?" Snape looked at the store's room again, then at the counter with the mislabeled jars. He turned and walked to his desk and sat, pulling papers toward him. "Sit down, Potter," he said, without looking up. "Since you appear to have finished the assigned task with an hour remaining, you can use the time to translate a text I have been unable to source a complete version of." Harry sat. Snape produced a fragment of parchment, genuinely old, the kind that crinkled at the edges with age, and pushed it across the desk without looking up from his marking. "Medieval alchemical notation. Partial. The translation I have is incomplete and I suspect incorrect at several points." Harry looked at the parchment. The notation was a variant he recognized, a system that had been in use in the 14th and 15th centuries, distinct from the more common contemporaneous forms because of a specific regional influence. He'd seen it in Flamel's workshop materials. "It's Southern French," Harry said. "Specifically a lion workshop notation." The fourth line, he reached for the quill Snape had placed beside the parchment. "May I?" "That's why I gave you the quill," Snape said, still not looking up. Harry translated. It took him 30 minutes, and he wrote carefully, flagging the places where the notation was genuinely ambiguous and noting the two most likely interpretations with the reasoning for each. When he finished, he set it beside Snape's other papers. Snape read it. Still in silence. Still not looking at Harry directly, which was itself a form of communication that Harry had learned to read, Snape's version of not wanting to acknowledge something he was acknowledging. "Where," Snape said finally, with the careful tone of someone asking a question they've decided they need to ask regardless of the answer, "did you learn lion workshop notation?" "Flamel," Harry said. Snape set his pen down. He looked at Harry now. "Nicholas Flamel." "Yes. You have met Nicholas Flamel?" "Yes," Harry said. "Several times." He paused. "He's a kind person. Very focused. His workshop is extraordinary." Snape looked at him for a long moment. The detention classroom was quiet, the castle's night settling around them, the torches burning low, the particular quality of a school late in the evening when the noise had gone out of it and left something more genuine. "I have been studying alchemy," Snape said, with the precise care of someone disclosing something they don't disclose easily, "for 18 years. I have never managed to source a complete version of the Lion Workshop notation texts." "He has them," Harry said. "I can give you a letter of introduction, if you'd like. He receives visitors occasionally. He's very particular about who." He looked at Snape steadily. "He'd be interested in someone who'd spent 18 years on it. He appreciates commitment to the work." Snape looked at him. The expression on his face was the most unguarded Harry had seen it, not soft. Snape's face didn't do soft, but stripped of the particular layers that usually sat between him and the world. "You are," Snape said, "the most peculiar student I have taught in 20 years of teaching." "I've been told similar things," Harry said. "Is that a yes on the letter?" A very long pause. "Yes," Snape said. "It's a yes." Harry reached for a fresh piece of parchment, wrote the letter quickly, He knew Flamel's preferences in correspondence, knew the specific way he responded to being approached, and left it on the desk. He stood. "Detention dismissed," Snape said, returning to his marking. Harry walked to the door. He stopped, because something was occurring to him that had been occurring to him for a while, and this was, he thought, the right moment. "Professor Snape," he said. Snape didn't look up. "What?" "My mother. She was good at potions." The pen went still. "I know you were friends," Harry said. "Before things went wrong. I know the shape of that, if not all of it." He paused. "I don't need to know all of it. I just wanted you to know that I know she was remarkable. And that knowing that matters to me." The room was very quiet. "She was," Snape said. His voice was careful and entirely controlled, and had under the control something that required all of that control to keep in its place. "The best student I ever," he stopped. "She was remarkable." "Yes," Harry said. "Good night, Professor." He left. In the corridor outside, he stood for a moment in the castle's night quiet, and thought about all the people connected to his parents who were still living in the long shadow of what had happened, still carrying things that were very heavy and had nowhere to put them down. He couldn't fix all of it. He'd never thought he could. But he could see it. He could name it when naming seemed worth something. He walked back up through the castle. The last day of term arrived with the specific energy of everyone simultaneously having too much to do and being unable to concentrate on any of it, which was a kind of mass inability Harry found both familiar and affectionate. He spent the morning writing 2 letters, one to Flamel, updating him on the winter's events, which Flamel deserved to know since he was the one who provided several of the key processes. The letter was 6 pages, and Harry suspected Flamel would read it twice and then write back 12 pages in response. The second letter was longer and went to an address in a valley in Wales that had existed for 600 years and by all normal logic no longer existed, and by the logic that Harry had learned to trust was precisely where it was supposed to be. He wrote to Myrddin. Not about the war, Myrddin already knew, in the way that people who have left messages in time already know what their messages were for. He wrote about Sirius, and Snape, and Dobby's freedom, and Draco's uncertain and tentative reorientation. He wrote about the astronomy tower at midnight and the mountains of Romania in the February dark. He wrote about the Quidditch tryout in 47 seconds and Wood's expression. He wrote about Ron explaining the cannons while Harry's scar was coming apart and Hermione's 60 rehearsals of the final stage of the counter process. He wrote about what it felt like to be here, in this body, in this time, with the time turner quiet in his pocket and all of it settled. He wrote, "You were right about the friends. They are the best part of everything." He sent the letter with Hedwig, his owl, a white snowy owl he had acquired in October, with the entirely subjective reasoning that she had looked at him very directly from her perch at Elops, and that seemed like sufficient grounds. Hedwig went out through the window with the brisk purposefulness of someone who had done this before and would do it again and considered it fully within the scope of her professional life. Harry watched her go, then went down to the Great Hall for the end-of-term lunch. The Hogwarts Express home was late March sun through the windows and the particular long exhale of a term ending, everyone slightly less armored than they'd been in September, slightly more themselves. Ron had fallen asleep within 20 minutes, which was a special talent. He was tilted sideways with his mouth slightly open and making no effort to appear otherwise, which Harry found genuinely restful in the way that uncomplicated things are restful. Hermione was writing. She had 3 projects on the go and had apparently decided that the train journey was 6 hours of uninterrupted work time, which Harry respected even as he suspected she would also take occasional breaks to look at the scenery and not acknowledge that she was looking at the scenery. Neville had joined them somewhere around York, since his usual compartment had been invaded by Seamus and Dean having an argument about something Quidditch-related, and he sat in the corner with his herbology project and a general air of contentment that was one of his more becoming qualities. Harry looked out the window. Britain went past in the March light, green and grey and occasional brown, the particular palette of a country in early spring that hasn't decided yet. The hills in the north giving way to the Midlands and then the south, everything gradually flattening and filling in. He thought about going back to Privet Drive, which he did every holiday with the patient equanimity of someone who understood that Sirius's guardian paperwork didn't yet extend to full holiday custody and these things required time to process through the relevant channels. The Dursleys were exactly what they'd always been. Harry was significantly less affected by this than he'd once been, which was its own kind of resolution. He thought about what came next, not the immediate next of Privet Drive, but the larger next. For more years at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament in fourth year that would need managing, though the specific version that had been planned around Barty Crouch Jr. was no longer in play. The Ministry reforms that Hermione was building toward. The creature rights work that Harry had been laying foundation for through several carefully written letters to people in the relevant positions. He thought about Nagini in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had received her with the expression of a man whose birthday and Christmas had arrived simultaneously, and had named her Queenie, which Nagini had apparently accepted with the regal indifference of something that had a much more important name for itself but was prepared to tolerate the large warm one's enthusiasm. He thought about Dobby, who had taken a paid position at Hogwarts with the specific energy of someone discovering that the concept of a day off was the most revolutionary idea they had ever encountered, and who had sent Harry 3 increasingly enthusiastic letters about it. He thought about Draco, who had owed him twice since their library conversation with questions about the structural problems Harry had mentioned, not idle questions, genuine ones, the questions of someone starting to look at a world they'd been handed and asking whether they had to keep it. He thought about Dumbledore, who had, in the 3 weeks since Romania, quietly restructured 3 things in the way the school operated and mentioned, in a brief note to Harry, that he was convening a meeting of the Wisengamot's Reform Subcommittee for the first time in 11 years. He thought about Sirius, who was currently at Grimmauld Place doing something that involved both renovating the house and establishing what he described as a base of operations, which Harry was choosing to interpret optimistically. He thought about all of it, the shape of it, the ongoing complicated work of it, and felt not the weight of it but the texture. The specific engaged feeling of there being things worth doing. Hermione looked up from her writing. She studied him with that direct, perceptive look. "You're thinking," she said. "Always," Harry said. "What about specifically?" "What comes next," Harry said. "There's a lot of it." She looked at him for a moment. "Is that good or bad?" Harry thought about it honestly. "Good," he said. "The before had one enormous thing in it. The after has many smaller things. He paused. "That's better. The smaller things are the ones that actually matter to people's lives." Hermione considered this. "The house elf proposal," she said. "I've revised it twice. Dumbledore is going to bring it to the Hogwarts Board of Governors next term." "Good," Harry said. "The Gringotts situation is moving too. Griphook sent me a letter." Her eyebrows went up. "You're in correspondence with a Gringotts goblin." "We have an understanding," Harry said. "After the cup. He's very pragmatic and very perceptive and completely done with being condescended to by the wizarding establishment. There's a lot of potential there for reform that benefits everyone." Hermione was looking at him with the expression she used when she was recalibrating. "You've been building things," she said slowly. "Not just for the war. After it. The whole time." "Yes," Harry said. "You knew it would end." "I was fairly sure," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, the Midlands went past in the afternoon light. Ron made a small sound in his sleep and shifted slightly. "I want to be involved," Hermione said. Not asking, stating, the way she stated things she'd already decided. "In the after. All of it. The reform work, the institutional stuff, she stopped. "I don't want to be," she chose her next words carefully. "I don't want to be a person things happen around. I want to be a person things happen with." Harry looked at her. He thought about the first morning on the train, 3 years ago, when she'd walked into the compartment already prepared, already reaching, already trying to be equal to whatever the situation required. He thought about 60 rehearsals of the counter process. He thought about what Ravenclaw had said, like you, but older, and with a tower. You already are, he said. I need you specifically on the Ministry Accountability Framework. You're better at institutional architecture than I am and I know it. And the education reform piece. The way history is taught, is selective in damaging ways, she said immediately. Yes. I have thoughts about that. I know you have thoughts about that, Harry said. You've been having thoughts about it since first year. Since I was 10, she corrected. Which weekly runs a history column that is, she stopped, apparently deciding that this was not the moment for the full analysis. Yes. I want to work on that. Good, Harry said. We'll talk properly over the summer. Letter writing is insufficient, she agreed. We should meet. Physically, in the same place. Grimmauld Place, Harry said. Sirius is renovating. It'll be livable by June. My parents will need to be reassured, she said. Invite them, Harry said. Sirius will be, he paused, thinking about Sirius's social instincts. He'll be enthusiastic. Your parents might find him a lot. They find most things a lot, Hermione said, which was fond and slightly exasperated and very true. But yes. All right. She went back to her writing. Harry went back to the window. Ron woke up about 40 minutes south of London with the specific immediacy of someone who had been deeply asleep and was now completely awake. He looked at the window, then at Harry, then at the sandwich he'd half eaten before sleeping that was still in his hand. Did I miss anything? He said. Hermione's joining the reform work, Harry said. Obviously, Ron said, eating the rest of the sandwich. We're meeting at Grimmauld Place this summer. Mum will want to come, Ron said. Just warning you. She has a lot of feelings about you generally. She's been having them quietly, but when she has an outlet, that's fine, Harry said. I'd like to meet her properly. Ron looked at him sideways. She's going to try to feed you everything she's ever cooked. I look forward to it, Harry said honestly. Ron grinned. Then he looked out the window too, at the suburbs coming up around London, the city assembling itself in the late afternoon light. Next year, he said, in the tone of someone who's been thinking about something and has decided to say it simply. What do you think it looks like? Normal, Harry said. Mostly normal. There are still problems to solve but, normal problems, Ron said. Normal problems, Harry agreed. Ron nodded. He was quiet for a moment. I think I'm going to be all right with normal, he said, with the specific seriousness of someone who has been living adjacent to a very large thing for 3 years and is assessing what they feel about its absence. Normal is underrated, Harry said. Normal is extremely underrated, Hermione said, without looking up from her writing. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. They both looked at Hermione. How long have you been listening? Ron said. The whole time, Hermione said. I'm very good at listening while writing. That's alarming, Ron said. It's efficient, Hermione said. It's both, Harry said. The train ran south toward London in the March afternoon, and the city came up around them, and King's Cross appeared, and the platform was full of people waiting, and the door opened onto the specific noise and smell of a real place in the real world in real time. Harry stepped onto the platform. The time turner was still in his pocket, quiet, spent, the warmth of it something he'd carry for the rest of his life even if the mechanism never worked again. He touched it once, out of habit, and then let it go. He walked forward into the station. The crowd moved around him, Muggle travelers with their trolleys and their noise, the specific cheerful indifference of a public space where nobody was looking at him for the shape of a scar or the weight of a name. Just a 13-year-old boy with a trunk and an owl in a cage and 2 friends catching up to him from behind. Harry, Ron said, coming alongside him with the easy pace of someone who'd been walking beside this person long enough that it felt like default. "Mum's meeting us at the barrier." "Good," Harry said. "Fred and George are with her, which means she's currently trying to contain two separate simultaneous disasters." "Also good," Harry said. "The disasters are part of the experience." Hermione caught up on his other side. She had her bag slung efficiently over one shoulder and her expression was the one she wore when she was looking forward to something but had decided not to show it too obviously. "Next year," she said. "Next year," Harry agreed. "We should make a list," she said. "Of what needs addressing. In order of priority." "We should make a list after the summer," Ron said. "We've been at school for 9 months. Can we have 3 weeks without a list?" 2 weeks, Hermione said. 2.5, Harry said. She thought about it. "Fine," she said. 2.5 weeks. They walked through the barrier together. The Muggle world was on the other side, King's Cross in the afternoon, people everywhere, the city pressing in from all directions with its noise and its life and its magnificent indifference to what had been done and resolved and built in the months just past. Harry walked through the middle of it and was just a person in it, moving forward into an ordinary day, and felt the particular clean pleasure of that, of being exactly where he was, no more and no less, with his friends beside him and the work ahead and the world wide open. He had 30 years of other people's wisdom in his bones and the best friends he could have chosen and a godfather who was renovating a townhouse in London with suspiciously cheerful energy and a scar on his forehead that was just a scar now. He had no idea, precisely, what came next. He found this, for the first time in his life, entirely wonderful. Chapter 9, The architecture of normal, Harry discovered, had its own texture. It was not the texture of a year with a Dark Lord pressing against it from every angle, or the texture of a year with a basilisk in the pipes and a possessed diary doing quiet devastation to an 11-year-old girl. Normal was the texture of a Wednesday in October where the biggest immediate problem was that Seamus Finnegan had somehow gotten his eyebrows back after losing them in potions and nobody could work out how, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team had practice in 2 hours, and Hermione had sent Harry 14 pages of annotated thoughts on magical education reform and expected a substantive response by Friday. Harry sat in his usual chair by the fire in the Gryffindor common room and found that he liked it. The liking was not complicated or qualified. It was just a warm room and a good chair and the particular comfortable noise of a place full of people being exactly what they were. 4th year had begun in September with the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had known it was coming, had known it the same way he knew most things, from reading that predated the relevant event and from the specific foresight of someone who had sat with Slytherin's notes on long-term strategic planning and absorbed the lesson that foreseeable events should be foreseen. He had spent part of the summer working through what the tournament's disruption, specifically the Barty Crouch Jr. disruption, would have looked like, and what the landscape now was without that particular moving piece. Crouch Jr. was in Azkaban. The Polyjuice Moody plan was not in play. The Goblet of Fire would not be used to trap Harry into a contract designed to deliver him to a Dark Lord who no longer existed. Which meant the tournament was simply a tournament. Harry had mixed feelings about this. He'd told Ron about it over the summer at Grimmauld Place, sitting in the garden that Sirius had cleared and Hermione had enthusiastically planted things in and which was now genuinely attractive in the specific way of gardens that have been given both practical attention and theoretical enthusiasm simultaneously. Ron had listened to the full outline with the patient attention he used for Harry's more involved explanations and then said, "So it's just a tournament now. People compete. Someone wins." "Yes," Harry said. "And the someone who wins might be you." "Might be," Harry said. "Are you going to enter?" Harry had thought about this. The tournament was for students 17 and over, which meant he wouldn't be eligible in the normal course of things. He was 14. There was an age line. "Not officially," he said. "But unofficially, I'm not going to enter illegally," Harry said. "I'm going to watch it and," he paused. "I'm interested in the tasks. Conceptually. The design of them. Ron had looked at him with that direct, honest look. You're going to solve the tasks anyway, aren't you? Just not in the tournament. The tasks are interesting problems, Harry said. I can't help that. Right, Ron had said, and eaten another of the sandwiches Molly Weasley had sent over, because Molly Weasley had apparently decided that the correct way to express her feelings about Grimmauld Place as a gathering point for her youngest son and his friends was to ensure that nobody in it could possibly go hungry. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations arrived in October. The Beauxbatons' arrival was conducted with the specific theatrical elegance of an institution that had decided long ago that everything it did should look like something worth watching. The carriage was enormous and powder blue and drawn by palominos that were magical in the quiet, powerful way of horses that have been bred for magic rather than having it applied. The students who emerged were poised and varied and interesting in the way that any unfamiliar group of people was interesting. The girl in front, tall, with silver blonde hair and the specific quality of someone who was used to being the most immediately striking person in any room and had developed a relationship with this fact that was neither arrogant nor uncomfortable but simply factual, walked into the entrance hall and looked around with a clear, assessing gaze. She spotted Harry almost immediately. Not the scar, or not only the scar. She looked at him with an expression that was genuinely reading rather than responding to reputation, which was the specific kind of gaze Harry tended to pay attention to. She walked over. Harry Potter, she said. Her English was excellent, with the particular French quality that made consonants sound like something worth keeping. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour, Harry said. Head girl at Beauxbatons. She looked at him with the slight adjustment of someone recalibrating. Yes. You have been informed. I read the delegation list when it was released, Harry said. She studied him. You are not what I expected, she said, which he had also come to find both expected and reliable as an indicator that the person saying it was observant enough to be interesting. What did you expect, he said. Something larger, she said, with a slight incline of her head that acknowledged she was making an observation and not an insult. You are in many of the books. The books make you larger. Books usually do, Harry said. Welcome to Hogwarts. The moving staircases are disorienting the first week, there's a pattern to them but it's not obvious. She looked at him. You are giving me navigational advice. It seemed useful, Harry said. Something shifted in her expression, not quite a smile, but the precursor of one. What is the pattern? The main staircase moves on the quarter hour. The ones in the east wing are keyed to foot traffic, they prefer to go where the most people are going. The west wing stairs are just temperamental and you should use the third corridor shortcut instead. He pointed. That direction. Fleur Delacour looked at the direction he was pointing, and then back at him, and did smile this time, a real one, brief and genuine. Thank you, she said, and went to rejoin her delegation. Victor Krum arrived with the Durmstrang students off a ship that rose from the lake with the specific dramatics of an institution that had decided if Beauxbatons was doing elegant, Durmstrang was doing formidable. He was taller than Harry had expected from the Quidditch coverage, darker, with the contained quality of someone who was very good at something and had learned to live in the specific bubble that being very good at something public created around you. He looked at Harry across the entrance hall with an expression Harry recognized, the expression one exceptional practitioner of anything uses when encountering another. Assessing, but not competitive. Calibrating. Harry nodded at him. Krum nodded back. This was, Harry thought, a sufficient beginning. The goblet of fire was installed in the entrance hall and the age line was drawn and the tournament excitement filled the castle with the specific electric quality of something big approaching. Harry sat with it in the same way he sat with most things, attentively, but without urgency. He'd filed the relevant analysis, knew who was likely to enter from each school, had thoughts about the task designs based on historical tournament records Hermione had sourced from the Hogwarts Library's archives. The champions were announced on Halloween evening, which had its own particular resonance for Harry that he had made his peace with over many years. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, which produced the specific kind of enthusiastic response from Hufflepuff House that was deeply genuine and uncomplicated and which Harry found genuinely pleasing. Cedric was a decent person, good on a broom, and stood up properly in situations that required it. Harry ate his Halloween feast with Ron and Hermione and felt neither disappointment nor relief about not being entered, because he'd not been trying to enter, which Hermione had confirmed by confiscating his name 3 times during the run-up, and he'd let her confiscate it because the point of the confiscation was that she needed to confiscate it, not that he'd been serious. "You're not bothered," Ron said, watching him eat with the specific attention of someone monitoring for concealed feelings. "No," Harry said. "Not even a little." "Not even a little," Harry confirmed. "The tasks are going to be interesting. I'm going to work through them in parallel. More interesting than competing, actually. Competing you only get to solve your version. Watching, you get to see all the solutions." Ron considered this. "That is actually more interesting," he said, sounding slightly surprised by his own conclusion. "I said so," Harry said. "You say a lot of things," Ron said. "Some of them take me a moment." "I've noticed," Harry said. "It's fine. You always get there." Ron threw a bread roll at him, which Harry caught without looking up from his plate. The morning after the champion selection, Harry found Cedric Diggory in the library. He'd half expected this. Cedric was sensible enough to respond to being selected Hogwarts champion by immediately going to read everything available. He was at a table in the historical section with 6 books open around him and the particular expression of someone who has started at one end of a problem and is realizing it's larger than it looked. Harry sat down across from him. Cedric looked up with the slight defensiveness that people develop when they're feeling underprepared and don't want it to be visible, which was the only real weakness Harry had observed in him. Then the defensiveness resolved into something more honest. "Potter," he said. "Diggory," Harry said. "What do you know about the first task?" Cedric's expression adjusted. "Nothing specific. The champions were told it would test magical ability and courage and, dragon," Harry said. Cedric stared at him. "What?" "The first task has historically involved dragons," Harry said. "Every recorded Triwizard tournament. The specific breed changes but the category doesn't." He slid a page of notes across the table. He'd prepared these last week, reasoning that whichever Hogwarts champion was selected would benefit from them. "I've written up what I know about the 4 most likely breeds, their behavioral patterns, and the strategies that have worked historically." Cedric looked at the notes. He picked them up. He read the first page with increasing focus. "How do you know this?" "Historical records," Harry said. "The tournament archives are in the library. 3rd shelf from the bottom in the restricted alcove. I spoke to Madame Pants." He paused. "Also some older sources." Cedric was still reading. "This is," he stopped. Looked up. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because you're the Hogwarts champion," Harry said simply. "And because the other champions have institutional resources I suspect you don't. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have both participated in previous tournaments. Hogwarts hasn't for a century. I'd like the Hogwarts champion to have equivalent information." Cedric looked at him for a moment with the measuring look of someone recalibrating. "You could have entered," he said carefully. "Everyone said you'd try." "Even with the age line, I didn't try," Harry said. "I'm not eligible and the rules exist for good reasons." He stood. "The notes are yours. If you want to talk through strategies, I'm usually in the library Tuesday evenings." "I'll take you up on that," Cedric said, with the directness of someone who has decided to trust a thing because the evidence supports it. Harry nodded and went to find the text he'd actually come for. He told Hermione and Ron about the dragon notes that evening. Hermione said, "You've been researching the tasks all term, haven't you?" "Since August," Harry confirmed. "Have you solved them?" "The first one, yes. The second I have 2 approaches for. The third," he paused. "The maze. That one is harder to prepare for because it depends heavily on what's in it, which changes each tournament. But you've prepared for the general principles, Hermione said. Counter-jinxes, navigation under magical interference, the theory of enchanted mazes. He stopped because she was looking at him with the expression she reserved for things she found simultaneously predictable and impressive. I wasn't going to enter, he said. I just find the problems interesting, Ron said, finishing it. Yes, Harry said. He's right that it's more interesting watching all the solutions, Ron said to Hermione. I know he's right, Hermione said. I'm going to do the same thing. She reached into her bag. I started in September. She produced 17 pages of notes. Harry looked at them. Then at her. You told me you were starting in October. I told you I was starting my documented research in October, she said. The informal stage was September. The informal stage, he said. The stage where I make notes that I haven't organized yet, she said, with complete seriousness. Ron looked at both of them. I feel like I should have started in August, he said. You didn't have to, Harry said. You would have arrived at the same conclusions watching the tasks happen. Ron looked at him. You have very good instincts in real time, Harry said honestly. You don't need the advanced preparation, you process it fast enough in the moment that the output is equivalent. Ron considered this for a moment. That's actually the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me academically. It's true, Harry said. You should use it more deliberately. Right, Ron said, sitting with this. Right. Okay. The first task came on a grey morning in November when the castle smelled of cold stone and the particular sharp edge of weather that hadn't decided what it wanted to do. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in the stands and felt the tension in the crowd around them, the specific held-breath quality of several thousand people anticipating something dangerous and feeling complicated about looking forward to it. The dragons were exactly what he predicted. 4 of them, Chinese fireball, Swedish short-snout, common Welsh green, and a Hungarian horntail that was the most dangerous of the 4 by significant margin. The champions had to get past their assigned dragon to reach a golden egg. Fleur Delacour was first. She used her Vila heritage with the focused precision of someone who has thought about what she is and how to use it correctly, a partial bewitchment of the Welsh green that was genuinely skillful, not overwhelming, just enough. She moved past the dragon with the economy of someone who has done exactly what was required and no more, retrieved the egg, was partially struck by flame when the dragon's tail moved unexpectedly, and came out of it with some burns and the satisfaction of someone who has handled something difficult competently. She's good, Ron said. She's very good, Harry said. He was watching the recovery, how she moved after the flame contact, where she assessed first. Her reflexes are exceptional. She'll do well in the later tasks. Crumb was next, with the horntail, which was, Harry watched this carefully, leaning slightly forward, handled with the brute efficiency of someone who had decided that the fastest path was through rather than around. He blinded the horntail with a spell that was precise and powerful and cost him nothing in terms of moral hesitation. He retrieved the egg, took a scrape from the horntail's tail when it moved after the blinding but before the blindness took full effect, and walked out with the score and a slight limp. He was watching you, Ron said. After he came out. He looked straight at your section. I noticed, Harry said. Is that a thing? You too. A mutual acknowledgement of competence, Harry said. Which is its own kind of thing. Harry, Ron said, with the particular patience of someone navigating the specific conversational style of his best friend. Does he want to talk to you? Probably, Harry said. Then maybe you should talk to him. After Cedric, Harry said. Pay attention. Cedric was last, and he had the Chinese fireball, which was the most manageable of the 4. Harry's notes had put the Welsh green as potentially safer but the fireball as more predictable, which for a first major task was arguably the better assignment. Cedric used a transfiguration approach. He conjured a large dog to distract the dragon, which was clever and showed originality, and when the dragon went for the conjured animal he moved for the egg with the clean efficiency of someone who had prepared and was executing the preparation. He got the egg. He got it clean. When he came out he found Harry's section in the stands and gave a brief, private nod that was meant for Harry specifically and which Harry returned. The scores came, Fleur highest, then Cedric, then Crumb, with point distributions that reflected the judge's particular emphases. Hermione had been writing steadily throughout. Fleur's technique with the bewitchment was the most efficient, she said, looking at her notes. Crumb's approach was powerful but unnecessarily aggressive for the actual requirement, he could have been more precise. He was confident, Harry said. When you're that confident in your power, precision feels like unnecessary complexity. Which is a problem, she said. Which is a problem, Harry agreed. He'll be fine in tasks where power is sufficient. The ones that require different thinking, he'll need to adjust, she said. He'll adjust fast, Harry said. He's not stupid. He just hasn't had to think differently yet. Hermione looked at her notes. I want to try the transfiguration approach Cedric used, she said. As a study exercise. The conjured distraction, Harry said. Yes. I've been thinking about the optimization. The dog is good but something with more independent movement capability would hold the dragon's attention longer. Conjured animals that are key to the target's sensory profile rather than just visually interesting. Hermione went still. That's a Newt-level transfiguration application. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him. Then she reached for a fresh page in her notebook. Show me the theory, she said. Here. Ron said, gesturing at the stands, which were still full of departing spectators. We'll go to the classroom, Hermione said, already standing. The empty one on the third floor. Harry, you have the theory. I have it, Harry said. Right, Ron said, standing too, because this was the particular energy of a thing beginning and he had learned to recognize it and move. Let's go. Crumb found Harry the following Tuesday. He came into the library with the contained, slightly watchful quality of someone who is accustomed to being approached and is now doing the approaching and finds this subtly disorienting. He sat down across from Harry without particular preamble, which Harry appreciated. You were watching, Crumb said. His English was precise and heavily accented, the accent the specific kind that comes from speaking a language correctly rather than natively. In the stands. You were studying. Yes, Harry said. You used the blinding curse. Precise application, you controlled the spread radius to affect only the target's visual field and not the peripheral sensory network. That's a more advanced version than the standard. Crumb was very still for a moment. You can see that from the stands. I can feel the magical signature from the stands, Harry said. The standard curse has a broader signature. Yours was refined. He paused. You've modified it yourself, or you were taught a variant that isn't in common circulation. My teacher, Crumb said. He didn't say which one. He was looking at Harry with those focused dark eyes. You are not what the stories say, Harry finished. Yes. I know. The stories say, the chosen one, the boy who lived, the prophecy. I'm not interested in being a story, Harry said. I'm interested in the things I'm interested in. Which currently includes the theory behind transfiguration as a strategic discipline and the mechanics of magical signature modification. Crumb looked at him for a long moment. Why are you not in the tournament? I'm 14, Harry said. The minimum age, Crumb said, with the very slight emphasis of someone who knows perfectly well that the minimum age was not an obstacle. You could have, I could have, Harry said. I didn't want to. He looked at Crumb directly. Why do you compete? Specifically. Crumb blinked. It is, he stopped. The contained quality shifted slightly, the way it shifts when a real question lands in the middle of a prepared answer. It is what I am good at. Competition. It is where I am most, he paused. Most clear. Clarity, Harry said. Yes. That's honest. He thought about this. I find that in other things. The competition itself doesn't interest me the way the problems do. Crumb studied him. The second task, he said. Do you know what it is? Not specifically, Harry said. The egg tells you, each champion gets a clue in the egg. Have you worked it out? It screams, Crumb said, with the specific expression of someone who has opened a screaming egg without adequate preparation and is still slightly aggrieved about it. When opened. Underwater, Harry said. It needs to be heard underwater. Mere people. He paused. Did you figure that out or are you still working on it? Crumb stared at him. How? The historical records for previous tournaments have a reference to a second task involving the lake, Harry said. And mere people are the lake's most significant magical inhabitants. The screaming suggests the egg's contents sound different in a different medium. Water is the obvious test. He leaned slightly forward. Have you thought about transfiguration? For underwater breathing? Partial transfiguration, Crumb said slowly. Of the head, Harry said. Specifically the respiratory system. You could adapt it to gill function, it's advanced but not as advanced as it looks from the outside. The theory is, you should be in this tournament, Crumb said, with the specific frustration of someone who has just been given highly competent advice by someone who had declined to compete against him. Probably, Harry said. But I'm not, and you have this conversation. Same net result. This is not the same net result, Crumb said. The information is the same quality regardless of whether it comes from a competitor or an observer, Harry said. Crumb looked at him for a very long moment. You are strange, he said. I mean this as a, he searched for the word. Compliment, Harry supplied. Yes, Crumb said, with relief. Compliment. Thank you, Harry said. The partial transfiguration approach, I can write up the theoretical framework if that's useful. Yes, Crumb said immediately. Then, more carefully, why do you help? The Hogwarts champion I understand, school loyalty. But me. Harry thought about this. The tournament should be the best version of itself, he said. All three champions solving the tasks at their best level is more interesting than any single champion solving them while others struggle with inadequate information. He looked at Crumb. I'd rather watch 3 brilliant solutions than one. Crumb was quiet for a moment. Then, and Delacour. I've already spoken with her, Harry said. She's using the bubblehead charm, which is the most reliable approach. She didn't need my version. Crumb made a sound that might have been a laugh, compressed into the space of someone not accustomed to laughing in public. You have already solved this. The whole tournament. Already. The tasks, Harry said. Not the tournament itself, the interpersonal elements are more variable. Interpersonal elements, Crumb repeated. You mean the hostages for the second task will be people you care about, Harry said. That's how they've done it historically, something that matters to each champion, that they have to retrieve. He looked at Crumb. That's not a tactical problem. That's a personal one. Crumb was very still. Something moved through his focused dark eyes that was genuine and unguarded, a question he'd been not asking. You cannot solve that one for me, he said. No, Harry said. But you know who yours is, probably. You know what that means to you. The task is designed to test whether you'll fight for the people you care about, not whether you're clever enough to get past it. He paused. Which is, in my view, the most honest task of the three. Crumb looked at him. You say very direct things. I've found it saves time, Harry said. Yes, Crumb said slowly. I think also I do this. He looked around the library for a moment, the high shelves, the afternoon light, the quiet. He looked like someone making a decision. Tomorrow evening. I would like to talk more about the partial transfiguration. Bring Granger, yes. She is also, he searched for the word. Formidable, Harry said. Yes, Crumb said. Formidable. I'll bring Ron too, Harry said. Weasley, Crumb said. He thought for a moment. He is very, what is the word, grounded. Yes, Harry said, pleased by the accuracy. That's exactly what he is. The Yule Ball was announced in November, which produced a specific and immediate reorganization of Hogwarts' social landscape. Harry was aware of this the way he was aware of most things happening around him, with comprehensive attention and a certain affectionate distance. He had been asked to the ball by 4 people in the first week of the announcement, which he had handled with the maximum possible courtesy and minimum possible awkwardness that the situations permitted. He had accepted none of the first 4. He was thinking about asking Fleur, which he had not mentioned to anyone including Hermione, who would have opinions. He mentioned it to Sirius by letter, which felt like the right forum. Sirius wrote back on 2 feet of parchment with the energy of someone who had been waiting for an occasion to give romantic advice and was now giving it with the complete enthusiasm of a man who had not had an outlet for 12 years. The advice was largely practical and occasionally alarming and included several anecdotes about his own school years that were significantly more detailed than necessary. Harry read the whole thing, extracted the 3 actually useful pieces, and filed the rest under Sirius, who he is. He asked Fleur Delacour on a Thursday morning in the entrance hall with the directness he applied to everything. The Yule Ball, he said. Would you like to go together? She looked at him. Together as in, partners, he said. Unless you'd prefer a different arrangement. She considered him for a moment with those clear, assessing eyes. You are not asking because of my, she gestured very slightly, which indicated Vila heritage without needing to say it. I'm asking because I find you interesting, Harry said, which was true and simple and appeared to land correctly. I find you interesting also, she said, with the slight surprise of someone confirming their own conclusion. Yes, she said. Together. Good, Harry said. I'll see you in December. She almost smiled. You are not worried about between now and December? Should I be? Most boys are very worried, she said. I'm not most boys, he said. She did smile then, full and genuine. No, she said. You are certainly not. He went to potions. He told Ron and Hermione at lunch. Hermione's expression cycled through several things rapidly. Fleur Delacour, she said. Yes, Harry said. The Beauxbatons champion. Yes, Harry said. Who is, I know what she is, Harry said pleasantly. It's not why I asked her. Hermione pressed her lips together with the specific restraint of someone who has 3 thoughts and is choosing which to say first. She's very capable, she said finally. Yes, Harry said. That's largely why. Hermione considered this. Then, that's actually the correct reason, she said, apparently arriving at a verdict. Fine. Ron had been watching this exchange with a grin. Hermione said fine, he told Harry. Official approval. I didn't say official approval, Hermione said. You said fine, Ron said. That's Hermione for official approval. She stopped. Fine, she said again, which proved Ron's point. Who are you going with? Harry asked Ron. Ron looked at the table. Then at Harry. Then at the middle distance. I was thinking, he said carefully, of asking Hermione. The table went quiet. Hermione looked at Ron with an expression that was, and Harry tracked this with the attention he gave things that mattered, not surprised. Not performatively not surprised. Just, honest. Were you, she said. I was, Ron said. He was looking at her now, which Harry knew cost him something because Ron was not by nature someone who did vulnerable things without significant internal preparation. If that's, yes, Hermione said. Ron blinked. Yes. Yes, Ron, Hermione said, with the patience of someone who has also been thinking about this for a while. Obviously yes. Ron looked at Harry. "I'm not surprised," Harry said, "because this was true and because they deserved the truth of it rather than any version that made it less than it was." "You could have mentioned," Ron started. "It wasn't mine to mention," Harry said. Ron held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded slowly, taking it in, all of it, the decision and the response and Harry's particular way of being a friend about it. "Right," he said. He looked at Hermione. "Saturday, then. We'll sort out the details." "Tuesday would be better," Hermione said. "I have Saturday committed." "Tuesday," Ron agreed. Harry ate his lunch and felt, in the very specific and uncomplicated way of someone watching something good happen to people he cared about, exactly right about everything. The Yule Ball was in December, and the Great Hall had been transformed with the specific magic of an institution that had been doing this for 1,000 years and had developed an excellence at it: ice sculptures, winter roses, a floor that reflected the candlelight and the dancers in equal, beautiful measure. Harry arrived with Fleur, who had chosen robes of a silver blue that caught the light in specific ways, and he had chosen dark green robes that Sirius had sent him in November with a note that said your father wore red to everything, try the other end of the spectrum, which was both useful advice and a very serious way of delivering it. They danced the first dance and Harry was not a spectacular dancer but he was a competent one. Gryffindor had included it in the education on the grounds that a warrior should be able to move correctly in any environment, which was both philosophically coherent and practically applicable right now. "You learned formally," Fleur said, after the first song. "I learned from someone who treated it the same as combat training," Harry said. She considered this. "This is a very interesting philosophy," she said. "He was a very interesting person," Harry said. "The mysterious teachers," she said. "You have mentioned them obliquely several times since October. Who are they?" "People who aren't alive in my time," Harry said, which was the truest short version. Fleur looked at him. "This is not a metaphor." "No," he said. She was quiet for a moment, processing this with the specific quality of someone who takes things seriously. "How?" she said. "A time turner," he said. "When I was 2. I found it accidentally." "When you were," she stopped. "2, she said. "Yes. You have been studying under historical magical figures since you were 2 years old." "Approximately," Harry said. She looked at him across the dance floor, the ice sculptures and the candlelight and the hundreds of people around them being exactly what they were for one particular December evening, and her expression was doing something that was not quite any single emotion but was the complex thing that very intelligent people get when they encounter something genuinely new. "You are," she said carefully, "the most singular person I have ever met." "I've been told," Harry said. Usually with different emphasis. "I mean it as a," she paused. "As an observation. A significant observation." "I know," he said. "Thank you." They continued dancing. The hall moved around them in the particular warm way of a school at its best, people being young and together and briefly unconcerned with the things that concerned them on ordinary days. At some point Harry found Ron and Hermione on the edge of the floor, Ron with the specific expression of someone who is trying to remember the steps and is mostly succeeding, Hermione with the look of someone who has been waiting for this in some form for a long time and is now simply in it. He caught Ron's eye across the dancers. Ron grinned, the full, unguarded one that was one of his best features, and Harry grinned back, and Fleur noticed and looked between them and said, "You're friends," in the tone of someone observing something important. "Yes," Harry said. "They are, good," she said. "For you specifically." "I know," Harry said. "I chose well." She looked at him. "You chose well at 11. I knew what I was looking for," he said. "Which was?" He thought about Hufflepuff's kitchen and the tea and the conversation about what it meant to let people be present with you. "People who were real," he said. "Who showed up as themselves." He looked at Ron and Hermione, who had now stopped trying to dance and were talking with the specific quality of two people for whom talking was the most natural thing. "That's what I was looking for." Fleur was quiet for a moment. You are going to do remarkable things, she said. Not as a compliment, as an observation, accurate and direct. After school. In the world. Remarkable things. With remarkable people, Harry said. With remarkable people, she agreed. January came back cold and purposeful. The second task preparation was in full swing for the champions, and Harry sat in the library with Crumb on Tuesday evenings and the partial transfiguration framework they'd built together. Crumb had added to it significantly. His specific contribution was a modification of the respiratory adaptation that made the gill function more stable over extended time, which was a genuine improvement that Harry noted and filed and told him was better than what he'd started with. Crumb had looked at this assessment with the expression of someone not accustomed to being told, straightforwardly, that they had improved on something. "You are serious," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "The stability modification is better. You should use it." "You could use it also," Crumb said. "I'm not in the tournament," Harry said. "You are not in the tournament but you solve the tournament problems," Crumb said, with the specific frustration of someone who has been having this same internal conversation for months. "I find the problems interesting," Harry said, again. "Potter," Crumb said. Harry looked at him. "You are very," Crumb searched for it. "You are very comfortable with what you are." "Yes," Harry said. "This is unusual," Crumb said. "In my experience. Most people who are what you are," he paused. "Most exceptional people are uncomfortable about it. They perform too much, or they hide too much. You are neither." Harry thought about this. "I've had a long time to come to terms with it," he said. "You are 14, Crumb said. "I'm 14 now," Harry said. "That's not the same thing as saying that's how long I've been thinking about it." Crumb looked at him with those dark, focused eyes. "The time turner," he said. He'd been told the short version last month. "When you were 2. "When I was 2, Harry said. "How much time did you?" 30 years, approximately, Harry said. Subjective. The library was very quiet around them. "You are 44 years old, Crumb said slowly. "In the inside." "In the inside," Harry said. "Yes." Crumb was quiet for a long time. "Then, this is why you are comfortable." "Partly," Harry said. "Mostly it's because I had good teachers who made sure I understood that what I was and what had happened to me were different things." Crumb looked at the transfiguration notes on the table between them. He looked at his own handwriting on them, the modifications he'd contributed. He looked at the way Harry had incorporated them into the revised framework. "I would like," Crumb said carefully, "to continue. After the tournament. The conversation about these things." "Magic," Harry said. "Magic," Crumb said. "And the other things." Harry looked at him. Victor Crumb at 17 was already the best Quidditch player in Europe and the product of a school that had specialized in a particular kind of excellent and had given him power and technique and not very much room to be something outside the dimensions they'd given him. "Yes," Harry said. "I'd like that too." March came with the second task and Harry sat in the stands beside Ron and watched. The champions went into the lake at the signal. Crumb's partial transfiguration worked. Harry could see from the stands the magical signature of the gill adaptation settling correctly, stable in the way Crumb's modification had made it. Cedric had used the bubblehead charm, clean and reliable. Fleur had used the same, but something had gone wrong in the lake. Harry felt the disruption of it from the stands, something in the lake's magical environment that interfered. He watched the surface of the lake carefully. Fleur came up early, alone, without her hostage. She stood at the platform's edge and her expression was not quite panic but was the expression of someone who has been stopped by something and doesn't fully understand what stopped them. Harry was already standing. "I'll be back," he said to Ron. "Harry," Ron started. 2 minutes, Harry said, and was moving. He found Fleur at the platform's edge and came up beside her quickly. "What happened?" he said, quiet, just for her. Something in the lake, she said. Her composure was working hard. Something that disrupted. I could not see clearly after the first section and then she stopped. Her name? Harry said. Gabrielle, Fleur said. My sister. Harry looked at the lake. The water was dark and cold and the other champions were still in it, enough time left on the clock. He made a rapid calculation. Cedric would find his hostage because Cedric was thorough and prepared and reliable. Crumb had the best underwater capability of anyone in the water. But Gabrielle Delacour was Fleur's hostage and Fleur was standing at the surface. I'm going in, Harry said. You are not, Fleur started. Harry was already using the bubblehead charm, not the most elegant option but the fastest available from a standing start, and was over the edge. The lake was very cold and very dark and full of the specific quality of magical water that was alive in a way regular water wasn't. He went down with the directed speed of someone who had no time for anything except the specific target, following the current patterns that he'd read about in the lake's ecology section of the Hogwarts Environmental Survey. He found Gabrielle Delacour in 8 minutes, which was fast. She was small, perhaps 8 years old, and enchanted into a sleep that was completely harmless and which could be broken by surfacing. She was anchored to a rock by kelp and a simple stasis charm. He broke both, took her arm gently, and went up. He surfaced 15 feet from the platform. Fleur was there immediately. He'd barely gotten Gabrielle above the water before Fleur had her, was holding her with the specific intensity of someone reunited with something they cannot afford to lose. Gabrielle woke in the way people wake from magical sleep, all at once, looking at her sister with complete uncomplicated relief. Harry pulled himself out of the lake. He was thoroughly soaked and the March air was cold enough to be immediately unpleasant about this. He cast a quick warming charm and sat on the platform's edge and looked at the lake while the timing clock counted down. Cedric surfaced with his hostage. Crumb surfaced with his. The champions all present. Fleur looked at Harry across the platform with Gabrielle still in her arms. He looked back at her. Thank you, she said. It was simple and direct and had the full weight of what she meant behind it. She's fine, Harry said. Are you all right? Yes, Fleur said. I will be. He nodded. He was about to stand up when Gabrielle, apparently having assessed the situation, detached herself from her sister and walked over to Harry and looked at him with the wide, direct eyes of a small child who has made a decision. Then she hugged him, which was the specific kind of hug that 8-year-olds produce when they mean it, complete and uncalculated. Harry sat on the platform's edge, soaking wet, with a small French girl hugging him, and felt the specific, uncomplicated warmth of a thing done simply because it needed to be done. He looked up. Ron was at the stand's edge, watching. He had the expression he used when something had happened that was exactly right and he didn't need to say so but was saying so with everything else. Harry looked back at the lake, at the dark winter water going still. Normal, he thought. This is normal now. This is what after looks like. He was 14 years old and there was a tournament still underway and a maze task still to come and Hermione's list of institutional reforms was now 36 pages and Draco Malfoy was writing him careful, questioning letters about the structure of wizarding law and Crumb wanted to keep talking about things after the school year ended and Sirius was renovating the 3rd floor of Grimmauld Place and Nagini, Queenie, was apparently eating Hagrid's pumpkins again and Hagrid refused to discourage this on the grounds that she was expressing an interest in horticulture. And it was all of it, all at once, moving and real and genuinely his. He gently extracted himself from Gabrielle's hug, stood up, and went to rejoin his friends. The lake was still behind him. The world was wide ahead.